Hello and welcome to HackerCon. With me, I have Chloe, Kelsey, Brian, and Joseph to kick things up. And before we get started, I want to remind everybody to join the conversation at Discord. The information is in the bottom of the screen, whether you're in YouTube or Twitch. And I think that we're streaming even to Facebook. All that information should be in the bottom of the screen. Also, the schedule is posted in the description in the Red Team Village website, as well as in the Hacking is Not a Crime website. Now, without any further ado, I'm going to actually pass it to Chloe real quick to kick things up.
All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. No matter where you are, you're probably somewhere around the world. Today, we're really excited to have HackerCon. So a big thank you to Red Team Village and for partnering with us at Hacking is Not a Crime. Today's day is totally dedicated to the entire hacker community, but also those that are interested in helping out the hacker community. We have talks about how to talk to the press when you find a vulnerability. We have talks on vulnerability disclosure, of course, as well, because it wouldn't be a good hacker rights conference without that, to be honest. But other than that, we also have talks coming from EFF, Disclose.io, I Am the Cavalry, Hacking is Not a Crime. So you guys can learn a little bit more about these organizations and what they're doing, but also how you can get involved if you feel like it as well. But first, I want to talk to you guys about a very special research project. So I'm going to share my screen. So hold on one second. And I'm going to have Kelsey unmute herself. All right. So this research project is actually something extremely important and close to my heart. As you guys are aware of, is that vulnerability discovery or vulnerability disclosure is one of the things that means a lot to our community. We wouldn't exist without it, to be honest, because we're always protecting and serving. But the one thing that we have to talk about, which is a realistic thing, is that we have a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is why it's important to have research. We have statistics of low rates and everything, but we need to go deeper than that. So this is a research project that's brought to you by these players that you see on the screen. Kelsey, do you want to do a quick overview of the main players of this research project?
Sure, yeah. So SP2 is actually housed at the University of Maryland and the Maryland Cybersecurity Center, and it is the group of which I am a part of. And we do a lot of studying security, privacy, and people. So basically looking at the intersection of computer security and people, everywhere from end users to software developers to people who do vulnerability discovery. And then Tufts actually houses our most recent graduate from SP2. And so he was kind of the brainchild of this project and brought all of us together. And then we have another faculty sponsor and another student working at the University of Chicago. And we're kind of all working together as a giant team to make this happen.
Thank you, Kelsey. So let's talk about the statistics. As you probably are aware that, for example, HackerOne in a recent report shared that 10% identify as female or non-binary. Also, SYNAC has shared that 50% are women and 54% are non-white participants felt bias against them or a lack of opportunity in their career. And this is very much real. I don't know about you guys, but I know when I went into the bug bounty space, I actually had a different username. I didn't have a quote unquote feminine username. I didn't have a picture that was feminine because the reason of cyber stalking is very prevalent in our community. The other thing is harassment is another thing that we've experienced a lot in the community, but also for us to feel like we could participate without you first seeing our gender and who we are on the outside. And so this is a really, really big problem too, because if we don't have people feeling like they have safe spaces, how are they supposed to be part of our community and feel part of our community? And this is why this research is so important. And what we want to ask from everyone is to really pay attention to this and to share it with their friends, colleagues, tweet it out and everything, because we do need to get more participants. All right, Kelsey, go ahead.
Yeah, so as Chloe mentioned, and I'm sure you're all very well aware, this is a very real problem. And statistics are great because they can tell us that there's a problem, but they don't exactly tell us why there's a problem. And so in order to actually fix something like this, we kind of have to understand what's going on and why it's happening. And so that's kind of the whole basis of this research. We're trying to understand why this is actually an issue. And in order to do that, we have to talk to people who have actually experienced these challenges. Researchers are great. We have all the great methods to do this, but we haven't actually been on the ground experiencing these problems. And that's where you guys come in. So if you feel that you are a marginalized person and you happen to maybe want a $30 gift card, we would love to interview you. And so basically the way the interview works is it takes about an hour, and we ask you things about your development path. How did you get to where you are in your career? The community inclusiveness along the way, and as well as the support networks and the resources that you drew on as you were kind of pursuing this path. Go ahead. Yeah. So if I was if you are interested in participating, there's a couple of links here. So there's one that points you to kind of the details of the project and the way things work. And then there's another link that you can click on. It'll take you to a short screener survey. And basically all it's going to ask you is a couple of questions. And then we will reach out with an email to chat with you and set up an interview.
So yeah, take a screenshot of this, tweet it out. We need to get more participants. And it's, like I said, it is very vital to have this research. I don't know if anyone really knows, but back in 2018, Bugcrowd came out with a report saying that 4% of their hunters on their site basically identify as a woman. And this was one of the reasons that led to creating Women Hackers, was because that statistic is so sad in so many ways. I mean, you have 50%, like 50% women, and yet they can't, it doesn't feel like we're doing enough to welcome them and have an inclusive environment. But it's not just about women, it's also those that are marginalized as well, is that we need to become a safer environment. And the only way we're going to learn how to have safer environments is hearing people's personal stories and experiences. So then we're able to actually understand it in further depth. Then we can make changes within our community to make sure that we incorporate more inclusivity, so that we can be a better community altogether. So please do take a picture of this, share it, tweet it out. It is so important that we get more participants, and it'd be great for our community to know that we're taking the next steps to making more inclusive environment for everyone. Anything else, Kelsey?
Nope, that's great. Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to listen to our small spiel, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kelsey. And making sure that we can provide any answers at any time. Now we'll just actually check it out.
Awesome. So we're going to go in a quick break until our next presenter comes online. And thank you again. As Chloe mentioned, join the conversation in Discord. All the links and the information is in the bottom of the screen and in the description, whether you're in YouTube or in Twitch. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. And without any further ado, I pass it to Chloe.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the awesome pass, Omar. All right. So I have two incredible people with you. And I don't know if you've ever catched my Hacker Rights talk, but I always talk about what happened to these two individuals. They are employees over at Coalfire. And I'm going to introduce you guys to Gary and Justin. Gary and Justin, do you mind saying hello and tell people who you are?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'll go first because we figured out after doing this so many times, Gary has an awesome background in bio. I have to go first. Senior security consultant with Coalfire, doing all the things offensive. So a lot of fun. And then, yeah, we'll get to dive into our story here in a bit.
I'm Gary, and my bio's not that awesome. I work at Coalfire too, and I do the exact same stuff Justin does.
Well, there we go. So let's first start off with the main thing. What happened to you guys? Do you want to share a little bit about what happened to you of a time where you ended up in, I don't know, in a cell at one point? That'd be fantastic.
That one little time, okay.
Yeah, that one little time. It had
Quick
no impact
synopsis.
at all,
Yeah,
right?
just
No
no
impact at all.
repercussions.
Okay.
Was totally fine. Short stint, hour, and it was over. No big deal. Yeah, this was the small time we were hired by the state court administration of Iowa. So, I mean, the government branch that oversees all the courts in the state wanted typical testing, right? So full red team, full scope engagement. So everything network, everything social engineering is involved, as well as the physical penetration test. So we're in Iowa, we fly out after we've done some of the virtual testing, we're on site, breaking into courthouses, finding vulnerabilities, reporting on that stuff until we get to one little courthouse in Dallas County, Iowa. Broke in, set off an alarm. Police responded. They were great, super cordial. Talked to them, show them the get out of jail free letter. Everyone's like, you guys are great, good to go. Let's just talk about your job. How cool is this, right? Until the sheriff shows up and things dramatically changed and went downhill very quickly from somebody who had more of jurisdiction or territorial disputes with the state. So in order to flex that, he wanted to arrest us, which he was successful in doing. Threw us in jail almost for about 24 hours. And then continued to press charges with burglary and possession of burglary tools, which carries a nice little fine of 7 years of jail time or prison time in the state of Iowa. So we're fighting that for months and months until finally charges are reduced, but still not dropped altogether. And so it was just this long drawn out ordeal. But that's the synopsis of it. So what do you want to pick apart? What are we going to dive into today, Chloe?
All right. So my first question for you is, when you entered the courthouse and you were doing all the right things, did you ever have like a gut sensation something might go down today?
We had it well before. There was good communication amongst the team, Gary and myself. Hey, guys, small town sheriff, we're kind of familiar with how law enforcement operates a bit. And a lot of times those kind of people see that as their own little kingdom. And in this case, this man wanted to be informed about every little thing going on there first, and he wasn't in this case. So yeah, we definitely had the spider senses going off, not just on this engagement, but on more recent ones that we've been on as well. There's definitely that spider sense, and the hairs on the back of our necks were standing up that night for sure.
And what are some of the fears that you guys were experiencing before that moment? You did talk about like how the sheriff in the town, it's like his kingdom and everything. But tell me a little bit more about that one.
You're always apprehensive when you have to deal with law enforcement, just because you don't know what the other person on the other end is going to do. We've had engagements, one recently where it was the officers' basically their first call that they went on that they didn't know was a fake call. And so when they had showed up to the facility manager was there. She was aware of what we were doing. And she had to tell me, she's like, look, you need to calm down. Like, this is probably these guys trying to break in, and we've hired them, because he was shaking and he was nervous. You know, he had the adrenaline going. So you don't ever know who's on the other end and what they're dealing with if it's have a bad day. So that's kind of where some of that apprehension comes from. But to be honest with you, I don't think we expected, obviously, what happened. We've had so many dealings with law enforcement, and every other time except the one time with the sheriff, right? It's always been great. Like, once they verify who we are and once they verify that we're there doing what we say we're supposed to do, That's usually the end of it, and we get to bullshit with them for 10 or 15 minutes, and they ask us a bunch of questions, and every other time it's been a great experience. Even this time it was a great experience until the sheriff showed up. They did their due diligence and they did everything. So yeah, that's kind of where that apprehension comes from. You never know what's going to happen, type of thing. But yeah, we didn't expect to be actually handcuffed and carted off to jail and charged and have felony records.
So tell me a little bit about like when the sheriff came up to you guys and approached you, because I know like beforehand everyone was like, "Oh, that's so cool! This is what you do for a job. This is what you do for a living. This is awesome," on the grounds. But then when the sheriff turned up, it changed the whole dynamics where they were already, thinking that everything's fine, that you guys are good to go. You were hired to protect us. But then the sheriff shows up and he says, what exactly to you guys, and how was your reaction individually?
Well, I'll let Justin answer this. However, I will say, right as he showed up, all their body cams went off. They even said, "Oh, this is going to be good," and then they turned all their body cams off, already knowing the sheriff obviously was, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for them on what they thought, but I can give you my thoughts on it. You don't turn your body cam off if you think everything's going to be on the up and up. So,
Right. Yeah. Nothing spells out justice like let's turn off our surveillance equipment. So, there is a lot of that footage. So two different departments showed up. One was sheriff. One is the local city police. And I think it was the city police officer actually kept their body cam running. So we do have some of that footage available in the Black Hat Talk. If you want to review that, it's on YouTube somewhere now. So yeah, I mean that's it. I mean you can see the mood change in the air once he shows up, and it starts getting very offensive and saying this is bullshit. This isn't allowed. These guys can't be doing this. The state doesn't have authority to be testing our courthouse. And that's basically where it went. Was this is a jurisdiction issue between the state and the county. And you would think we would have some corporate protection, us working for coal fire and just executing on this contract. All that went out the window, and then charges were immediately pressed against us. We are individuals in jail. Coal Fire as an entity was no longer legally involved from that point forward. So they ended up doing the right thing. There was a little bit more back and forth than you'd like to hear as an employee afterwards. But eventually, Coal Fire came to our aid. Again, we were sitting in jail for about 20 hours before we were finally bailed out, but good on Coal Fire for putting together the bail money, which had increased, I think, by 10 times because the county prosecutor had made a case that we're a flight risk. And really, it was just stomping over the little guys, just trying to make this as big of a show and debacle as they could for them causing a fuss that this is the county's courthouse versus the state. So we got charged instead of $5,000 bail a piece, was 50 grand a piece. And so Coal Fire had to come through with either 100,000 or 10% of that 10,000 to get us bailed out of jail. So motions were high, definitely throughout all of that. And there is just, more and more sinking experiences as you're going through it. So, from the moment we're booked, okay, misunderstanding, we kind of get it. Like, and especially, if officers are scared, you have new guys showing up when you're in the situation. We are absolutely fine. Slow movements, guys. We'll turn our back. If you want to put us in cuffs so you feel more safe, put us in the back of the car. No problem whatsoever. We can talk it out that way. Not against that whatsoever. This went quite a ways beyond that. So we're booked in jail. Go to the arraignment the following morning. We go in front of a judge, and it was just a shit show. Clearly she had not been given any of the details that were surfaced the previous night, where the sheriff was talking to the judicial branch employees, confirming that we were supposed to be on site, that yes, the state hired this engagement. The judge, the information she had was these two guys were caught breaking into the courthouse. That's all there is to it. We need to send away these guys for life. So every stage of the process just gets worse and worse, and we're just hanging our heads kind of in despair that this is just going on to this extent. And the way that I thought jails operated, I thought it was more of a 9 to 5 business, and there's no clocks in the jail. So after our arraignment, which is at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was, we go back, we have breakfast, lunch, and then once dinner came, all throughout the day, waiting to get phone calls, which never came, was in communication with nobody. At least I wasn't. Gary had a little bit more communication. But once dinner came out, I thought, oh man, it's 5 o'clock. The jail is shutting down, so we're going to be in here at least overnight again, if not longer. So my heart kind of sank at that point. But lo and behold, we got bailed out later that night at whatever time it was.
And they were trying to kill me. I told them I was deathly allergic to milk, like EpiPen style allergic to milk, and they kept serving me milk products. And I was like, I can't eat this. I'm allergic to milk. You're going to kill me. And the guy's like, oh, sorry. Lunchtime rolls around. There's my thing of milk. There's the cheese. There's all the milk products. I was like, what do you want me to do with this? I can't eat any of this. They just, zero fucks were given at that point.
And I'm assuming is this your first time ever in a cell for both of you?
Yeah, we're
Perfectly clean records. Yeah.
Pretty straight laced. Yeah.
And then the other thing with that is that they turn off their body cams. That is just one of those moments where you just pause and it makes you take a step back and a pause, because that is not okay. That's never okay. That's usually like the biggest sign. Cover-up's about to happen. We already know what's about to happen to you guys, but we're not gonna. And it's one of those things that you kind of wish that those other people that were around you stood up and said, like, no, we should keep our body cams on. Like, these guys, they have a permit to do this in a sense. They're hired by a company to do this stuff. They're not doing anything that's malicious. They're actually doing their job. But, they still turned off their body cams.
You nailed it. It kind of spells out precedent. This wasn't the first time anything like this has gone on. So between those antics, the county prosecutor, the judges, or the magistrate, it kind of spells a whole story of the way things have been going down in that county, at least to me. So people were trained, okay, there's an incident about to go down that the police don't want recorded. They already know to turn off their body cameras. That was a horrible note to take away from that.
And have either, sorry, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, it wasn't an accident either. It wasn't like it just suddenly stopped working. He grabs his body cam that was on his chest. He goes, oh, here comes the sheriff. This ought to be good. And then he goes, oh, better turn this off. And then it goes off. So it wasn't like the battery ran out, or it was a mistake, or he accidentally hit the wrong button, or somebody bumped up against him. It was, I am consciously turning this off. I make a decision because this should be good and the sheriff's about to talk. So let me make sure that it's not recorded.
Did the officers get like a slap on the hand or wrist or anything for turning off their body cams? Because they're supposed to have them on all the time. But I'm assuming they didn't get in trouble at all.
No, of course not. I mean, that's the thing that I don't think a lot of people think about when something like this happens. The sheriff doesn't have any repercussions to do what he did. And he's on video saying, the onus is on them. It's up to them to prove themselves basically innocent. And that's, of course, counterintuitive to what everybody has always been taught in the United States of America, is you're innocent until proven guilty. And he even says the exact opposite. Hey, this is on them. They've got to prove themselves. I don't care. And so he just arrests us. It doesn't affect him. He gets to go home. He sleeps in bed. He has breakfast in the morning while we're sitting in jail, because it doesn't affect him at all. And then when all this is over and 6 months later, and we've gone through all this stuff, it never affected him other than possibly politically, but he ran unopposed, so it didn't really affect him in that manner at all. And we have all the fallout and the byproduct that happens from having a felony arrest record. And of course, nothing happens to him at all. He can just arrest and be an asshole and say whatever he wants and do whatever he wants and throw his version of justice around, and there's absolutely no repercussions. And when we started talking to our lawyer about it, we find out that, police officers are immune from X, Y, and Z because they're operating under the pretext that they're doing the right thing or something. That's all. Well, I thought I was doing the right thing, and then all of a sudden they're free and clear of any wrongdoing whatsoever. Even though, the conversations that he had with us, not once were they like, look guys, you broke the law, you're not allowed to be here. It was, no, this is our building, they don't have jurisdiction. Every conversation he had with us was 100% about jurisdiction and the state not being allowed to do what they did. He never said that we weren't supposed to be there according to the state. He never said that the state didn't allow us or the state didn't tell us we could be there. It was, well, no, this is my courthouse. You're not allowed to be here because of the state. And even if they did hire you, I don't care. I'm still arresting you because this is my courthouse. It was 100% all jurisdictional. And he was mad because somebody didn't let the king know that there was somebody in his kingdom.
Yeah, I'll add as far as repercussions, it almost went the opposite manner. The state ended up, after all of this, bending their will to meet the sheriff's demands, which was basically, all right, they're never going to do penetration testing again. They're not doing any offensive engagements like this in manner. And the sheriffs and all 50 courthouses in the state of Iowa are responsible for their own security, their own courthouse, which, I mean, you can imagine how that's going to go. So it was kind of terrible. The repercussions, all the knee-jerk reactions that you'd expect from an entity that has no awareness of security whatsoever.
So then my next question for you guys is that, do you think he would have been different and everyone would have been more different if they actually knew about the hacker culture of the community, and know that you guys were security researchers, security consultants that were basically protecting and serving them and their community? Do you think that would have made a difference? Or do you think this is more about, instead of ignorance, it's more of an arrogance and an ego situation at that point?
Definitely number two. Even the sheriff, when he was speaking, he was saying, I've got a lot of friends that do this, but this isn't the right way. When Black Hills came in and he was talking to everybody, oh, I've got friends that do this stuff. It's not like I don't understand what's going on, is at least is what he said. But yet he's on video going, I've never heard of anything like this. This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. So yeah, he's a very large hypocrite in my opinion, and he lied a couple of times. And in our Black Hat talk that we did, I point out a lot of that stuff. When the very beginning of the video, when the cruiser is cruising around at about 20-30 miles an hour to come to our call, he's telling everybody that his officers are going 150 miles an hour to the call, and how you would feel bad if one of our officers killed one of your family because they were going so fast on the way to the call. But yet we have body cam footage of somebody going 30 miles an hour, stopping at stop signs, obeying the laws when they're on their way to their courthouse, and him saying that I never said anything. If you looked in the media, I haven't said one word. And then I'm sitting there flashing all of the comments that he gave on articles and interviews that he gave right before he went to that talk. The guy just, he didn't tell the truth about anything after the fact. So I have a very hard time believing that if he actually knew anything about us, which I don't think he did, or he was privy to everything, I don't think things would have changed much outside of the state kissing his ass and asking him to have permission if they could come to his county. That really, to me, was the crux of the issue. Is he was not asked if they could do this. And to be honest with you, I think even if he was asked, I don't think he would have allowed it. I would think he would have said, no, this is my county. We have our security. It's fine. We don't need you, type of thing, is the idea that I get from him.
Yeah. And I'll add that awareness and kind of that outreach and the understanding of the work that we do is absolutely critical, and it would make a ton of difference in some situations. With that sheriff, not so much. And even the responding officers who had never heard of this before, they got it. They talked to the point of contacts. They were able to assess in real time and get up to speed. Where it would have helped is you have these politicians, and I don't know how people like this get elected, but calling us bandits in the public spotlight, saying, what is this? You have guys breaking into buildings. How dare they? This is just absolutely asinine. And then them wanting to press non-felonious misconduct charges against the people that hired us to do proactive security testing. So there was a lot of backwardness there, or at least just not understanding modern security practices. So as an industry, we definitely still have a lot of work to do, and Chloe, you're spearheading it, so awesome. But great to have forums like this where we can start discussing how to get this more in front of the eyes of everyday people, or at least the stakeholders who are going to have some influence over this going forward.
So for those that just joined us at any point in this conversation, I want you to understand what has just happened. So we have two people that were hired to do security testing. They were hired to protect and serve. And what ended up happening was that a sheriff decided to show up on the scene with his privilege and used it against them, in a sense where he also has a team of people around him that covered up their cameras, their body cameras. And what had happened to Justin and Gary was that they ended up having to be in a cell for about 24 hours, correct?
Correct. And charges pressed for 6 months. Yeah.
And charges. So at this moment, I think it might be a good conversation to talk about I think for some, they've never been in a cell before. And for some people, when it's their first time in a cell, it's one of those moments where you don't feel like you have control of your life. You are very scared of what ends up happening. You don't know how to feel nor think at the same time because there's no one to talk to about it. And you feel pretty much isolated usually. I was wondering if you guys can share your experience. And I know Gary, giving you dairy products and you have an allergic reaction, that's never okay. Like, I feel like people are always like, they don't take allergies very seriously at all. And I always hope that they have an EpiPen nearby at all times because of how they do this kind of stuff. And you see it a lot also in like Oakland and in our jails and everything is like they'll give products that people are allergic to and they just don't care. And I'm curious to know, what was your experience being in that cell without knowing what time it is, except for like seeing what time feeding is? But what was this whole experience for each one of you guys individually, like the emotions that came out because of it?
For me, being in the cell itself isn't really that big of a deal. The funny thing is, the first thing you start thinking of is how you break out of the cell, especially when you're in physical security, right? You're like, okay, what kind of latch is on this door? I wonder if it's if they've got a button around here. I wonder if we could bypass it. I wonder if it's always open or always closed. The things that you go through your mind is just you try to keep yourself occupied. The part that I had a hard time dealing with is, man, I've never been good at being punished for stuff I didn't do. If I've done something, or even if I think I may have deserved it, or if there's any part of me that's like, okay, I probably shouldn't have done it. Like if I would have gotten a bar fight and I would have been in jail, fine. Like, okay, I shouldn't have punched the guy. I get it. But when you're there and 100% without a doubt that you didn't do anything wrong, that's the part that really, really, really makes it hard because you're mad. You're like, I'm being punished. I'm literally in jail and I didn't do shit. Like I didn't do anything wrong. And so then you just sit there and you just get mad. That's all I did. I just got mad the entire time. And then I got a guy on the right of me that's coming down from heroin, and he's got cold sweats and shaking, and he's got all the mats that they give you to sit on, and he's sweating all over. He's like, "Oh, dude, you need another mat?" And he throws me the mat. I don't want that mat, dude. I'm cool, thanks. So you're sleeping on the concrete because you don't want the heroin sweat mat from the guy next to you, and then the other guy that gets in there is a third time felon saying he's really got to stop. He's like, I got to stop with the felonies, man. This is my third time. I don't know if I'm ever getting out. I'm like, so great. I was just here working. I don't know why I'm here, but that's why I'm here. But yeah, Justin had a little bit different of experience. I actually got to call and collect calls in or collect calls out, but I actually got to talk to my boss at the time. And that I don't know if I would rather be in my position knowing a little bit more or in Justin's, but I got the call that like, hey, the state has completely disavowed you, and they said that you went rogue and you weren't supposed to be pen testing, and they have lawyered up and they are no longer talking or helping with anything. So good luck, guys. I was like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say, I mean, it kind of goes against all your instincts and ideals as a human, as an American, and especially as a hacker. You don't like to be locked up. You kind of reject that authority that's crushing down on you because they want to, because of no valid reason. So definitely, yeah, from the eyes of a physical security perspective, you're learning how to break out.
And you have to stay in here. Sorry. It's my dog.
It would have been a little bit difficult. They're using 12 lever locks. Everything's mechanical. Didn't look like there was any automatic override. So fire or whatever hazard comes into play, we're just smoked if nobody comes to get us. So I all of my life has been about centering the power underneath me, being able to be very capable in my situation, being able to handle myself regardless of what comes my way. And then when you're locked in a cell like that, kind of goes all out the window. And like Gary's saying, without actual valid cause for it, you feel very slighted. And especially when you're called on site to help improve things for them, to help make things more secure for them or for their constituents. So upsetting experience all around.
And then validation that they knew we were supposed to be there. Yeah, we've already talked to the state. Yes, you're under contract. Yeah, we don't care. Yeah, we're still arresting you and pressing charges anyway. That makes it, that just compounds it. Makes it so much worse when they knew we were supposed to be there and they've called and talked to our contacts And our contacts actually got a hold of one of our contacts, and he's like, yeah, we've talked to him. He's not budging. He doesn't really care. You think he'd be more, understanding of your position? I'm like, well, he's obviously not, dude. Why don't you come down here and get us out? Oh, we're working on it. And then of course, they never show up, which doesn't help either, right? When you've got your customer that you're under contract with, that's the state. I mean, it wasn't like this was, Joe off the street that owns a cybersecurity company that asked us to come in and pen test, and all of a sudden he's in trouble with the law, right? And he's a little nervous. This is the friggin' state we're dealing with. And then the state was like, oh no, we don't want to make the sheriff mad. We're not going to show up. Oh, we're going to lawyer up because we think we may have messed something up. So screw you guys. We don't really care if you're in prison for 7 years, as long as it doesn't look bad on us. And as long as we get to be rehired into our positions. And that really was the part that messed up. There's so many people could have stopped this, like at any point, at any time, but people were more worried about make sure that I still have my job, and let's send 2 innocent people to jail and possibly 7 years of prison time because I don't want to lose my job. And I have such a hard time like accepting that there was so many people involved and nobody was willing to do the actual right thing. Like nobody stepped up and said, these guys, we hired these guys. This is on us. Nobody said that. Not one person said that at all. And they were just, everybody was willing to let us go to prison for 7 years. For what? For a job? I could never, ever, ever, ever do that. If I did something that screwed something up, and none of them would have went to jail. That's the funny thing. They may have lost their job. They may have been in trouble, but none of them would have went to jail. And if I'm sitting there and I do something that makes somebody possibly go to prison, I cannot think of a scenario where I'm like, sorry, dude, don't want to lose my job. Hey, good luck for the next 7 years in Lompoc. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, it's that kind of like gang mentality, right? If the leader is like going to go and do one thing, everyone follows it. And this is something that we have seen quite a bit in various cases, even in the States. But I'm curious to know is how you were feeling afterwards. I would imagine slated is still one of the things, but getting out of that, it probably, I don't know if you ever question, like, why am I still doing this type of work if people are going to do this to me when I'm doing my job? Did that ever cross your mind?
No,
Thinking, yeah.
Not me. I don't think so. I mean, I've been protecting and serving in one way or another. I was a deputy sheriff in college for a year, and then I was a Marine for 7 years, and then I was an engineer building helicopters for Marines for another 5 years before any of this stuff. So in some form, fashion or another, I've been trying to serve and or protect somebody or something. At this point, it's what I do. It's my nature. So no, I wasn't going to let some hick in Iowa that had a bad day and was angry at his jurisdictional issues ruin that for me. That's just not going to happen. And I'm much better at my job than he is at his job. So I refuse to let somebody who's bad at their job affect me or what I do.
Yep, agreed. It's had some effect. It's changed our approach in the way we deal with some entities, specifically government entities, or situations where we're dealing on public property. But at the end of the day, I mean, we eat, breathe, sleep, live physical security. This is our passion. So no, definitely not going to stop.
Yeah. And since then we've actually started, obviously made some changes, right? We've started contacting both the local law enforcement, whether or not that's city or county or whatever it is. And then although sheriff is usually the county, but there's some areas that they only have county law enforcement, so you just contact the sheriff's department. But in all the cases that we've been doing since then, we contact, if they've got city police, we contact the city police, and then we contact the sheriff on top of it, and we make sure that our clients contact both law enforcement agencies as well. And the weird thing is what made this, I don't want to say the perfect storm, but allow it to happen, is if this was a private company, never could have happened like this, because the sheriff couldn't have screamed jurisdictional issues. It would have been like, dude, we're working. This is our property. This is private. Go away. Let us do our job. What the hell do you think you're doing? And any company owner would have said the same, like, hey, we've hired these guys to come in here and do a physical security test. That you arresting them on private property is the same thing as them walking into your office, in the middle of downtown Seattle and arresting you for working on your computer. Just because you think you don't like something doesn't give you the authorization to come in and arrest somebody on private property doing something that's not illegal. It just so happened that this was, state versus county, and it gets convoluted because technically the state rents out the property from the county, and it's up to the county to provide security. However, everybody in the building is a state employee, and they're employed by the state. And what made this super confusing and even more aggravating was we were state contractors. We had a right to be in the building. The state authorized us to be in the building, and they kept saying jurisdictional issues and problems, like, you don't have jurisdiction to do this. Really? Well, the judge is a state employee. This judge has the right to be there. And if she would have forgot her computer and came in at 12 o'clock, guess what? You're not arresting her. But here we are, state contracted employees with a contract on site doing our job, but somehow we weren't supposed to be there. Whatever.
Oh, what was?
We're still aggravated if you can't tell.
No, this is good. If people can see this, it's like, this is why change needs to happen now. I mean, this is our fear in the hacker community is doing this type of work, even if it's our job, even if it's like a vulnerability disclosure, we're always scared of moments like this because there is no protection in a sense. And that's one of the issues, and that's why we came today as a conference, is to learn a little bit more of how to go about this structure that's in place right now, where we can still protect and serve, and at the same time, protect ourselves while doing so. What was it like for you guys when it was coming up to a court, when you were going to court to have this thing looked at? What were the feelings that went through your mind? Did you feel like Coalfire was going to protect you as much as possible? Did you feel like you're kind of more on your own? What were the sensations and emotions that were coming through?
It was definitely uncharted territory. Gary had more of a law background than I did, so I was completely fresh going into this, had no idea what to expect, and learned very quickly, the difference between criminal and civil cases, which is kind of one thing that we're going to touch on with a Good Samaritan program. But going through it, charges were pressed against us. Coalfire had no legal obligation, really. I'm not sure if there's anything in our contracts, to come defend us, since charges were pressed against us individually. I had always assumed, okay, anything ever happen, company's got it taken care of. I'll be a fly on the wall, and that'll be their legal situation to work through. Was not at all the case. So the company had to make some good decisions to find lawyers that would support us. They ended up paying for it all, so that was fantastic. But still, the process took 6 months, and there were so many opportunities for either somebody to do the right thing or for common sense to prevail and just drop the charges and say, obviously, these guys were hired by the state. What are we doing here? This is just nonsense. But we were exercising every avenue possible. And unless the county prosecutor decided to drop charges, nothing else was going to come of it. We even had a contact with the governor, I believe it was, and she said she was powerless to intervene whatsoever, either during or after for a pardon. And that would only apply if we were convicted. So, I mean, still there's so many repercussions that lasted even after we had charges dropped. So the process was, we were charged with burglary, possession of burglary tools for about the first month. Once they went through to whatever the next step in the court process, the legal process is, they reduced charges to trespassing. And I think they expected us to tap out and just say, well, we'll take it. We'll accept that. That's obviously better than 7 years of prison time. And then it would kind of relieve them of any liability in the situation, which of course we weren't willing to do. And so we said, no, absolutely not. We're going to keep fighting this. And it lasted for about another 5 months afterwards. After we had gone through and we got bailed out after the first 20 hours in jail, we each flew back to our respective states. So it was all a virtual process. We did have some meetings with other county prosecutors for downtown Des Moines. So that was a whole nother avenue. We were looking at getting charges pressed against us from a whole nother entity too. So we're about to have to fight 2 legal battles at once. And again, just asinine. Like, guys, you already know the situation. The state hired us. Why are you even evaluating that option. So it was disheartening all along the way. Definitely seemed like a violation of justice. Didn't seem, there's no common sense to it, and we had rights stripped of us too. So it wasn't innocent until proven guilty. Gary and I, both avid hunters and gun owners, could not purchase guns in the meantime. Even after charges had dropped, there was some time where we weren't able to purchase firearms. We had all our tools stripped of us. They didn't want to give us our tools back. They said, well, if we do that, it's admitting that these guys aren't a threat to the streets or anything like that. It's like, what are you guys even after? So it was just pretty much them playing hardball and just trying to punish us for God knows what. I don't know, a jurisdiction issue between county and state.
Did you guys ever feel like you were like pawns?
Yeah,
Oh,
the whole time.
Yeah, the ignorance was stifling, to say the least. The elected officials, how they said and the things they said, you're just, if you there's hours and hours of the video, but if you watch it, you just scratch your head. You're like, how can these people be in charge? Like they're idiots. Like they're literally idiots. They're completely talking out of their backsides. They have no idea what they're talking about, but here they are trying to pass sweeping legislation on something they have no idea about. Like they didn't ask for a third party to come in for security's sake and say, is this the best thing that we should really do? It was, nope, we're never going to do testing any security again because we never want to have something like this happen because it's dangerous. Well, you know what's even more dangerous is if somebody just walks into your open courthouse in the middle of the night because you didn't latch the door and place a bomb somewhere. That's what's dangerous, right? Oh no, let's not do that. Let's not prevent things like that. Let's not, let's not go out there and show people that there's issues. We're just not going to worry about it, and we're going to not talk about it, and then it's really not going to exist. Idiocracy was at a completely different level when you start seeing the state legislation, how they talked about things and the things that they wanted to pass. And as far as being a pawn, there was a comment. There was actually one person in this entire thing that had common sense outside of our lawyer and us, of course, and actually waited and put two and two together. So they had the district attorney for what was the county that the Iowa or not Des Moines was in, Justin?
Des Moines County, I don't know.
Was it Des Moines County? Yeah, whatever
Probably
it was. Yeah, the county with the original courthouse that we broke into, not the one in Needle, Iowa, but the original one. That prosecutor for our case wasn't the actual DA. He was an assistant DA that was handed our case to prosecute. He was telling us, he said, look, the DA wants somebody to be at fault. That's all there is to it. Somebody has to be responsible.
Someone's head has to roll for this.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were saying. Somebody's head has to roll for this. They didn't care who it was. They didn't care if that person was actually guilty. They just wanted to place guilt on someone and make someone guilty. Had nothing to do with actually really being guilty or somebody actually going after justice. It was all political. Well, somebody needs to be in trouble for this. We have to have somebody's head roll for these situations. And this gentleman actually took his time. He actually waited. Regardless of what everybody else said, that's what their comment was. We're currently investigating this. We don't know if we're going to bring charges or not. Let us do our thing. And probably a month later, he came to our lawyer and was just like, you know what? I don't see how these guys are guilty of anything. Like they were doing their job. He's like, maybe on a bad day, they may be guilty of criminal trespass. If you want to say that state employees aren't supposed to be there at a certain time and they were anyway, but that just like any other state employee, he's like, these guys aren't guilty. They didn't do anything wrong. And at some point, the DA is like, you need to charge these guys. And he's like, I can't. They're not guilty. I can't charge somebody legally or morally knowing that, in my mind, they're not guilty. If you want to charge these guys, you're going to have to get a different prosecutor. The only one with any kind of sense of morality whatsoever in that entire rigmarole was, I believe his title was, he was an assistant DA, but he was definitely a prosecutor for Des Moines County or whatever county that Des Moines is in. And he was like the way that it should be. That's the way that it's supposed to be. And he was fighting for us the entire time. So these guys aren't guilty at all. So yeah, political. The whole thing just was it was very interesting. If people out there watching haven't, they've read about it, or they watched our Black Hat talk, or they've done Darknet Diaries, like, I encourage you to go out and find all the information. Maybe that's something we should do, Justin, is put it all in one spot. But go watch the videos that of the legislation that they did, or lack of legislation, I should say, whatever you want to call that. I don't even know what that meeting was called, but go watch
Judicial Oversight Committee.
Yeah,
And they
go
may have
watch.
taken that video down.
Yeah, go watch the. I think somebody found it. What didn't someone end up finding it later? One of the reporters that we talked to.
Okay.
I think they ended up finding it. But yeah, watch those videos. Watch the oversight committee. Listen to the stuff that they say. Like, listen to how nobody is really interested in the security of it. They're more interested in the political ramifications and the outlook and how people are going to view this stuff, rather than actual security of the people. If you go through and you read everything, it will blow your mind at how ignorant a lot of the processes that we have and the people that we have in place making these decisions are. They're making snap decisions based on things they have no idea about, none whatsoever.
So I would say, like, some of the main takeaways from this entire interview is that we still have people that are not aware of the hacker community and what we do and why we're actually needed in this space. Because you wouldn't have us secure anything if you did have us in the first place. That's the first thing. We need legislation that protects. Also, every single officer out there should always have their body cam on. They should never, ever be able to turn that thing off. I feel like there should be some sort of punishment on that front. That's not okay. That's never okay. But the most important thing is that if you see something or you hear something that is not right, is to stand up and say something, because you could be helping out other people.
Which huge kudos to the security industry, InfoSec community. You guys did it. It was incredible. I mean, we've read about that, and stories from the past in the 90s when hackers are just getting prejudiced against by the government. Everyone rose to this occasion. It was unbelievable, the support that we had from people we've never met. Of course, everyone that knows us, calling us up, doing whatever they can for us. But to see thousands of people stand up in unison and say, this is bullshit. These guys are trying to help you and you're putting them in jail. It was unbelievable, the things people were doing. It was amazing. So absolutely could not end this without saying thank you to the InfoSec community.
Excellent. Do you guys have any last parting words of advisement or wisdom that you want to share with the community, or want them to share it for you outside of the community?
The thing that I would like to say is piggyback on what Justin said is, we as a community are very powerful. The skill sets that we have, the things we're able to do, the backing that we have as far as knowledge and just gumption overall. The support that we had was amazing. Like, we need that support in everything we're trying to do in regards to getting things changed and getting laws passed. And if we collectively worked together as a community, not just when things that shouldn't happen, but in order to get things that should happen to happen, we would be wildly successful. It just, get involved and help. And it sometimes it's just as simple as you had no idea that the person that or the buddy that you have could help out in this situation. And then just a lot of times that networking and linking two people together so they can talk to each other and finding out that this is the exact person that I need. Like, this person can help me with exactly what I want in this situation. So if anything, just work together and help out. And thank you guys all so much for banding together and everything that we're doing here is amazing. Like, we need to do more of this.
That's it.
Thank you, Justin and Gary, for sharing what happened. And thank you for letting me ask any question that came to my mind. This is great. I love when I get to interview people without any, can't talk about this or that. Thank you guys for being transparent with the community. And thank you for sharing your story. And I cannot imagine the bravery that you must have had to have during it and even afterwards. I mean, it's a fear we all have. But thank you guys so much. If anyone has any remaining questions for either one of them, please go in Discord and ask your questions, and they will be there. And if there's ever questions later on in this event, feel free to reach out to Justin and Gary. Their handles are on the site. All right, Omar, take it away.
We're going in a quick break, and we'll have the next speaker within the next 2 minutes or so. Be right back.
Put my stuff in presenter mode.
And Brian, take it away.
Hey, so Brian McInnes, chair, co-founder of Hacking is Not a Crime. I'd like to introduce to you a gentleman that needs no introduction, man that radiates positivity and energy, Charles Schur, and he's going to be presenting today on web app hacking, the next generation. Charles?
All right. Hello, everyone. And again, thank you, HackerCon, for having me. Again, today we're going to talk about like hacking. And the reason for this particular title, I was actually watching Star Trek: The Next Generation. I was like, there it is. That's the talk right there. It's just insane. But today what we're going to talk about is just for folks that, as of late, I've been getting a lot of questions, how to get started in web application security. How do I hack web apps? How do I get started? And a lot has changed since I began my journey on hacking web apps, right? So the basis of this talk today is just going to be more so an intro level, but just showing you, hey, how to actually get started and providing you with information and equipping you to get started and take your journey to the next level. So just a little bit about myself. I've been in IT for 18 years. Yeah, it's been that long. The last 7 actually in security. I started out as pretty much, before I even was a PC tech, I actually just made cables for the network engineers and did network drops, right? And then I became a PC tech, and then from there I moved on to like sysadmin and system engineer. I've been a developer. And then within the last 7 years, I've moved into security as a penetration tester, beginning with wireless, actually, and some NetPen, and then moved into the web application security field, which I fell in love with. And I just, even if it's not part of my core job, I still will play around with web apps. Also, for those of you who don't know me, I am a retro gamer. I'm a huge fan of retro. I even asked our little friend here to join today from 1985. NES Rob. Say hello, Rob. Hi. And I love retro games. I love everything about them. It just takes me back to a fun time in life where things were just so simple and enjoyable, right? So then of course, just a couple of alphabets by my name, OSCP, OSWP. And of course, I definitely have a passion for people, and I'm a huge keyboard lover. I love mechanical keyboards. I like the way they go click, clack. So enough about moi. Let's get into the reason why we're here, to talk about web apps and hacking them. So again, before we get into actually hacking the web applications themselves, I want to do this. Let's start with learning about the theory. And theory is good because a lot of times, and just to give you a backstory, when I first started out as a web hacker, there was just only one book in mind, and that was just the Web Application Hacker's Handbook. Go read that book and go hack web apps. That was the advice. And not saying that it was bad advice, but that was the only advice I was receiving. So now, today, I'm just having the pleasure of actually giving that back and more. So when you want to hack web apps, let's learn the theory. So learn from these particular books. You can learn from the Web Application Hacker's Handbook, of course, the Browser Hacker Handbook, and then you have the more modern one, which is the Web Application Security modern apps, and that's pretty good. I've halfway through the book though, but it's very helpful, and I think you would learn a lot from it. And not only that, as you're learning the theory, that's the thing too. You want to pretty much, and I say this to anyone that's actually like talking with me or asking me questions. Ask questions. Questions are important. I mean, you can't learn this stuff in a vacuum. And I think a lot of times we struggle with that. And this is just a model of mine. Every question that you have kills one day of imposter syndrome. Because a lot of us, we might suffer from imposter syndrome. We don't know what to ask, or we might be afraid to ask. But there are no stupid questions. That is so true. Ask the question until you understand it. Because that's your goal anyway, if you want to learn web app hacking, you're going to have to ask questions. Everything can't be learned in a vacuum. And here's just some of the sources that you can use now. Discord, for example. Use Discord as your oyster. I know a lot of times we get on Discord, we hang out with a lot of our friends. We want to hang out, cool out, and that's fun too. But if you actually want to learn something new and you're into like hacking web apps, get into the JavaScript Discord. Get into the OWASP. OWASP has a Discord channel. Get into anything related to web applications. Get into the Discord channel. Start asking questions. Even the local hacker groups that you might be a part of. Ask them questions. Questions. Then hop onto some of the mailing lists. If you're working on an application, if you're pen testing a web application or hacking an application, and say, for example, it's like WordPress or something, get on the WordPress mailing list. Ask the question there. You might not get your answers from Discord, but you might get it from mailing lists. And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. That doesn't make you any less of a person, aka hacker. It doesn't. It makes you actually better because you're actually getting the answer to your question and you're moving along in your journey. And even Twitter. And I know Twitter sometimes can be a scary place for folks. But again, ask the question. Eventually, somebody's going to answer the question, give you the answer that you're looking for. And also, too, I want to point out, if whatever area that you're in, look up OWASP groups in your area for web application hacking and anything related to web application security. Also, check out She Hacks Purple. Awesome person. Awesome. Tanya's just so awesome. She does a lot of good information. Check her out on YouTube. These are, and you can ask questions there as well, too, and she can guide you into the right direction as well, too. But definitely, I would recommend ask questions. That's the source of it, a lot of it. So moving on. So now that we've gotten the theory out of the way, we got the basics of the theories down. We're out here asking questions in Discord and Twitter and even on YouTube or whatnot, or even mailing lists. Now it's time to build a lab. Build a lab. Building a lab gives you not only that experience, but that satisfaction. Like, hey, I built this. You can build it, you can break it, you can tear it down, you can customize it, you can do anything you want because it's your lab. And as you can see here, even though it's cut off, I don't know why, but the OWASP vulnerable projects for web applications directory has a plenty of web apps. It has some that are offline, it has some that are online, and even ISOs as well too, as you can see in the tab there. You can get some VM ISOs as well too. And speaking of ISOs, definitely check out VulnHub and then look up like the web application security. Like I think they have like a category that's just dedicated to like web and reverse engineering. In this case, we're focused on web. So look up anything web application related in VulnHub, and you can actually download that ISO and put it into your lab. And you can actually go through the different examples and actually learn about how this functions. And even if you're struggling, that's okay. There's nothing wrong. Struggle creates better progress. Again, struggle creates better progress. So if you're struggling, that's fine. And that's where we want to go back to asking more questions. Do a little bit, try a little bit, ask a little bit. Do a little bit, try a little bit, ask a little bit. Keep it repetitive, and you'd be surprised how much knowledge you gain at the end of it all. Well, it never really ends, as you know that. So once you got your lab built, and that's cool. You're doing some hacking, internally or whatnot. Get out there and do some challenges. Meet new people. And this is where Discord is a jewel. Actually, try Hack the Box. There's several others too. There's Try Hack Me. I believe Try Hack Me does have a Discord channel. I know Hack the Box does as well, but I think Try Hack Me does. I can't remember, but I think they do. But definitely get out there on Discord and like try these challenges. Well, on Discord, ask the questions again. Questions. Without they're going to answer your question without giving too much away, because there's no fun in somebody just giving you the answer. They can point you in the right direction, but it's never good just to get the answer because you don't learn anything that way. But get out there, try challenges. Even if you don't want to go at it alone, you can join teams. You can join folks. Hey, a lot of folks are doing like Hack the Box challenges. Do you want to get involved with the CTF? And you can be on different teams. And not only are you learning and creating and doing different things and solving many challenges, you're actually making a new friend as well too. So it's a win-win. Knowledge and friends. All right. So now let's get into some of the meat and the potatoes of this all, right? So, and I call this the meat and the potatoes because now that you've built the lab, first of all, you understand the theory. You've built the lab. You're actually asking questions, as you should always. You're doing some challenges, and you're solving some of these challenges. And now you're going back into your lab a little bit, and you're like, okay, maybe I want to do something that's custom. Maybe you've solved all the challenges, and you're bored of like VulnHub, and your lab is just not exciting anymore, and you want to truly customize it and make your own custom applications. Writing code is the way to go. And these are just some of the languages I refer to when learning to write code and hacking web applications, specifically HTML. As you all know, that's the fundamental language of the internet, of the web. Of course, you have JavaScript. And again, some of the it's not so much a new language, but Python and Ruby. And I'm loving Golang these days. Definitely check out Golang. And of course, Java for legacy purposes and real world purposes. There's still a lot of Java out there as there is mainframe, right? That's just the way it is. I know some people might be like, Java, ill. But hey, it's still out there. This is something that you might have to run into. So it's best that you learn about it. And again, as you're writing code, as you're making like vulnerable apps, ask questions. Say, hey, I've made this app. I'm trying this out. See if you can hack into it. Give me some pointers back. How can I make this better? How can I make it more efficient? These are things that you should be doing all the time, right? And again, as you're asking questions, you're also learning. As you read a little code, you're writing some more code. Read a little code, write some more code. It's all repetitive. And ask questions. Again, question. So these are things that you want to look at when you're actually hacking web apps, okay? Now, this is the fun part. And I know we've done the lab, and I know that we've done the theory, we've done the challenges, we're creating our own custom labs, and things are awesome, right? But there's still more to go on this journey. You still have to break applications. Now, the reason I said break applications from a black box and a white box approach is because just what it is, right? So each approach will give you something different and add to your portfolio, right? So let's take the black box approach. The black box approach is more so related to like bug bounty programs, right? Such as HackerOne and Bug Crowd, right? And I'm pretty sure there's some other ones out there. Those are the two main ones that a lot of folks actually use. So you want to do that because it gives you, like I said, the black box approach. It sees how well you can maybe look at code and maybe modify it to make it do things that it wasn't designed to do, to be able to get, like, say, a cross-site scripting injection or a NoSQL injection. I'm just naming some of these attacks here. But the black box approach gives you that truly, like, hey, you're an attacker from the outside, you're an adversary, and I'm coming for your application and see what bugs I can actually find without any help from the application owner, okay? Now, with the white box approach, which is more so like in the real world, especially when you're dealing with hacking web APIs, a lot of times you will get some documentation, which is always good. Being able to review the source code and look at it and say, maybe I can exploit something here. Hey, maybe I could do an injection here. Hey, maybe I can bypass the business logic of this application to gain access to maybe the database, or maybe enumerate users, or even just pretty much reverse engineer the application itself and make it do things that it was never designed to do. But these are approaches that provide like a healthy mix when you're learning to hack web applications in general. Now, and this is just, again, as I mentioned before, we talked about cross-site scripting, right? Cross-site scripting, and I'm just naming just pretty much just one of the attacks. There's several different attacks out there, attack vectors. As you're going through the theory, you'll learn about them. You'll learn about NoSQL injection. You'll learn about HTTP smuggling and various other attacks that are actually out there to your pleasure. So with this in hand, like with cross-site scripting, I always like to say this, it's all about the characters, baby. So with cross-site scripting, everybody does like the traditional alert or whatnot, and that's fine. But then now, say an application owner, or if you're coding the application to make it tougher for others to get in, now you're encoding the output. As you can see here, this is all like encoded output on the output area, right? Now you want to say, hey, you know what? Maybe how can I bypass this? And this is where learning about different characters, where you're located. And this is why I say it's important to understand HTML and especially JavaScript, because there's different ways of doing cross-site scripting injection within those particular applications that are written in those languages. So for example, if you have a traditional web application that's written in traditional HTML, you're going to look at forms of HTML injection, which includes bracket, open bracket, close bracket, double quote. And you might use a single quote here and there. But the main things is open bracket, close bracket, double quote. Those are the characters you're going to need to be able to break out of that particular tag that you might be in order to inject your custom code, right? So JavaScript, not so much. You don't need any brackets. You need a semicolon. You need a single quote. You might need some open curly brace, close curly brace. So this is why I say it's good to understand, have a mix of the theory as well as understanding how attacks work. And this is where you get all this healthy mixing. And you learn about a lot of this stuff by doing black box approaches, white box approach, reading some code, writing some code, and as we all know, asking questions. Again, asking questions is the focal point because that gets you to the next step. Somebody's going to be able to point you to the right direction and help you along with your journey. Because again, all of this stuff can't be learned overnight. That's why we call it a journey and not a race. Now, we have our theory. We've built our labs. We've tried different challenges. We've even done bug bounty from the black box approach. We've done real world applications from the white box approach, being able to view source code. And through it all, we've been asking questions, right? So now, don't ever forget, remember, and especially in IT, tech in general, everything old is new again. So don't forget about the knowledge of hacking web applications that came before you. And this is why I say research the forgotten knowledge, because that forgotten knowledge, you can run into a legacy application where, like, say, for example, we're going to look at HTTP smuggling. You might run into an application where HTTP smuggling is allowed, and you've done the research, you know how this works. So now you're able to pretty much just have fun and do different attacks within that particular legacy application. Same thing with web cache poisoning and even DNS rebinding. These are attacks that, you might not see in the wild all the time, but it's always good to have that forgotten knowledge, in your repertoire. And I also provided a link there and this is the link that I actually use, Reddit, the web research Reddit subreddit. A lot of information in there. I mean, just tons of information. I'd recommend just going through all of that because you're going to get a ton of great information and a lot of fun stuff is going to come out of that. So now I wanted to in here, and because I want to leave room for questions. If anybody has questions in the audience, I can't see the questions. So somebody's going to have to, if you have any questions, please ask me. I'm here to answer any questions that you want. I'm located on Twitter as BSD Bandit. I'm also on Discord as BSD Bandit. And of course, that's my email address. My DMs are always open. Ask me any questions. I will never turn you away. I will always answer your questions, or I can point, if I don't know the answer, I will point you in the right direction to someone who does have the answer.
Awesome. And thank you, Charles. I think that everybody is going to be interacting and asking questions after the presentation in Discord.
Okay.
So if you just join us, of course, the Discord server information is in the bottom of the screen, and of course, you have now Charles' information in the screen as well. So with that said, thank you so much, Charles, for your time and for your collaboration here. I really appreciate you supporting the effort, both the Hacking is Not a Crime and the Red Team Village. So
thank you so much for having me. I love y'all all. Ow! Yep, yep.
Awesome. Thank you. And we're going to go in the quick break, and we're going to be back in the next 3 minutes or so. Okay, we're back live. Take it away.
Hey everyone, we're back. Next up is going to be Harley Geiger from Rapid7, and he's going to be talking about why hacking is not always a crime. Harley?
That's right. Hi, everybody, fellow hacks. Let me share my screen here real fast. So thank you. Thank you very much for coming to my talk. I'm going to be covering some current hacking law issues and near-term changes that we can expect to hacking laws and policy, mostly in the United States. This is a 25-minute talk slot. I'm going to use just about all of it, but I will be on Discord and Twitter afterwards for Q&A. I'm going to talk kind of fast, throw a lot of information at you. There will be legal information. It's unavoidable. But if you don't get it all, don't worry. The talk will be recorded and you can rewatch it and pore over it later. I know I will. I'm Harley Geiger and Senior Director of Public Policy at Rapid7. I've been working on legal protections for security researchers pretty directly since about 2013 when I was a congressional staffer and wrote legislation to reform the DMCA and the CFAA. And advocating for security research and the community has been a good chunk of what I do still at Rapid7 because I believe that this community is critical for pushing improvements to cybersecurity and safety for users. Now, you may be forgiven if you are looking at the title of my talk and feeling indignant, right? Hacking is not always a crime. Well, hacking is not a crime, you might be saying to yourself. But I want you to imagine the government chuckling like Emperor Palpatine and saying, my friends, whether hacking is a crime is up to the government, right? We empower the government to define the laws. So how is that going in 2021 with hacking law? So we're going to check in. Let's check in on the crimes. We're going to look at Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. We're going to look at the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, coordinated vulnerability disclosure policies, state computer crime laws, and a bit on privacy laws as well. So let's kick off the review with the monstrous Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. This law, and forgive me, here comes the lawyer speak, right? But the law forbids circumventing a technological protection measure that controls access to a copyrighted work unless you have the authorization of the copyright owner. So what does that mean for hacking? Well, software is a copyrighted work, and a lot of security research involves exploiting protections like weak encryption or default passwords on software. So that's the circumventing of the technological protection measures. And that puts good faith hackers at risk of being sued by the software vendor for daring to hack without their permission. So, and that is even for devices that you already own, because you don't own the copyright on the software in that device, you are licensing that software. So DMCA, right? It's protecting copyright. Not really. Everyone recognizes that security research does not infringe on copyright. Instead, Section 1201 of the DMCA has really become more of this battleground over those who want to see protections for security research and those who argue that all sorts of apocalyptic things will happen if hackers are not held back by these legal restrictions, right? Live elections will be hacked, cars will be hacked in the highway, planes will be hacked in the air, and other such nonsense that I know that you all would never do. But the hacking protection side has actually made tremendous progress recently. Every 3 years, we assemble before the Copyright Office and we engage in ritual combat with those who would seek to stifle independent security research. And this debate takes place before the Copyright Office. It involves security researchers, businesses, trade associations, the Department of Justice, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, and an exception to Section 1201, this law that you see, paraphrased up there, an exception for security research, protection for security research was born in 2015. 3 years later, it was strengthened in 2018. And now here we are in 2021, and the debate is happening once again. The 3-year cycle has rolled over, and it is ongoing right now, this month, next month. And by the end of the year, by end of 2021, we will have an updated security research protection rule under Section 1201. I estimate around October, we probably see that. Now, the current regulation, I mentioned this protection, the current protection says that hackers don't need permission from software copyright holders if they are conducting their research on something that they have lawfully acquired, right? So it's not stolen, and they're doing it in a way that avoids harm, and they're doing the research just for security purposes. Okay, but also the regulation says that you cannot get your protection under Section 1201 of the DMCA unless you obey every other law and regulation on the entire globe, right? Think about the enormity of that. So that's even obscure ones with no relation at all to security, like the electrical code, broad and vague ones like the CFAA, which we're getting to next, and even non-US laws that apply extraterritorially, like Chinese restrictions on vulnerability disclosure, GDPR, and so forth. And so this phrase does not violate any applicable law, which is ultra broad and really just serves to compound penalties on researchers, chills research. And this phrase is the focal point, one of the focal points for the current rulemaking that is happening right now with the Copyright Office. And believe it or not, in fact, the Department of Justice is on our side with this one. The DOJ recently sent a letter to the Copyright Office asking them to remove this phrase in the applicable law and provide clear protection for security researchers. I want to also say the DOJ stood up for security researchers in 2018 as well. So they deserve credit for that. So watch out for this later this year. Watch out to see if this any applicable law phrase is in the new rule, the new protection for security researchers. And in the meantime, if you or a loved one have had your security research hindered by unclear liability to Section 1201, now is an excellent time to write a letter to the Copyright Office. Next up, the CFAA. You know it, you love it. And can we just take a moment, can we grudgingly admit that the law has problems, right? But a law that prohibits malicious hacking, it might not be a bad idea if the goal is to prohibit malicious hacking. Well, no. So the CFAA says that you cannot access a computer without the authorization of the computer owner, right? Somebody else's computer. And also, if you do have the authorization to access someone else's computer, that you don't exceed the limits of that authorization, right? Like you can watch Netflix on my computer, but don't be looking at my email. And then finally, you cannot damage somebody else's computer without authorization. And you'll notice that I keep saying other people's computer, someone else's computer, and that's the key to the CFAA, right? Unlike the DMCA, which can apply to computers that you own yourself, the CFAA's prohibitions focus on what you can do to computers and servers and other internet-enabled assets that are not yours. But one of the big problems that CFAA poses for ethical hackers is what happens when you violate terms of service on a computer that you are allowed to use, but that you don't own. So like the server of a publicly accessible website or a computer at your school or workplace, right? So for example, what if the terms of service say, no security research on this computer? You may not scrape this website, or you may not publicly disclose any vulnerabilities that you find on our servers, but you can use it for other things, right? So then if you violate the terms of service, does that then become a federal hacking crime? And so why are we talking about this? This has been something that has split US courts for more than a decade. Very smart people come down on either side of this. Some courts say, yes, it's broad, but violating terms of service is a CFAA violation. And other court circuits in the United States say, no, that's insane. What Congress meant to say was that you have to violate terms of service and do something else, like circumvent a technological control or something, get a cease and desist letter, something else. Well, now, this is what's happening now. Now, the Supreme Court is taking up this issue. In the Van Buren case, this is happening this year. If the Supreme Court does not punt on this issue, if they make a clear decision either way, then this will be a very consequential decision for security researchers and really for everybody else that uses computers, which is one or two of us. So if the Supreme Court decides that it is a violation of terms of service, that violating terms of service is a violation of the CFAA, then lots of stuff becomes illegal, right? Lying about your age or your real name on Facebook, or playing video games on your work computer, and of course, security research that violates terms of service. On the other hand, if the Supreme Court says, no, violating terms of service is not a CFAA violation, then that will probably be considered a good thing for security researchers, but government agencies, many companies are going to worry about insider threat problems because a lot of their insiders really are constrained by contractual organizations, employee agreements, as opposed to technological controls. So either way, it's going to cause problems for one community or another. So I predict that if the Supreme Court comes out with this decision, we're going to see a renewed push for legislation in Congress to update the CFAA. I estimate, spitballing, that the Supreme Court's opinion will come out in May or June of 2021. So watch for that decision in the Van Buren case. Now, the CFAA, of course, is a federal law. Well, what about the states? Bing. The CFAA gets a lot of attention, and you probably think that the CFAA is bad, but you should check out what the laboratories of democracy have cooked up. Every state has a computer crime law, and they tend to have language similar to the CFAA, right? Prohibiting access without authorization, prohibiting exceeds authorized access, except the states tend to be even more broad and more vague than the CFAA. And I'm going to give you two examples. I'm going to give you an example of one that is problematic and one that is actually pretty good. All right, so Maryland and Washington. So here's an example of a possible problem. Maryland, home of the NSA, says that you may not attempt to identify an access code, right? A valid so it doesn't say what you're going to use that access code for. It doesn't say you have to use it maliciously or as part of a crime. But if you identify it or even attempt to identify this access code without permission, really that's a crime in Maryland. So what if you're a security researcher looking for a weak default password on an IoT device that you own, right? It really? So check out the computer crime laws in your state and then weep unless you live in Washington state. So Washington state has a bona fide carve out for security research. Plus, it makes clear that terms of service violations are not crimes. You can see the carve out for security research there and highlight the terms of service stuff in bold. Just look at that for a moment. It's beautiful, but it is very much the exception. Since 2019, at least 7 states have proposed expansions to their computer crime laws. And this is probably undercounting. Since 2019, to my knowledge, at least, Virginia and West Virginia have actually passed expansions to their computer crime laws. Here are summaries of those laws. They're not really related to hacking, but the point is that the state versions of the CFAA are growing, not shrinking. And in many cases, these are redundant crimes. Like Virginia already outlaws fraud, but this is a fraud using electronic messages, right? West Virginia already outlaws malware, but here they are piling new penalties and law enforcement authorities onto ransomware, which is awful stuff. But let's face it, the point is these laws, like the CFAA, are not shrinking, right? They're growing. And states pretty much propose new computer crime laws on an ongoing basis. So be on the lookout for that over the coming year. It may be happening in your state. So CFAA gets a lot of attention, but I really recommend that motivated hackers take a look at the status of their states. Onward now to vulnerability disclosure. And here, for the uninitiated, here we are talking about organizations that adopt processes to receive and to respond to vulnerability disclosures from unsolicited sources like hackers and independent security researchers. And coordinated vulnerability disclosure policies are really important because it helps you to work with government, work with companies to disclose vulnerabilities, report them to the public, avoid filthy lawyers like myself, unnecessary conflict and misunderstandings. It's good stuff, right? Well, it's moving right along. Regulatory agencies like the Food and Drug Administration, like the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, have included coordinated vulnerability disclosure in the guidance that they put out to the organizations that they regulate, right? So for example, medical devices and connected cars. So the agencies are starting to incorporate this in their regulations. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, has included coordinated vulnerability disclosure in its NIST cybersecurity framework. And very important, DHS in September of 2020 issued a directive that required all federal agencies to adopt coordinated vulnerability disclosure policies in their internet connected access or assets. So this is in the process of rolling out now over the next year and a half as well. And it's a pretty major change in federal adoption of vulnerability disclosure, right? All the agencies have to have it now. So that gets a smiley face from me because it's a big deal. And in addition to that, in December of 2020, Congress passed the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act, which puts a requirement for federal agencies and federal contractors to have vulnerability disclosure processes for their information systems. It's built now into law, not just a DHS directive, right? And the next thing that we can see happening there is that NIST is going to issue guidance on it around May or June of this year. And that will be the guidance that agencies and contractors are supposed to be following with regard to their CVD. So that's a big deal too, right? Federal agencies and contractors for their information systems, not just IoT. Don't let the title fool you. It's for their information systems. It's also a big deal, and so that gets a heart. So in my opinion, the federal government has actually done a pretty remarkable job of leading in this area. So we can hope that the private sector follows suit. Now, internationally, this is also moving ahead. Both the EU and the UK are looking at spreading adoption of coordinated vulnerability disclosure. The EU is considering an update to its Network and Information Systems Security Directive called NIS2. And that would, among many other things, establish a framework for coordinated disclosure in every EU member state. And the UK is considering a requirement that all IoT vendors in the UK that are selling in the UK have a vulnerability disclosure policy in place. So these are still under development, but it is likely that we will see some update on them later this year. And so if they pass, then they get a lightning bolt for being awesome. But I'm going to take away the lightning bolt because it hasn't passed yet. It's something for them to work towards. In my opinion, the growing adoption of coordinated vulnerability disclosures has been, along with Section 1201, pardon me, one of the great success stories of hacking policy over the past 5 years. And now, lastly, but not least, privacy, right? So you all need to keep rapidly evolving privacy laws on your radars. There is good news and bad news when it comes to privacy. So the good news, I think, is that privacy laws usually come with a requirement that personal information be kept secure. All right, so hooray. The bad news is that privacy restrictions can also prohibit the collection and use of personally identifiable information for security research. Now, we usually think of security research as not needing PII. However, the definition of PII in modern privacy laws encompasses things that can be useful for security research, right? Like IP address, domain name, URL, and any other potential identifier of consumers. The California Consumer Privacy Act, GDPR, both cover this sort of information as PII. So let's see, there it is with California. And I know this drives engineers nuts. They say, well, an IP address is public information. And yeah, I get it, but there we are with PII, the PII definition, including IP address. And so the fact remains that if your security research involves, for example, scanning publicly available assets on the internet, potentially sharing IP addresses as part of a vulnerability disclosure, then you need to ensure that your collection and that your sharing of that information is not in violation of privacy restrictions. Now, the good news is also that if you are not sharing that information for profit, you may be okay. These laws also come with partial exceptions for security. But these exceptions for security are usually about defense. They're really not written with security research in mind. So I'm not going to say they don't cover security research, but I will say you have to have an argument about it. Now, the thing to watch in the near term over the coming year is whether more US states adopt privacy legislation and see how they treat security information and personal information that you might need for security research. A lot of states, as you can see here, are considering their own privacy regimes. And I can tell you, I recently looked at Florida's proposal, and it's a mess. Not only are they not adequate on personal data security, they do include IP address as personal information, but their protections for security activity definitely don't easily fit security research or vulnerability disclosure. I don't know whether it'll pass or not, right? All this remains to be seen. But the point is we should really watch what is happening in the States. Now, in the EU, remember earlier I mentioned two things. One, that the GDPR includes IP address in its definition of personal information. It does have a partial exception for security. Well, that NIS2 regulation that I also mentioned earlier is looking to make an update, or at least a clarification to GDPR, saying that vulnerability disclosure, things that are being done for security awareness, should be a legitimate use of PII under GDPR, right? So essentially broadening protections for security research and vulnerability disclosure from GDPR. That is in flux. That is something that's proposed and being discussed right now, and something that we strongly support. Federal legislation in the United States continues to really just be a fever dream. I would really not hold your breath that it'll happen this year. There is, after all, a pandemic to deal with and a Congress that has to, very sharp partisan divide. But because a lot of states do seem very serious about passing a confusing jumble of privacy legislation, this may prompt Congress to get over its inertia and take it up next year, or maybe the year after. And now we know what to look for, right? We want to look for how PII encompasses the things we might need for security research and how security research is protected. Now, a quick recap. DMCA section 1201. Right, really looking for any applicable law restriction, whether it stays or goes, in the new protections for security research. We'll see that hopefully in fall of 2021. Under the CFAA, we're looking out for the Supreme Court's Van Buren decision, which will affect whether or not terms of service violations qualify as federal hacking crimes. We're hoping to see that in May or June of 2021. The states, there are computer crime expansions, right? That is ongoing. So there's not really a set deadline for that, but be on the lookout for it in your state. Coordinated vulnerability disclosure. I think the next major thing to happen in the United States is the implementation of the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act. We'll see the next phase of that, I believe, in May or June of 2021. So really quite soon. And then privacy law, also ongoing, right? So how IP address, domain name, URL are used for security purposes. And that's going to depend very much on how the states are rolling this forward. So I will now attempt, probably poorly, to look at Discord and see whether or not there are any questions for me. But I really want to thank you all very much for coming to my talk, for fighting for the users, and thank you to HackerCon for having me. Let's see, let's see here. I'm now looking at Discord. So if there's any questions in the forum, please feel free to paste it so I don't have to scroll and fish around for it. Nothing. I'm probably doing it wrong. All right, well, at any rate, it was wonderful being able to speak, and hit me up on Twitter if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and we are going to go to a brief break, and the next speaker will be here in the next 10 minutes or so. Thank you again. right, we're live.
Hey everyone, up next we have Famida Wyatt Rashid she's an executive editor at VentureBeat, and she's going to be talking about totally free hacker media training. Famida?
Hi, and welcome to Totally Free Hacker Media Training. My name is Famida Rashid, and I'll be your guide for today's presentation. So, okay, give me a second while I get this up on the present. There we go. All right. So, we're just going to go through how you're going to talk to the media. So, you're hackers, you want your ideas out, you want to share what you're working on. And the best way to do that is talk with the various types of media we have right now. And sometimes that relationship doesn't quite work as well as you would want it to. And that's why you want to prepare. This is not just sitting down and just spewing out all your words. You are trying to manage what your ideas are so that you get the exact thing that you want to convey come across. So we're going to talk a little bit about different types of media, how you prepare, what you do during the briefing, and what you should do after the briefing. So it's very much a life cycle. And many of you are coming into the session expecting to see Jen Ellis of Rapid7 giving this talk. She unfortunately could not, and she asked me to step in. So here I am. This is going to be a little weird for me because I am looking at all these secrets that the reporters use, and I am going to be saying, wow, Jen really knew what we do. But as said, I'm the executive editor of VentureBeat, and I've been writing about technology for about 17 years. And about 15 of those years have been specifically on cybersecurity. I've written for eWeek, PCMag, Dark Reading, CRN, Daily Beast, Christian Science Monitor, everywhere. Like I joke that I try to have my byline in at least one publication. But the good thing with that is I actually have a lot of insights in how different types of media handle report sources and conversation. So let's get started. The first thing is media, despite the word, we're all very different. There are online media, there's print media, not as much, but still there. There's bloggers, there's podcasters, and then you have like broadcast, which is its own separate animal. So when you're talking about media, you have to really know who you're talking to. Some journalists tend to be a little bit more about like the technical detail, and some tend to be more about the story, the overall impact. And you can't really treat them all as interchangeably. You kind of need to make sure that you are addressing your points to fit that media person that you're talking to. One thing I do want to point out is, as a whole, we are inundated with emails, direct messages on Twitter, things coming in through LinkedIn. I mean, I would estimate that on a slow day, I get maybe about 200 messages a day. And that's even accounting for the fact that I have a lot of filters, a lot of ways to just kind of parse out. Like if it's a press release, I'm less likely to see it. I'm going to be less likely to see like direct pitches that are a little bit too broad. So there's a little bit of keyword matching. So there's just a lot of information coming to reporters on a daily basis. So it's really hard for us to just be like, oh yeah, we're going to respond to every message. That's just not going to happen. It's just really not realistic. But I do want you to kind of think about what some of these reporters' day look like. They generally tend to sign on. They're looking at sort of what's currently breaking. They're listening to various conversations. They're looking at coverage from like the day before. And they're trying to think about what their day is going to be. Specifically for online media, we tend to write between 3 to 5 stories a week. Some are obviously more, some are obviously less, depending on what their specific organization is like or what their focus is like. But when we're under that kind of a time crunch, we're also thinking about, okay, we need to decide what we're going to write ASAP. We tend to make our decisions in the first half of the day and then try to file something by the middle of the day, and then spend the rest of the day either following up or working on a longer form or even working on the next day's pieces. So when you're thinking about it that way and you have a breaking news item and you're trying to reach them at the end of the day, chances are that's not going to work for you because the reporter probably has already moved on. So I think in a way, when you're thinking about what you're talking about with the reporters, you also want to be thinking about what is it that you want to tell them. If you're responding to a story that you're like, oh, this is really important, I want them to understand my point of view. But if you're trying to just say that, oh, yeah, it's important because, and it's just a very generic point that everyone's already been making, then the journalist doesn't understand why it is that you're making a point that's really, that needs to be heard. So when you're thinking about how you're going to talk to the reporter, and I'm going to dig into this a little bit later about whether or not we're talking about a response to a news or original news that you are reporting on because it's something that you did or something you saw, there's a bit of a difference there. But regardless of how you're talking to the journalist, make sure you have in your mind what your message is. What is your story? Why is that story important? What is the impact of what you're trying to talk about? And you need to be able to say all of that in a very straightforward language. Try to avoid jargon, even if it's a publication that tends to go in very technical detail. You also want to make sure that you're not just focused so much on the jargon that you're forgetting that not everybody who's going to be hearing your message understands that jargon. And I actually realized that myself, that I try to think that I'm a lot more straightforward. And then I was throwing out term 2FA until somebody kind of stopped and said, you realize if you are not in security, 2FA doesn't make any sense. And I said, okay, great, multi-factor authentication. They said, yeah, that still doesn't make any sense. So sometimes the things that we sort of assume is normal sometimes require kind of scaling back a little bit more. So just really think about that. So when you're reaching out to journalists, when you're about to prepare for your briefing, think very specific about what your message is and how you're going to say it and what the terms are that you're going to use. Because otherwise, you're always going to find that there's a bit of a lost in translation because the person is going to just fill in what they think you said. And that's the last thing you want. And so we get to the point where I was mentioning that there is a bit of a different way that you deal with media. One is when it's your news. You have a research that you want to do. You saw something. You just did something that you wanted to discuss in greater detail. Maybe you did a presentation. Maybe you had a congressional hearing. Whatever it is, then you're being proactive. You're going to the journalist saying, "This is what's going to happen. This is my news. I want to talk to you about it." So the first thing to do that is try to give the journalist a bit of a heads up about it. If you call up a reporter and say, I'm going to be doing this in an hour, you want to talk now, it's a little, you put the reporter in a really tough spot. They don't want to let it go, but they might not be able to give in the time and the detail that you would want them to put into your story. So build in some time, give them a bit of a heads up, give them a bit of a warning. When it comes to the story, though, make sure that what you're trying to tell them, that you're very clear about what it is. Know your details. Make sure you have your facts straight. Make sure that you have your message. We talked a little bit earlier about what is the point you're trying to make? What is the impact you want to have? Make sure that's in your entire presentation, your discussion, that you know what that story is about. And then there's a bit about reactive. There's a lot of times something had happened. Maybe someone made an announcement. Maybe we heard about a breach. Whatever that is, and you're reacting to it, and you want to be able to add your voice to it, you have to be a little quick. I kind of mentioned earlier about how sometimes, we tend to make our decisions by the first half of the morning and try to start like collecting stories and try to file it by the middle of the day. So if you see something and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send something to you at 4:00, that's probably just not going to work unless the reporter is working on a day 2 or day 3 story, which is not always going to be the kind of fast response that you're also trying to provide. So think about that as well. If you are going to respond to an existing story, an existing breaking news type of situation, think about what it is that you're providing that is unique, that is important, that only you're providing. If it's just that, oh yes, this breach happened, it's really bad, companies need to do a better job, that's kind of a given at this point. But if you have some insights and, well, we've seen similar companies of this situation, this is how they reacted, and you can add context, that is a lot more valuable. So we're going to talk a little bit about pitching as we go on. But when you're reaching out to a reporter and just saying, hey, I can provide this information, hey, I can do this for you, don't give them the entire 800-word spiel at that point. Be brief. This is what I can offer. This is what I have. And this is the kind of, this is my this is how I show you that I'm credible to talk about. Be very relatively brief in there so that the reporters who are basically scanning can be like, oh, okay, yes, let me give that person a call. So that's kind of like the thing I want you to keep in mind when we're talking about proactive and reactive as we go through. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what your messaging is, how to prepare your message. And the first thing you need to think about is, oh, by the way, I love Jen's slides. Like these are all like fun memes that I keep getting distracted by. So this is not mine. That when you're building the story, ask, is what you're trying to say, is it relevant? How is it relevant? What is the information that you're giving? Is this a significant piece of information, or is it more of an incremental kind of adding to the existing body, or are you changing minds? These are the things you need to think about. And I think it's very important when we're talking about research, especially if it's something that you did, because we tend to get really bogged down in, okay, wait, what is the point of all this? Is this the same, are we reviewing all the past research and kind of confirming that, hey, this is actually what's going on and we need to do it differently in here? Or are you seeing something that's completely brand new and it's going to be changing things and we're like, okay, we need to create messaging? Because it's really easy when you're thinking about the significance and the relevance to overhype, exaggerate a little bit. And the last thing you want to do is try to make it worse or better, whichever degree you go to, but to change around the significance or the relevance, because once you do that, you lose the accuracy. So one way to do that is really think about who's going to be impacted, what the actual impact is, and what the person who is reading your piece should do about it. That's actually my favorite part about being a journalist, being able to tell someone, this is what needs to happen. And maybe it's not what the reader should do, maybe it's someone else that does it, but at least you're telling the reader, this is the problem, this is the impact, and this is what needs to happen in order to fix it. It becomes less of a just background noise if there's some context on, hey, this is what needs to happen. This is what I should look for. This is what needs to be happening in order for these things to be better or worse. I think a really good example for thinking this in mindset is when we talk about vulnerability reports. A lot of the times it's like, okay, this is serious vulnerability. You need to patch. All right. But then a lot of the time, the entire question of who is impacted and what the effect is gets lost because we're so busy focusing on, well, this is a theoretical, this is how the vulnerability works, and this is what happened. But then we kind of forget that the person at the other end, they're saying, well, what does the fact that the Bluetooth is going to be compromised mean for me, for my device? How does it change what I do on a regular basis? So unless you as the expert can translate what it is that your information is and what the real world, what personal impact, what corporate impact is, if you can't create that narrative, then you are not going to be able to get your message across. And the journalist who is writing about it is not really going to be able to present it. So make sure that when you're thinking about your story, when you're thinking about your narrative, you're thinking about those three things. And if you can do other proof pieces of information like third-party stats, if there's like previous research that you've seen or done, that will help you re-emphasize what's going on. Please provide that to the journalist. We appreciate that information because again, if we can go back and say, oh wait, this isn't necessarily new, but it's something that's been building up for the last 15 years. Okay, now we have some context on how to present this story. So try always to remember that whatever you're talking about, whatever your information is, it never exists in a vacuum. It's always part of something else. And if you can provide that larger story, you'll always present your story in a more thorough and comprehensive way. Now, the perfect quote, that's always the challenge, right? I mean, as a reporter, I'm always listening, trying to figure out, okay, what story am I going to use? Okay, that's really interesting. Am I going to paraphrase that or am I going to use that direct one? So I'm always going to be listening for it. So you're also going to be thinking, well, I gave this perfect quote and the journalist never used it. They used this other, one-off sentence I didn't really think about and I just threw it out there. And now my story is not quite, my message got a little muddled or whatever. So think about it. Think about what you want to say. Take a stand. Make sure it's a very clear, like, this is what I'm trying to say. But think about what it is that your message is. Um, this comes a lot in when you're doing a written commentary. A lot of times, I mean, I know as a journalist, sometimes I don't have time to get on a call. So I'll be like, hey, here's my question. Can you just send me a quote? Can you send me some commentary? Can you answer my questions by email? So at that point, you have a lot of opportunity to really make sure that your message is tight, that you are very clearly answering the question. And don't try to give me a paragraph if I ask for a very specific question. It's nice to have like some detail, but if you give me a paragraph, it kind of puts me in a position of trying to figure out, well, is there anything I can cut and paste and use from here? Or if it's just a lot of background text. So think a little bit about what your point is, how you want it to be seen, and make sure that it also sounds like you. There have been times when I get quotes and it's so formal and I'm saying, all right, he never said that because I know him, I've spoken with him, and he's a little bit more relaxed, he's a little bit more casual about it. So make sure that when you're crafting that quote, especially if it's a written commentary, that you're still being yourself, that you're not meandering, which I've been actually doing in this talk, I think, but that you're not being meandering and that you're going straight to the point. Now, one of the things about the security industry and media is it's a bit of a community. We talk at social events, we talk at other times during the year, and it's a fact. Reporters will come back and talk to you if you give them good information, good insights, good quotes. So reporters come back. So build up a relationship, get to know them, get to know what the reporter writes about typically, get to know what kind of outlet the reporter writes for and what kind of audience that audience is, what kind of audience that outlet has. So if you do a little bit of that homework, then you're able to give that value. If you know that this publication tends to talk more for like the consumer audience, then when you talk to a reporter and you give information that is very relevant from a consumer standpoint, you're delivering value. If you know that the outlet tends to be all about engineers and very technical detail, then you need to be able to make sure that when you're providing your insights and your facts, that you're giving that level of technical detail, but you're also explaining to the reporter what each of those details are, then you're providing value. So you really need to make sure that you know what is it the reporter's outlet and audience is looking for so that you can provide that valuable information. And one way to do that is follow them on social media, interact with them, keep in touch. If you had a conversation at one point and you had a good conversation, you kind of learned a lot about what they're looking for, you can always send them information like, hey, I saw this might be interesting. You can just be like, this is a tip that I got. You're not expecting coverage, but if you're building a relationship where the reporter knows, oh, okay, this is what this person is working on, and I can always tag them and say, hey, I got this quick question. Do you got a minute? Then it becomes a two-way street. It's extremely important to remember that we may be on different sides of the table, but we have very specific roles and we can help each other. You help me explain things that I don't quite understand or don't really have insight into a group of people who really have no idea what to expect. And I am helping you get sort of your ideas out across. And in the end, we're just making everybody safer, more secure. We're trying to change how the world is. We're trying to elevate voices. We're trying to share different types of data points. And all of that is possible only if we respect each other, only if we are treating each other with respecting each other's time, respecting each other's like, okay, I understand that we're not an enemy. I don't want this to be an adversarial relationship where I'm trying to help you, you're trying to help me, and we all have like the same goal. So that's one. I think the other thing to kind of talk about, especially when we're talking about relationship building, the media world has gotten oddly flat in the sense that there's so many ways people get their information now. It's not just like the big mainstream publication. It's not just the trade publication. There's a lot of smaller players. Now that we have podcasts coming out, we have a lot more influential voices coming out through the podcasting. Um, I mean, even from the blog perspective, you have Brian Krebs. He's a blogger. He's not in traditional media, but he's probably arguably the most influential voice with breaking news as well as just providing context. So you can't really just approach a relationship being like, well, you're writing for this outlet, therefore I'm not, I like you better than, that outlet. If you try to rank different outlets, you're actually going to find that sometimes if your message is not curated correctly, you're not going to get as much of a reach. Try to treat all the journalists with the same level of respect, regardless of their publication, but you don't actually know where that information is going to have the biggest impact and how it's going to spread. So, yeah, I mean, I think the best way I can say, don't try to front with the journalists. We are kind of suspicious. We're always kind of looking for ways that we can be like, all right, yeah, you're playing me. So just kind of skip that. There's no need to play games. As a journalist, I've never really cared about playing games, and I appreciate it when people don't play games with me. So we've talked a lot about preparing your narrative, getting ready for the conversation. So how do you make sure that your briefing, your discussion goes well, that you get your ideas? A lot of that goes right down to briefing, phrasing, right? How are you phrasing things? What are you saying? And a lot of that comes from practice. Make sure you know your topic. Make sure you know what it is you're trying to say. And so checklists are great. Just keep in mind, be honest. Don't try to make up things right on the fly. Don't try to say things that you can't prove or that you don't know is 100% true. Just be honest. Know what your position is. If it's a question, if it's a controversial topic, know what your stake is. Make sure you know what your message is that you're trying to get the journalist to. And repetition is important. If you're trying to make sure that we're covering a very specific point, and you mention it only once in the briefing and never address it again, don't be surprised if during the article we forget to mention it or we leave it out entirely. Because if you're not reiterating it, if you're not building up different points that support that message, then we're going to think it's not important, or we're just going to say, well, I don't have enough to back this up, so I'm just going to skip it right now. So if you need to reiterate it, think about how it is that you can present it in different ways so that journalists understand that, okay, this is your message. I'm a big fan of analogies. It's a great way for me to listen to an analogy and say, oh, okay, I can use that in my story. Because as humans, we tend to really fill in what we need to do that's new once we have something that correlates to something we're familiar with. So, but use your judgment. Don't try to go into an analogy that's very obscure or maybe even a little bit questionable humor. Avoid all of that. Be very straightforward with your analogies. I mean, one of my favorites analogies are whenever people compare the security industry with the airline or construction industry. It's very straightforward. I know what it means when a building is constructed. Okay, now I use that to think about software development. So there are some analogies that lend itself a lot easier than others. But if you're thinking about how you're going to be talking to the journalist, come with a couple analogies in your pocket. If they become useful, great. If not, don't worry about it. In terms of how the briefings are held up, I mean, right now we're doing a lot of it on video conferencing, and there's always been a lot of phone conversations. Depending on a journalist, they might be able to keep up and just ask questions as you're going through, or there might be some pauses where they're trying to catch up and etc. I tend to handwrite my notes. I know some of my fellow colleagues, they tend to just record everything and listen to recordings later. So there might be a different pause and stop and go effect in the conversation. Just go with that. Give the journalist time to catch up. if necessary, stop once in a while and say, hey, did this make sense? Do you have any questions? So that you don't have to wait for the journalist to interrupt you. But try to give them that time to ask questions, to stay on topic. If you find yourself that some of the questions are getting off topic, you can always just be like, hey, can we go back to talking about it? That's kind of a bridging. I'm guilty of that. I tend to meander a lot. Somebody will say something and I say, ooh, this is interesting. Let me get onto it. Um, I try often after that saying, okay, well, I'm going to put this aside. I'm going to follow up with you on a different call. Let's go back to it. But you should also be able to do that if somebody is asking you a question and that's a bit of a tangent. Or in fact, if it's a question you don't actually want to answer, maybe it's a corporate policy that you're not supposed to comment on outside events and the journalist is asking about it, you can figure out a way to bridge it back. Not saying like, well, I'm not going to answer this question, but here you go. But think of a way to answer the question where you're addressing it, but you're going to say, well, you know what, this is related to the point I was trying to make. So then you go back to your original conversation. And it is extremely important because the last thing you want when you're doing a briefing is to find out that you had all these things, these 5 points that you were planning on making, but at the third one, you got off track and then you never got to make your last 2 points. So you want to be aware that, hey, if you think that this conversation is going a little off track or is going down a series of questions that you do not want to address, you can just say, well, this is the situation as I see it, but as I was saying, and then you bring back to your original point. You don't want to look as if you're trying to avoid answering a question. So that's a little bit of a tricky part, and I admit it. We're going to be looking for the point where we're saying, wait, I asked you this, why didn't you answer it? So it's a tricky balance that I'm asking you to do that don't be like you're avoiding answering my question. But it goes back to the original point of make sure you know what your story is. Make sure you know what point you're trying to make. And as long as you have that, it will be easier for you to find those moments of saying, yep, okay, back to my original point. And so there's don't. So this is really weird for me because I'm looking at all of this and I don't think I do any of these. Maybe I do, and I'm getting called out on it. But from your perspective, don't get drawn into sensationalism or speculation. Like, stick to what you know. If I'm asking you, well, what do you think is going to happen? What are the impacts of this? Don't forget, I'm looking for a story. I'm looking for a way to make this like, oh, okay, this is important. So it's very easy for me to come up with like, oh, wait, how about this? Is this a scenario? If that's not something you know, if that's not something that you think can happen, don't don't build up on it and be like, yeah, I guess so, etc. Just be very fast. Hey, we don't know that. We don't know what's going to happen. Don't, we are accused frequently of overhyping security. We want to make sure that we're not hyping. We're talking about what the straightforward, this is going to happen. This is the impact. And we can only do that if we have your help. So even if we have the leading questions of, well, do you think this is going to shut down the stock exchange? If you don't know it, don't say it might. Don't be afraid of silence. Most of the time when I'm silent in a conversation, it's because I'm writing and I'm still trying to catch up. But I do know that a lot of times journalists do just kind of stay silent to see what you might fill in the silence with. It's human nature. We don't like silence. We like to make sure there's always something going on. If there is silence, we start thinking, what's going on? And you start rushing to fill it in. And you might end up saying something that you might not have wanted to, that might be a little off track from what your original point was. Maybe it's not a clear way of phrasing something, and then once it's out there, it's out there. So if there's a bit of a silence, you can say, hey, you there? Do you need to catch up? But don't feel like you have to be like, oh, the journal's not saying anything. Let me keep talking. Don't feel pressure to answer questions. I think that's actually an interesting one where obviously the entire point of the briefing is that you're there to answer questions. But there are times when you just don't think that you are an appropriate place to answer that. Maybe it's not to your area of expertise. If you're being asked to comment on a policy thing and you're not a policy person, don't feel like just because you're in the call and you owe an answer, you can just say, I don't feel qualified to answer that question. You can say, well, that doesn't seem like what we're discussing about right now. So think about how you're going to do that. If there's a question that you're just not sure what your answer is, instead of feeling the pressure to answer right off the cuff, you can say, hey, I need to dig into it. Can I get back to you? I'll let you know after I've had a chance to look into it, read up on it a little bit. So it's okay to take a step back and say, I'm not going to answer this now. It is probably not in your best interest to just be like, well, I'm not going to answer this question on the record, but I'm going to answer it off the record. Because once you start getting off the record, you start kind of creating opportunity for the journal to be like, I'm going to dig into this more. I'm going to do this a little differently. In a briefing, if you can, don't go off the record. Just that's not something you need to be thinking about. Like you just make sure that you're staying on the record and giving the information that you are confident in. A lot of the time, people would just say no comment. As a journalist, I tend to think of it, no comment is not generally just no comment, that I don't have anything to say, but it often comes off as no comment. There's something there, I should dig into it. I wonder what that means. Is that, yes, I'm guilty, but I don't want to admit it. Like it raises more questions. So just kind of think about how you're providing your answers. And so I mentioned off the record just now. So let's kind of make sure that we know what these three terms mean. By default, it's on the record. You're talking to a journalist, it's always on the record. I know there are times when people are like, well, I thought we were off the record. From a journalist standpoint, unless it is explicitly stated that you're off the record, you should always assume you're on the record, that anything you say is going to be used, that it can be attributed to you. So this is very key, that people tend to say something and then say, oh, by the way, that was off the record. Doesn't work that way. You have to say off the record first and then go on. So off the record literally just means that nothing you said can be used, either publicly or privately. That means they can't attribute it, they can't like hint at it, they're just not allowed to use it. As a general rule, unless you know the person, the journalist well, you're better off never going off the record, because you're also trusting the reporter to keep their word about off the record. For the most part, I think most journalists, we tend to be honest. But if we say, yes, this is off the record, that we're going to keep that promise. But if you don't have that trust relationship, it is probably better for you to just stay on the record as much as you can. And then if you can't, just not say anything at all. Which I have to admit, from a journalist standpoint, I really hate that. But then I also understand that there are things that if you don't want me accidentally using, then it's safer for all of us to be saying off the record. Now, there's a thing called on background. That generally just means that you're giving information as a context, as to set the stage. You're not agreeing to be quoted, that you're not saying that, okay, you can say this so-and-so said, this spokesperson said. The entire point is I'm giving you information that will be useful for you to build your story, but you can't say I told you. And again, this is a bit of a tricky area to be in. If you trust the reporter, if you know the reporter has a good reputation of keeping things on background, then that's fine. But if you aren't sure that they're going to, maybe providing that context on the record or not providing it at all is your better choice. Now, kind of going back to, like, it's a little weird for me to present this, because for me, if everything, my perfect scenario would be everything's on the record. I can use every information because that makes my job easier. From your perspective, you do still have to protect your sources, your information, your reputation, your job, what you're saying. So if it's easier for you to not be on background and on the record, then that's not something you should be talking to the journalist about. Okay, talk about weird things. So there are things that journalists may do to try to get information from you that you don't want to share at that point. Maybe later, maybe not at that point. And some of these techniques are personality checks that, okay, this is just the way the reporter is. And some of these are actual techniques in order to try to trip you up. I'm going to run through a couple of them. One is machine gunning, just throwing a lot of questions at you. I'm guilty of that. I tend to throw a lot of questions and see which one you answer. And a lot of the times we notice which ones you did answer and which one you didn't answer, and we loop back and we try to go back and forth. So again, if you're keeping track of what your message is, what you're focusing on, that machine gunning tactic, you might be able to handle it a little bit better than if you weren't sure and you get a little flustered, which question do I answer first? Interrupting, that is a way to make you flustered, because if you're trying to answer something and I interrupt you or whatever, and you lose your train of thought, you might say something you didn't mean to. So be just aware of that. If you're feeling like you're interrupted, you can say, hey, you're interrupting me a lot. Can you let me finish my train of thought? Take a pause, finish your train of thought. So another thing is paraphrasing. So a lot of the time we listen to what the hacker is saying, what the researcher, the executive is saying, and we say, well, did you mean this? And we'll try to rephrase it. And listen carefully to that paraphrasing, because sometimes we might already have a narrative in our head, and we might be taking what you just said to fit that narrative. And it might be that we're completely on the wrong track, or we just change around what you said. It's not necessarily that we're trying to trip you up or make you say something you didn't say, but it might also come off as, well, we're not quite getting what your message is, so work with us, try to figure it out. So just because we paraphrase something, don't say, yeah, that's fine. Like, be very clear in, okay, well, this paraphrasing, did they just put words in my mouth? Is this correct? And if it's not, just reiterate. Well, you said this, but this is what I really meant. Go back and reiterate your point, repeat what you were saying. Kind of going back to the earlier mention about silence, that is often a tactic to just see what you would say. The other type is just to throw out a random phrase. It's like throw out a very controversial statement to see what your reaction is. You don't have to fall for it. You don't have to respond. You can just be like, yeah, that's not really part of this conversation. Or just be like, yeah, I see where you're going. That's not really something I feel qualified to comment on. So just because it's a provocative statement doesn't mean you have to respond. The other element that's a tricky tactic and really, really hurts for me to look at is just the idea of, well, do you, especially in the security media, with the social events, just the engagement we all have, there are a lot of friendships that get formed. There's a lot of friendly, just kind of like a way that, oh yeah, we interact, we're good buds, etc. Some journalists don't actually consider those relationships as friendships. That might just be the part of work. So their trust level and your trust level might be a little different. Some of my closest friends are in the security industry. So to me, it's a little weird that some people might be establishing friendship just to get stories. But I'm just pointing it out. It is out there. It does happen. So again, always make sure that when you're sharing information and that you're not comfortable about the on record, off record, that you're thinking, is this person really my friend, or is this person just kind of someone I know through my professional interaction? Now, one thing you can always do is you can always say, hey, I'm putting on my friend hat, I'm putting on my researcher hat, so that you're very clear and you're drawing boundaries as necessary. This is a lot of like the things that we've talked already. Just think about these phrasing. Instead of saying but this, say and this. I mean, that's a security thing, right? We're trying to get away from saying no but, we're saying no and. So just be very straightforward and think about how your message can be perceived. Some of the phrasing here, we take a slightly different approach. Well, I think what you're really asking, these are all ways that you can always make sure that instead of coming off at, oh, I'm hiding, I am taking your question seriously, and this is how I'm going to do it. I mean, like the last bit, I'll look into that and come back to you, is super, super useful. don't fall in the trap of saying that and then not following up, because then that trick becomes no longer useful for you. Now, the one thing I want you to think about is at the end of a conversation, many journalists, myself included, would say, hey, is there anything that you feel like we should have covered that we didn't get to? It's really easy to just be like, no, we covered everything, you did fine. But no, this is literally your freebie. The journalist is giving you that free moment to talk about what it is you want. So go back, hammer home that message. Like, hey, this is my call to action. This is what needs to happen. Add something, if there was like an analogy that you didn't get to use or a point that you don't think that you hammered home enough, do that. Like, take this moment that the journalist is saying, hey, is there anything else you want to add? Make sure that you don't let that go, because that is your opportunity to really give that last word. And honestly, this is also a great time when we're talking about like relationship building, just be like, hey, is there anything you're working on that I can help with? Because a lot of the times while we were talking and we were running through all the story ideas in our head and working through stuff, there might be something they're like, I'm working on this other unrelated story and he just said this and this might be valuable. So if you offer that assistance, is there anything else you want me to comment on? It helps me, because then I'm saying, oh wait, yes, I did have something. And then you build value, you build relationships. Now, once you hang up or once you walk away from the meeting, once we've had the face-to-face again, your job isn't done. You kind of want to make sure that if you promise something that you're going to follow up on, that you do. One thing that you should actually think about, though, is most outlets do not let sources see the article before they get published. Some do. Some journalists do. So don't have the expectation, though, that that is a default, that you will get to see it. Most of the time, you will not be allowed to see it. You can ask if you can see direct quotes and see if you can like fact check direct quotes. That gets a little tricky sometimes, because it would literally be like the actual quote if it's wrong. But if you're like, well, I don't like the way it sounds, can I change how it's phrased? The journalist's not going to agree to doing that. So you need to make sure that you're clear that you can't see what the article looks like before it comes out. You definitely can't edit it. But afterwards, if you're thinking, I don't think I made this point as clearly as I could have, send a message just being like, hey, I just thought of this one other point. Maybe it'll be useful for you. So follow up, keep an idea of what it is that you want to make sure your points are, and get that sent over. If you told them that, hey, I'm going to get this information to you by the end of day, try to get it to them end of day, especially if they're going to be working on a short-term story and they need to spin things around by tomorrow. You saying, oh, I can't get it to you until tomorrow, sorry, it's taking longer, it means that you're probably not going to get that back included in your story. Now, once the story comes out, share the link, reference the reporter, maintain a positive tone. Sometimes we try our best as journalists to get the story out, to getting it where we are representing what we were told, what our reporting found. Okay, we were told this, we saw this, we found this, we correlated, and this is the conclusion we drew. Sometimes it's not going to be exactly what you had in mind. In fact, most times, if the journalist did the due diligence, your envision, this is the story, and what we came out, it's not going to be exactly the same. We're going to have contact from other voices, other sources that might change what you meant or strengthen it. Or we might have decided to take a different analogy that you provided and went in a completely different direction than what you expected. Regardless of what it is, if you want to work with reporters again, don't throw them under the bus, because odds are they're not going to come back to you if they feel like every time they write something, you're just going to lean them out and be like, oh yeah, you totally did something wrong. So it is your opportunity when you have the story. Look at it. What worked? What didn't work? Which analogy worked? What didn't work? What made you sound like, okay, you knew what you were talking about? What made you sound like you didn't? See that opportunity for you to just figure out what you can do differently the next time you talk to a reporter. So yeah, just prepare. This is, it's not as easy as just getting on a call and saying, go, you are on air, just talk, etc. There's a lot of homework that needs to happen beforehand. There's a lot of preparation that you should be thinking about. So I'm just going to recap. There's a lot to remember. So friendly, courteous, honest. If you're trying to build a relationship, if you're trying to be seen as an expert, these are like the things you have to do. Make sure you know what your core takeaways are. What is the information you are trying to emphasize? Make sure that you're repeating those. Keep it simple. Start from a high level, like this is what the story is, and then build up, add on to your detail. Now, sometimes the journalist would say, hey, can we go a little bit more in detail? Hey, that's already too basic. Let's jump ahead. Follow the journalist guide. As we said earlier, depending on what outlet and what audience the journalist writes for, or I guess on broadcast TV speaks to, their level of detail is going to be very different. So you want to start off with sort of like the simple, basic, normal. This is the key core message, and then with the detailed questions, or as you get more into detail, you start adding in a little bit more detail, a little bit more the technical detail. But if you know that this is, say, a on-air news mainstream TV, going into like the details of talking about, oh, this line of code or this specific type of attack, it's really not going to be helpful. Then don't worry about that. Focus on the story, focus on impact, focus on what your significance is. And don't feel pressure to answer the question. It's okay to say, I can't comment on that because that's not my area of expertise. You can say, I'm going to look into it. Just don't say no comment, because that can be construed in a way that you wouldn't want it to be. And again, don't go off the record unless you have a very, very strong relationship and you think that the off the record will be honored. It's just so much easier, so much safer, so much more straightforward for the relationship just to assume everything is on the record. So yeah, at this point, go talk to journalists. I'm happy to chat anytime. And photos. We're going to often say, hi, we want to run a picture with the story. Can we have a good headshot? So make sure you have a headshot or two. And don't try to think that that this conversation we've had today and you're done with media training. Think of it as every time you talk to a journalist, take that 1 second, 2 seconds, say, how did that go? What could I have done differently? What should I do again? Because you're going to just get better the more you talk to people. Your first one is never going to be as great as you'd want it to be. But after a while, it's just going to become more natural. It's going to be a lot easier. And don't forget, like as journalists, we're also coming in thinking, well, how do I talk to this person? How am I going to get the story I need? How am I going to get the information I need? So it's a two-way street. We're trying to learn from each other. So every interaction should be used as a learning opportunity. That said, thank you so much for having me here. And I believe the Q&A is going to be held in the Discord chat. So I'm going to let Omar explain that.
Indeed, it's going to be after. There's a little bit of delay between whenever we talk and people can answer the questions. But if you can actually hang out in the Discord server, that will be amazing. And for those of you that are probably asking where the Discord server is, there should be a link in the bottom of the screen as well as in the description, whether you're watching this in YouTube or in Twitch. Actually, we have several streams going on at the same time. And we will go in a small break, and our next presenter will be here within the next few minutes or so. Thank you again, Famida.
Thank you.
and welcome back to our HackerCon. Our next speaker is Amelie Karan, and she's going to be talking about seeking the upside. Take it away, Amelie.
Hi, welcome to my talk, Seeking the Upside. So let's get here. My scroller for my notes aren't working here. So this is my required corporate forward-looking statements slide. You get to read it for about 10 seconds. If I don't share it, they won't offer up other chances for me to speak. So this is my attempt at some level of compliance. So like, woohoo. All right, next. Went too far. So, hey, it's me, Amelie. Some of you may know me by my handle online, WebJedi. I'm probably most likely making a mess of things on Twitter, but my website URL is webjedi.net, so say I've possibly branded myself correctly is kind of an understatement. Just don't ask me about my tattoo of my avatar that I've used for the last 25 years. I got last year before a talk at ShmooCon. I really don't advise that as a way to lower your anxiety in exchange for some pain. So, why are you here? Why am I here? What we're going to talk about, how we're going to solve the problem, what you can take away from this talk, and how to pay it forward. Pretty standard. We're here to talk about an issue, maybe complain a bit, figure out if we can fix it. If we can, here are some ways, otherwise inspire you to find a way. Pretty standard talk stuff. I figured I honestly wouldn't lie to you. So I'm a senior technology advocate in the research and advocacy team here at Splunk. Prior to that, well, let's just say I kind of took a very circuitous and long route to get here. I spent a decade in public service at several agencies. Just prior to Splunk, I left federal service as a chief technology officer for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General, tongue tie, and spent some time at a few cabinet level agencies. This included a leadership development rotation at the White House at the Office of Management and Budget, where I worked and led for a short time the Open Data Initiative, helped boot up the U.S. Digital Service, and was a lead for review for all the markup of the cybersecurity legislation in 2014. Do not blame me for FISMA, please. Private sector-wise, as you can see, I've had the pleasure of supporting multiple industry sectors, including critical infrastructure, entertainment, and even some nonprofits and startups. It's been a fun ride, but most of all, I've often been there at the right time for some of the most challenging experiences, including natural disasters, major security incidents, or around during their own business transformations. Now, touching on the part-time hacker and serial volunteer parts, I regularly take part in local security conferences as staff, including B-Sides in the DC area and being a DEF CON goon, and was most recently added as staff for the Diana Initiative. So, to be honest, it's always good to give back to a career that's helped deliver on some of my own dreams. So, you're wondering, like seeking the upside, like what the absolute heck does that mean? Well, I pitch this from the perspective of somebody who's had a very long tail in tech and security communities, and will, have a bit of perspective about all of this in the public sector as well. Now, this is given the recent reporting regarding the role of DHS, CISA, and Congress for trying to help fix some of the endemic problems that we have. Now, I'm not talking strictly about the public sector, but have it as an example, and I've also been in the private sector and academia. However, a lot of the same issues tend to exist. They're just exacerbated and easier to track with the public sector examples. And this kind of feels like there's no upside. I mean, how many of you actually feel a little down and out having to navigate through this career and community? Secondarily, how does it feel that the federal government is actually helping? Now, the former I can spin on here a little bit and we'll cover. The latter will be scoped around this, namely what lessons can we learn from how our leaders are talking about their problems? How does this actually scope to the overall security landscape as a whole? So first off, I will confirm that our careers, industry, and community are rather unique. And I'm sure that there's some self-realization that if you started down this road 5, 10, 15 years or longer, you've experienced an awareness that folks not in this space are more aware to some of the things that we encounter each day. This could be your mom, your dad, your sister, brother, or a weird person down the street, or the barista at Starbucks. The number of folks who have heard about ransomware, hacks from nation states, and a host of other formerly highly wonky and very technical subjects has immeasurably increased. However, along with this, we've often seen an uptick of folks who are joining or want to actually join this career space. This has been bolstered by our own worst marketing, knowing that we pay folks better than their own pedestrian technical-oriented counterparts like accountants, HR. Nothing against them. But that's a draw, even if all the skills desired by the marketplace don't exist in this wave of new folks. We've gotten better with developing the pipeline, focusing on diversity and some levels of equity, but they're still sort of the Wild West. In fact, hearing from a friend that they were offered $18 an hour for forensic work, my jaw just absolutely dropped. We have a far and wide chasm to cross with understanding the needs versus the supply of certain talents. That, and ensuring that it hasn't gotten to where it's viewed as a commodity, no matter how much recruiters may see it as such. So finally, the market itself realizes that they need these skills, as more and more traditionally non-tech centric business sectors are becoming increasingly digital in the way that they provide their own products and services. So the demand for talent will probably not shrink, but the challenges of mastering that transformation and operations has exponentially increased. So I spoke to this in a talk 2 years ago at ShmooCon and will refer to you to actually that. And then I will update that talk later this year at Usenix's LISA conference, which I just heard about on Thursday. So I'm really excited. So as we've seen over the past few weeks and months, there's been sort of a reckoning with leaders of various industries and sectors, as not just with the practitioners. They realized that it was surprisingly easy to get hit hard by vulnerabilities introduced in their technology infrastructure, usually by third parties. However, the world didn't actually end. It just put a lot of folks back on their heels and get to wondering about how they go about architecting, designing, implementing, and operating their systems. Now, if you're in a role where you have some sway in how your technology spend happens and are not thinking along these lines and hard about this, then you really need to question about your usefulness to your organization. What are you, if a practitioner or executive, to do about the first step to address the question? Now, in the federal government, we always had a challenge of money. But not in the traditional sense of the word. Definitely not through the answers the individuals from DHS gave during their various committee and subcommittee testifying. Now, the challenge actually arises when the money doesn't arrive properly within the time frame that you're required to use it. So there's usually like a 1 year or a certain period of time that money is actually allocated. The agencies are generally pretty good about that. With adhering to deadlines, the rest of the executive branch, including the Office of Management and Budget, which is part of the executive office of the president, also deals with that. It's a cycle that's gone on for many, many years. In fact, we actually call it budget season. There's actually even a U.S. government-only term, kind of as a pre-holiday gift back to the agencies, called passback. This is actually when submitted agency budgets earlier in the year get handed back to the agencies from the White House so they can actually determine what was essentially approved of their request. But this is only one part of it. So besides that, that's just the alignment with the initiatives with the White House, and it doesn't actually reflect the realities of how the budget is actually apportioned by Congress. So this is your tax dollars. Congress, who has the power of the purse and actually divvies up the tax dollars through appropriations. That effectively tells agencies what kind of money they have to actually spend to get it all done. During perfect times, the budget would be approved well before the end of the fiscal year. In others, it's got a CR, or a continuing resolution, which gives Congress more time to do their work. It's like asking for an extension on your term paper. When there's an impasse, we get a government shutdown, and then everything grinds to a halt. This momentum switching or that hesitancy breeds risk aversion and can seriously derail efforts that could do good or set back good efforts that were already in motion because of potential restarts, removal, and or replacement of resources such as their time, their staff, or their money. Those shifts in resources at the staffing level because of the frustrations or thoughts of greener pastures also are also tied to missed deadlines and, kind of with the depleted or messed up resources. This is enough to create a rather vicious cycle. Keeping staff becomes harder and harder because it appears that many efforts end up being kind of like self-defeating, end up getting delayed or canceled or actually never completed fully. Cybersecurity in this space has become highly political, with questions being asked as to why things aren't effective even when money is spent on them, or more grandiose as promises are made and never actually materialize. The upside here is there's going to be room for improvement, but it will take actually a lot of work. Everyone's going to recognize this photo. So the world's full of problems. We've got tons of problems every day. So getting out of bed in the morning is a problem, but for different reasons for different people. And it's important to recognize that. So with all our problems in our world, how do we identify the upside and work towards it? This isn't a one and done type of activity or effort. Maintaining your posture, awareness, and operations in a secure fashion and addressing risk is an ongoing and iterative process. Often your challenge remains being, having it of top of mind, but not in such a way to actually be a specter that people fear or a force that kind of people actively avoid or try to ignore. This is one goal of organizations attempting to transition to, say, DevSecOps from prior development operation structures, and to not do performative inclusion of security and integration of security, but to actively make it part of the culture and transformation of an organization. Most of us walk in thinking there's a lot of debt to eliminate and tend to kind of point fingers solely at tech debt. Noting that things are, if they were patched or running the latest versions of software or hardware or internal code was actively maintained, would be totally fine. But often miss that forest for the trees, and there's a ton of other debt that actually affects us. Identifying this may also bring allies to your side, but also fix externalities that may be adversely affecting clearing of your ledger, like Black Widow or Hawkeye do in the Avengers, with other debt areas that you have maybe direct influence over. So one of these is process debt. Process debt. It comes from the way that we always do things. Like, this is the habitual aspects of that people and organizations do over time that actually exacerbate problems and create vulnerabilities. Kind of like, think of it this way. So in those thrillers, where they attempt to scope a place out, say like Soderbergh's Ocean 11. They map out the process an organization does regularly and exploit the blind spots and the humdrum nature of how people go about doing their day. So they look for those parts that people just kind of, it's habit. You get muscle memory, but with that you lose awareness. Sometimes there's just cruft that builds up over time and it's never removed. If it was kind of like an ad hoc addition, like a process patch to a daily process, or somebody never spent the time to optimize how people do their work. But they just kind of keep adding and piling things onto it, not realizing it actually made it possibly more complex and thus more vulnerable. So, as a security person, you can sit with your business line partners in your organization to look at how they actually do their work and stop having them try to kind of like patch everything by throwing another piece of technology at it. So, break it down on what their source material is and what their desired outcome, and remove the discussion of like such and such a tool or technology and scope it to those desired outcomes. So like, tell them to stop talking about SharePoint. This is not only personalized the security role to the business and to your other peers, but also aligns better with DevOps teams and moves you closer to that DevSecOps model through that culture change and the integration of security thinking and mindset into your organization. So stop thinking like a checkbook is going to solve your systemic problems. In short, there's not enough shiny stuff or any shiny stuff that is an easy button to protect you or your organization from a well-motivated attacker or threat. Especially if you don't look at the problem, kind of holistically or completely. It's no one person or one group's problem to solve in your organization. It's everybody's problem. You get over that and less of what you can go and, basically go and buy, and what outstanding talent and thinking you can use to collaborate to solve problems and work towards that defense, detection, and reaction. That's your strength. Your superpower is using your brain and other people's brains to solve these problems. This is kind of like not groupthink, but just like the big brain. It's also making sure that the right people are using their brains in the right way, focus on the areas of their expertise and communicating what they find and informing decisions and actions. But this is also apt for both attackers and defenders. Adopt that joint mindset. Hence, this is kind of where we get like that purple teaming. So most places seek to get to a point where they're compliant and not necessarily go over. This is often not enough resources planned or set aside to excel past the bare minimum, nor they actually have the appetite under fear that it may complicate or make things harder to do. This is just going to that waterline. This usually makes it for some attackers that if you've done the bare minimum in some areas, most likely it's the same methodology you followed elsewhere. This is their risk assessment of you, the risk of getting caught or detected. Your processes and policy debt end up contributing to your technology debt there, often through the lack of emphasis on configuration management, documentation, knowledge management, training, and other block and tackle non-technical basics being performed. Consider focusing on completing the basics of security before pushing for or allowing for the whiz-bang new stuff. And don't get distracted by the shiny new stuff and promises. This is probably more very likely for what vendors promise. Building a structure on a shaky foundation is eventually going to cause it to tumble. It may be boring, but it's easier to rely on making sure that it's done, and the rest should just come easier. So we often bemoan patch, but iron out and ensuring a system like that is reliable, trustable, and maintains the integrity of systems that rely upon it, allows their work to get completed in a more stable fashion. You don't need a gazillion-dollar budget to do all of this. You don't actually have to be the best at everything. You don't need a platinum-plated level of protection or gold-plated tools, but you do need to know how to operate what you have, ensure that it actually works in a way that's advertised, predictable, or how you need it to work, and understandable for those that your team and those that are consuming the data can actually use. Finding this as an upside is actually really important, because you'll feel less underwater when something actually bad happens, because you've done your best with what you have, but also know what gaps you eventually need to fill. So, it's taking a punch, but it's not going to hurt as much. For executives, knowing what they have that works is also usually better than wondering if what they bought is the right stuff and if they paid too much for something that doesn't actually work. If your tools are detecting and alerting on what you've tested them on, and you've picked up verifiable things you weren't looking for or testing for, it's actually working too. But it's always a trust but verify model. And this is why, if you're doing vulnerability detection and stuff like that, so why use a couple different tools. As somebody who's actually nearly run every type of security program you can typically have in an organization, clearly communicating the right stuff to stakeholders, internal customers, executives, is your RI, or your return on investment, because it effectively supports decision making and takes the load off you and your team to actually have to do everything. That vulnerability report that can be ingested into a tool to help with patching is actually really great. Say the results from a code audit to hand to the CTO, noting where the insecure methods are constantly being reused, that's useful. It's excellent because it's up to them to address it in their teams, not you. Clear, consumable, and understandable information is actually a force multiplier. You don't have to dumb it down, and that's condescending and rather passive-aggressive. So to tell the truth, be direct and honest when you deliver your data, report, and other information. If things are bad, say they're bad, because if you don't, there's no chance of folks knowing it has to get actually better. Again, make it clear, make it actionable. Don't disguise what you mean, even if it's ugly, but try not to cover your ass, nor really get to humiliating anybody. Kind of find the balance of calling out or a fix or a change that can still be had without actually hurting somebody. This makes you kind of not building friends, but makes you less of an adversary when you kind of approach them with a problem. But maybe for like a stick in the mud type of person, there's always some of those. An occasional cajoling may be necessary. Now, if it's something big or something highly visible or important, you may only get one chance to make a difference. So say your piece, but don't flame out. So as we kind of close this out, and I'm hopefully making time here, what actionable things are you going to be able to do, no matter what your level, type of expertise, or the scope of influence may be. So as a community, we're often applauding the latest great hack or clever exploit and rarely celebrate the great saves. Share how it was done and help spread that info around that makes everybody's lives, but primarily blue team people's lives, easier and better. I've been on multiple ends of all this stuff, and celebrating those saves, like a great save in a soccer game, always a plus. This is akin to many managers and executives looking at their peer organizations, competitors or otherwise, and feeling a sense of kind of like a loss or anger or envy because they got the press for something really spectacular or groundbreaking that they released. And all they have to deal with is that daily grind or the bad news or some other daily struggle. One thing that isn't often shared is there's a lot of those same failures. Those grinds, those mistakes that occurred there, they're just using better PR. Unless compelled by laws, regulations, insider leaks, or other disclosures, you're never actually going to go and hear about the fuck-ups, the mistakes, the breaches, or other rabbit hole paths that they've gone down, to less than success. Mistakes and errors are rarely or almost never voluntarily disclosed. This is why you look at a 10K or a 10Q at the SEC, because lawyers are really good at hiding things. Like intellectual property, they're often very closely guarded, especially if it'll affect the financial standing of an organization. But much can be learned by sharing these failures, a shared knowledge, lessons learned, or even, like that herd inoculation to make the recovery from a major or similar incident a lot easier to come by, and advances forward can be made. This is looking at things like cyber NTSB. People worried about, now that we share all this information, the attackers will now pivot. But the idea is you end up building a lot more of those foundational quality controls into your defense, because more and more people are using them versus them being just in one spot. You may eventually drop some anchors through your hull, to use the picture from before, but the concepts of information sharing in this area follow the, kind of rising tide raises all boats with cyber defense and protection. And I say cyber non-ironically here, it's just what we use. We come to conferences like this, now more virtual than physical, pop in the security or hacker social media circles. You're on Discord, I'm on Twitter, people are on Facebook. We read research and other bit of writing or knowledge and acquire that. And it's just built into that community. It's built into our culture. It's built into, kind of the career. This is what we need to do. It's a day-to-day change that we try to bring in. sadly, unfortunately, and me being a former exec, that value isn't often carried up into leadership and executive ranks. Trying to explain the value of a CTI, capture the flag, threat hunting, or similar processes to execs, you may get a lot of blank stares because often most businesses and organizations find communication to be carefully curated channel and control, and they use it as arbitrage almost. It's this kind of gaming the system. They say knowledge is power, and sharing that or communicating also exists in that sphere. I've been in many organizations where the actual shutdown of communication has created a massive amount of dysfunction, and the outcome was the OPM breach. So, I knew about the failures of how bad communication can be, and when that happened, I was like, yep, that's why. So, what can be most effective, at least for leaders, to kind of help those who come to talks like this, conferences like this, or other events where tools, techniques, and strategies and other ideas are shared? It's to capitalize on that knowledge and fervor and provide spaces for folks to apply those like aha moments upon their return to their organizations to help solve their problems. One of the greatest disappointments I've had as an individual contributor was to return excited about hearing about something I could actually capitalize on and want to share it, build it, or use it, or whatever technique to fix things, and only to be stymied by the inability to share or actually activate it, getting other people to kind of bolt onto that fervor. If you're here as a presenter, and the previous talk here was amazing on like media training and not just a participant, you learned that knowledge is a tool to be shared, and it's best to take folks along for this ride. That ride can be enjoyable if you share it for both of you, the driver as well as the passengers. Well, unless if it's a heist movie, then maybe just kind of like for the audience. We get better from sharing that across industry sectors and between public and private sectors as well. Having been on both ends, I've seen the benefit from that, but there's also some pitfalls. This breaks down a lot of the silos that are set up to keep folks from being effective in their roles. And you can ensure that you're doing your best in your role by doing that sharing, even if leadership and management may not actually wanting to foster it in theirs. You maintain your view over what you have influence and control over, and should feel secure if others see your value. So I started saying that we had to find the upside, which is great and laudable, but for those who spend really, really long days doing incident response, forensics, and so forth, there feels like there's very little progress to be made, or decisions from which they have little to no control, running counter to their needs that are actually being made. It's definitely tough to be chipper or find that upside. Like Sam Wilson over there, if anyone's watching the series, he carries a burden of what's been entrusted to him by Captain America, trying to decide what he's actually going to do with that shield. It wasn't a straightforward decision. I watched episode 2 last night, still trying to figure it out. So we carry a burden of responsibility to use our skills and knowledge to the best of our ability in service of who pays our paychecks most often, which puts a roof over our head and food on the table. Now, I will not spoil some of what's being covered in that series, but for what I've seen so far, this is going to be a lot of aha moments for security professionals. So I actually used to work for Stan Lee, and he famously written the words for Spider-Man, another superhero, "With great power comes great responsibility." And that also leads to burdens at times. We can kind of change the fate of a lot of things if our skills, our power, aren't focused. Some in this field are fantastic at hacking policy. While not a technical pursuit, knowing how to do that ends up helping you if you're a technician, if you work together as a team. Don't look upon compliance people as the same way. There's a lot of stuff that they do could actually help you do your job better or easier. As a technical specialist who's good at what they do, you give the executive peace of mind that they have the talented team to protect the org that employs you. It's a support system, but realizing that you're often all better together, using your skills to the best of how you can actually apply them. Now, you'll have to probably pace yourself as burnout will strike. I know I've had it happen to me more than a few times, and that's using your power responsibly as well. There's always a change of pace and focus that can come from flipping teams, like red to blue, blue to red, purple team, what have you. There's also changing sectors, whether it be things like critical infrastructure, finance, etc., to going from public to private or private to public. I've done that a few times. A good organization knows the value of having diversity of experience on their team to help solve their problems. Secondarily, while this is kind of often horizontal, consider how leveling up to leadership, deciding, hiring the good people can actually make your job and your team better. It may kind of come with some non-perks like handling budgets, more planning, and less meetings, but even getting a taste of it kind of helps understand the value of what an outstanding leader may have done for you in the past. So, of course, it's also okay to stay on your path. If you want to stay technical or an individual contributor and you don't want to lead, that's totally fine. I've shifted that. It's worked. It's just a matter of what you want to do. I've done that. I did a talk on it. I enjoyed talking about it, but I do feel the tug of leadership again. I may go back at some point. I know it's strange, but it's a matter of finding your niche. But I would be remiss, at least finally, in not touching on the subject of hacktivism. I've seen a lot of higher profile items in the last year, things like the election, protest over social justice, some of the direct action there, mis and disinformation campaigns, and kind of like general issues with society, such as unbridled capitalism and corporate malfeasance. It was covered in a Reuters article yesterday by Joseph Menn. While I don't condone all the stuff we've seen, what some of the outcomes have actually brought to light are some of the ugly underbellies of what goes on, that really makes the world kind of seem wretched at times. Here, sometimes sunshine proves to be a good disinfectant and brings the discussion of what we've let pass to light. This then has people who wouldn't normally kind of like tackle the issue, start talking about it, and maybe try to do something good about it. In those cases, I'm kind of cheering for my own little corner. As an LGBTQ plus person in a, same-sex marriage, married to somebody of a racial minority, which we both have our own disabilities and suffered things such as bullying and abuse growing up and even into adulthood, we get to wonder how effective some of that fringe work is and what power is used in non-traditional ways. One of the things I always kind of think about when I try to inspire somebody is a quote from Silverado. The world's what you make of it. If it doesn't fit, you make alterations. This is a chance for you to kind of help focus your skills, your talents, your interests to try to make the world better. It's okay to pivot. It's okay to feel frustrated, but there's always a chance to find that upside. So I hope this has proven to be like a short or at least an interesting ride. So thank you for joining me today and your time here on a Saturday afternoon. At least where I am. It could be still morning for you, but do take care and thank you. Everybody back?
We are here.
All right, cool.
Omar. Joseph.
Uh-oh.
Do we lose them?
I don't know.
Comcast outage?
Oh my God, I don't even want to hear Comcast right now.
Don't threaten me with a good time, right?
Oh man, no, I found out like about an hour before going on the conference was that the internet has been down in my area completely since 3 a.m. So I had to rush to my dad's place. I'm at my dad's place right now doing this.
This is why you get an unlimited data tethering
right?
phone.
Yeah. Oh God.
Do you want me to start sharing screen, Chloe? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Amy, how's it going?
Hi, good. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no,
I just wanted to make sure you guys are hearing me, you're seeing me, and if you're unable to share a screen, then I will set it up before we
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, let me stop the share. Sorry, my bad.
No problem.
Hopefully everybody got that.
It's good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a great talk. Thank you.
All right, over to Discord. See y'all later.
All right, thank you again.
Thanks.
One.
Hey, welcome back to HackerCon. And with us is Dr. Amit El-Azhari, who will be talking to us about the evolving security policy landscape and how it impacts you. Amit, take it away.
Thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure to be here with you today. And I will be talking with you a little bit about the security policy landscape. I'm going to be building upon Holly's presentations from before. And I'm going to be sharing a unique case study of a policy project that evolved into Disclose.io and some of the recent landscape developments we've seen around safe harbors and kind of how it inspired me. And hopefully it will inspire you as well. So starting with a little bit of a disclaimer, because I am trained as a lawyer, as you will hear, my doctoral degree is in the law from UC Berkeley. But today I'm going to be talking with you about mostly my prior work, and this presentation is my own opinion, it's not legal advice. And I thought that a proper disclaimer would be appropriate to start kind of a legal-centric talk. So a little bit about my story, and I would just add another quick disclaimer. I actually looked at Harley's talk today, which was brilliant. And I have reshuffled all my slides and I've kind of changed the narrative because I believe Harley has given us a lot of the background, and I want to focus really on one of the case studies in the story behind Disclose.io to give you a perspective before you're going to hear more details about it later from Chloe. And I'm going to start with my personal story. So my name is Amit El-Azhari. I pursued my doctoral degree in the law at UC Berkeley. I'm originally from Tel Aviv. That's the accent that you're probably noticing. I'm Israeli. And I came to Berkeley in 2016 to really focus on technology law. And I was always fascinated about this interaction between the legal landscape and technology and intellectual property, patents, copyright, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act related issues, computer crime and privacy. And specifically, I studied how they interact with the fine print. 2016, I'm coming to Berkeley, I'm starting to work on these issues, and I hear a lot about friendly hackers from my sister, Karen El-Azhari, who you might know from her famous TED Talk about hackers as the internet immune system. And she really inspired me by talking about security researchers and some of the considerations, including about these issues of, legal considerations. And at the time, I was really studying this interaction between contracts and laws and intellectual property. And she was talking about bug bounties, and it kind of inspired me to look at the legal landscape of bug bounties. Now, this is 2017, 2016. I'm just starting to look at that landscape. And I ended up conducting the first legal survey of what type of terms and conditions we can find in bug bounties, and what are the potential legal implications that are stemming from that interaction, right? Where the contract landscape is interacting with anti-hacking laws and this concept of security research and crowdsourced security research and bug bounties. And I discovered interesting things. And again, this is my prior work. My first paper on this was published in 2017. And I gave a number of talks, including a DEF CON on this. And one of the things that I've discovered that there is an opportunity to shape the landscape by creating one set of language that would encapsulate this notion of the safe harbor, that would address some of the legal implications and the legal concerns using the language of the terms of use in the contract. Now, at that time, I'm starting to socialize my research. My sister is really inspiring me to come and talk with the community. I'm going to DEF CON, I'm going to Black Hat, I'm going to RSA, and with the support of the Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity at Berkeley, I began to speak about this opportunity to create a common language harbors in bug bounties in vulnerability disclosure programs. And I get the question of, is it really an issue? We've seen researchers in bug bounties in those kind of settings, potentially, getting threatened with legal threats. And Kevin comes out with his own story around his interaction with the DJI bug bounty, and with his tweet sharing his story about how he walked away from a $30,000 approved bounty because of potential legal issues. And there are two sides of the stories, and I encourage you to go online and look at the different reporting. By the way, DJI now, they do have a safe harbor in the bug bounty, but Kevin coming up with the story 2017 really inspired me to move forward with this initiative of creating the standardized legal language. And I continue to, get inspired by the community because I know these issues matter. And the reason we know these issues matter is because bug bounties have moved us really towards a path forward by creating those private mechanisms of creating the authorization and the safe harbor and giving an avenue of a little bit more certainty to researchers to report their vulnerabilities and creating those bridges between companies and between researchers. And we know the community cares about it. Notably, of course, there are still issues, and I think my fellow peers today on the agenda have shared some of their perspectives around this. But the fact that we were able to create those crowdsourced systems and include that language around authorization directly in contracts has enabled many around the world to, for the first time, utilize their skills with more certainty, with more legalities being ensured. And I got inspired by researchers like Jay Cable, who I know is presenting here as well, that really said very explicitly the fact that I don't have to hide it, the fact that I have this construct of authorization to rely on is helping me, is inspiring me to report those issues. And this is not, of course, anecdotal evidence from great researchers like Jack. This is also coming out from empirical research. So actually, we have a lot of academic research in this domain and surveys done by think tanks like the CDT, but also by agencies like NTIA already in 2015 that tells us that this issue of potential concerns around legal liability is affecting the community. And notably, this early research from 2017, which is a survey with more than 400 researchers, already conveyed that more than 60% of the researchers noted this issue of the threat of legal action was something that was standing between them and reporting the vulnerability to the vendor. And all this research we've been building off in the past years has cultivated this momentum around what can be done in contracts, what can be done in terms of use in the private ordering landscape in terms of including that authorization. Now, it's not just, of course, this issue of the legal implication. We also have the broader important narrative around the importance of communications and trust and expectations. And this is also coming through these surveys. Now, interestingly, and this is a paper that I started when I was I started when I was at Berkeley and was recently published. We also know that the common reason from that survey of leaving a bug bounty, of actually leaving a bug bounty you're already participating in, and this is not a vulnerability disclosure program, this is an incentivized program, was related to communication issues. So we know it's not just about the legal landscape, it's also about this notion of trust. And this is something I'm personally still devoting a lot of time on working on. And if you specifically look at the safe harbor, some of this more recent research talks about the fact that the legal safe harbor is actually a consideration when bug hunters are looking at which programs to work with, which programs to collaborate, where they're going to devote their energy when it comes to bug bounty programs. We don't have this research, by the way, for vulnerability disclosure program. We have it for bug bounties. And it's still kind of a lower rank, but this is a very small sample. And I encourage you researchers to participate in this kind of empirical research that is being conducted, and you have here the link on the bottom if you want to collaborate with the academics that are leading this kind of research. So the bottom line is that we know the community cares about it, and this is a critical issue to address. But not just the community, policymakers care about this as well. So one of the things we are noticing, and I think Harley gave a very extensive overview of the most recent development, including the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act, including the CISA-BOD and the implementation of the CISA-BOD, including the work by NIST in the area of IoT that is referencing coordinated vulnerability disclosure, we are noticing that the policymakers are actually addressing and recognizing these concerns. And this is really tied to the global, I would say, momentum around more and more and more regulation being proposed around the issue of coordinated vulnerability disclosure. I will share here a number of examples, but Harley really gave an extensive overview, including some of the global developments with the NAS directive in Europe, with the certification developments in Europe. But what's interesting is that we are starting to see with this collaboration around this issue of the safe harbor and with the growing attention to the concern, policymakers including in their commentation this concern. So for example, the CISA-BOD, the BOD from November 2020, that talks about this issue of how federal agencies should go about on creating vulnerability disclosure program, specifically calls out the potential legal concerns of the community and includes that language around addressing legal implication. And that's the momentum we are seeing around the safe harbor, no longer just a discussion around industry, but rather policymakers recognizing these concerns. And of course, this is a very positive development, but the work continues. And I think this momentum is only going to grow because we're seeing more attention to vulnerability disclosure across the board. And this is tied to policy conversation around IoT security, around supply chain security. And it's not just in the regulatory landscape in terms of legislation, it's also coming in the international standards. And just to give you some examples on how really the policymakers are being very concrete about this, I think Harley mentioned already one of the proposals in the area of consumer smart products. It started with IoT. The recent consultation already expanded a little bit. And basically the UK government calling explicitly the importance of having a public point of contact, a vulnerability disclosure program for IoT consumer smart products. At this stage, that's the consultation manufacturers. Seeing that policymakers putting more attention to this. And one of the considerations, if you look at the documentation kind of in more detail, is they are talking about also the importance of facilitating those bridges between the community and between organizations. And of course, this is not a new phenomena. Already in 2000, early on, years ago, and this is a slide that started, from a 2017 presentation, many organizations across government agencies, across bodies have recognized the importance of having those capabilities around vulnerability disclosure. And in fact, one of the interesting, I would say, developments is from the FTC that together with many other circumstances and depending on the case have suggested in the past that failure to maintain an adequate process for receiving and addressing security vulnerability reports from security researchers, from external parties, could be potentially, again, with all these different circumstances, an unreasonable practice under Section 5. So with all this attention to really facilitating vulnerability disclosure program and with the rise of proposed regulations requiring to facilitate disclosure programs, what can we do in contracts? What can we do in this landscape of the standardized language of terms of use? And this is really my prior work that I started at Berkeley 2016 to 2000. Recognizing that there could be some complexities with reform, the focus there was coming together the community and create a set of common language around a safe harbor. And this is the first project, Legal Bug Bounty, that we started at the time. But the DOJ, and Harley mentioned that as well, the DOJ have actually they have come forth with a number of key documentation supporting security researchers and supporting the community. Harley spoke about their comments on the DMCA proceedings for the good faith security research exemption. But another very important development was the fact that in 2017, they actually published a framework that includes considerations on how you go about design a vulnerability disclosure program. This was non-binding and really a set of considerations, but they explicitly called out this issue of addressing in the language what are potential implications in terms of the legal landscape of reporting, what we call quote unquote the safe harbor. That was again 2017, the same time I'm talking at DEF CON and sharing my research, but this development has really cultivated the industry momentum around the growing recognition of the importance of the safe harbor provisions and the standardized landscape. So after this, I continue my mission in kind of facilitating the message around the importance of and the opportunity by addressing the policy landscape using contractual language. And I go to a lot of conferences and I continue to get inspired and cultivated by the community support. And really, this is the big message here. Policy is not just about, companies. It's not just about policymakers. It's about all of us coming together. It's about that dialogue where we create those mechanisms, we build those bridges to move forward conversations around these critical issues. And this is around 2018, we have the Legal Bug Bounty proposed language kind of floating out there. I start talking with a lot of companies, and really Dropbox among the first to adopt a safe harbor in 2019, cultivating this momentum. And they specifically get acknowledged by prominent researchers saying, this safe harbor movement is a good thing. I will be hacking on your program code because of it. So the community comes together and supports this momentum, and more companies joins us. And this is the example from Tesla. In fact, it's an interesting story. It's how I got my first challenge coin from Elon Musk, which I believe there are only 20 or 30 there, not because I hacked a Tesla, but mostly because they figure out that this idea of having a safe harbor in their bug bounty language is a good one. And they actually added even language about the fact that potential, if you're a good faith security researcher that is approved under the bug bounty program, and something happens to your Tesla and you've been operating under the policy, they actually waive the warranty limitations. There is a lot of nuance there. I encourage you go test that and look at that language out. But this was a real novelty when it comes to the bug bounty language landscape. And it's no longer just about the safe harbor. It's actually about potential warranty issues, because Teslas are a very expensive device, right? And that cultivated another effort, which you're going to hear a lot more about today, which is Disclose.io. And Disclose.io came about again from great collaboration of the platform stepping in, and here specifically Casey and Backroute stepping in, but also HackerOne. At the time, they changed their default language, and that created a lot of adoption of safe harbors throughout hundreds and thousands of programs. So with this support coming from the major bug bounty companies, with the supports of the platforms, we were able to create this effort, Disclose.io, that talks about standardized language. It's not legal advice. People are encouraged to, go about and seek their own advice and think about the unique considerations of the organization, but it's a starting point. And the safe harbor notion and the concept of how do we address and bring more clarity around the legal issues was the motivation behind it. And you're going to hear more about it today from Casey and from Chloe and others. But that enabled us to take, something that I started and was pretty small at the time, that had the support of a number of prominent programs, and really create a big momentum around it. And that's the story of Disclose.io. And for me, really my personal stories to share here is that collaboration is really the key for all of this. If you would tell me, years ago, that what started as a paper from 2017 and an idea of a doctoral student would be informed from so many lenses, from so many contributions, would be cultivated by this momentum, and we would reach to the point that we have today hundreds and thousands of safe harbors deployed out there, including by the big companies. I would be, I might have been skeptical, but it is because of the collaboration. It is because of the community coming together. We were able to effect this change. We were able to move it along. And a lot of the people involved, there are people speaking today, and Chloe has moved this effort along, Casey has moved this effort along, and many others that have contributed along the way. And this is really the call to action. As we are thinking about these issues, as we are thinking about building those bridges between the security research community, addressing the evolving policy landscape as it changes, we will need to continue and work on this collaboration. And, in fact, this is part of my work at Intel. I haven't spoken about Intel a lot today, but one of the reasons that I'm really passionate about my work and I'm really inspired about my work, because I am focusing on building those bridges. And we do have a bug bounty. It does have language about addressing potential legal implications. And I invite you to hack our systems according to the policy, according to the bug bounty and the vulnerability disclosure program, and report issues to us. But above all, I invite you to continue this collaboration and participate in the conversation and share from your perspective, because I think it was only because of that collaboration, that cultivation that we have received, that energy that we have received from security research, from companies, from everybody coming together, we were able to create that momentum around safe harbor. And the safe harbor is not, it's not the perfect solutions. There are still issues out there, and we recognize that. But the main point is that we will need to continue and work on that collaboration. So with that, I would like to wrap it up. I'm going to be around for questions. And I think, the entire set of perspectives that was brought today by many others can really also inform, what we should be doing next. So thank you so much. Feel free to ping me on Twitter, and I will try to hang around on Discord. And thanks for supporting this.
Thank you so much, Amit, and thank you everybody for joining. And as usual, please join the conversation in Discord, as Amit mentioned. The information is in the bottom of the screen, in the description, whether you're in YouTube or on Twitch. And thank you again for supporting us again, Amit, and really good to see you. We're going to go in a break right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Security Researcher's Guide to the Galaxy. So a little bit about who I am. So I'm John Jackson, aka John J. Hacking. I am a senior application security engineer for Shutterstock. I am a security researcher and the founder of Sakura Samurai. I'm an author. I wrote the book Corporate Cybersecurity, which comes out later in the summer. And ultimately, I am someone that wants to change the space of security research and make it a safer place for everyone. Just so you know, the intention of this guide is not to be a hacking guide per se, but to talk about the different types of security research, what to do to stay safe, and some things to know, and how to go through the different processes of identification, reporting, etc. So if you're a new hacker, this may not be for you. But feel free to watch anyway. Shout out to the members of Sakura Samurai, Aubrey Cottle, Robert Willis, Jackson Henry, and Nick Soller, who are badass and have made all of this possible for me and for us as a team together. So major research. It's no surprise that I have a few CVEs under my name. Some of them better than others, quote unquote better, right? I mean, security research is good nonetheless. I think my favorite CVE was 2020 28360, which was the NPM private IP SSRF bypass. That was a really interesting one, affecting an NPM package that affected a lot of different upstream things, including cryptocurrencies. So that was really cool. And basically, we were able to bypass the regex, preventing server-side requests for forgery vulnerabilities. Second to that was the TCL research, right? Found a TCL backdoor, and 2 CVEs were involved with that, and the Department of Homeland Security covered that. So that was really interesting. And then obviously, most recent one is one that I did with Sakura Samurai, which was the Keybase client catching info disclosure. They were basically storing photos in the clear text on the client side, which is really bad, right? Because it's supposed to be an end-to-end encryption app. So as far as the non-CVE work goes, so far I'm pretty known for the United Nations breach and Indian government hacks. Those have been really big, disclosed in the news lately, and I couldn't have done it without Sakura Samurai and the other members who made initial identifications, and then we started to escalate it severely. Obviously, I've also done the Neopets breach and dealt with the Talkspace business logic flaw. And if anyone knows how that turned out, that was an interesting one, so we could talk more about that later. But it's important to remember that if you don't have a CV, it doesn't matter. It seriously doesn't matter, so don't worry about it. If you want one enough, you'll get one eventually. If you don't get one, it seriously doesn't matter, but we're going to talk about how you could identify these. All right, so memes. Everyone knows I'm a meme lord, so let's go through this, right? Don't make me tap the sign. Use your brain. Very important. Yes, use your brain. You need to have permission when you're hacking. That's an obvious one. This presentation is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, so take everything that I say with a grain of salt and run it by a lawyer. But ultimately, use logic and use sound reasoning to make determinations on your security research, because the only person that knows you is yourself, and the only one that knows the law is lawyers and the people that are going to prosecute you. So make sure that you are doing the right things, getting permission where possible, and it gets tricky, and we can talk a little bit about that later. So defining hacking. I'm not going to beat a dead horse on this one, but everyone knows there's the 3 hats, right? Black hats, gray hats, and white hats. Ultimately, my vision and Sakura Samurai's vision is to stray away from the usage of all 3 hats, right? The reason why is because there is no pure black hat nor a white hat. So as you can see with this meme, wait, white hat hackers are also the black hat hackers? Yes, they always have been. And to elaborate on that a little more, there's no such thing as a white hat hacker. That doesn't exist, because it would be extremely rare to find someone that doesn't cross some sort of legal bound at a given time, right? And in order to stay completely clean, you can't be committing crimes. Hacking is not a crime. However, people do like to consider hacking a crime. So I really am passionate about unifying the community on hackers' rights and issues, and getting rid of these the usage of the three hats, and just using the term hacker, right? Because I think that hacking is all about intent. It's not about black hat or white hat, but it's just about intent. If you have a database dump, are you going to leak it or are you going to disclose it, right? That's your intention. And I think that there's kind of an ebb and flow of good behavior versus bad behavior, threat actor versus responsible researcher. And this ebb and flow is not cut and dry, and it's not static. And the dynamic nature of security research and hacking in general will determine what a hacker is or isn't, right? So there's no cut and dry definition for hacker. I'm not going to argue the definition of hacker. I've found that never really works out, as most of us have. However, I will say that there's no such thing as ethical hacker in my book. I don't like the word. I just prefer hacker. I think the intent is going to speak for itself. Risk to hackers, right? So first and foremost, if you're risk adverse, don't hack. Plain and simple. Just don't hack if you're risk adverse, because the longer you research, the more scenarios you're going to run into, and you may find yourself in a tricky situation at one point or another, right? If you know you're not the type to handle stress very well, it might be something that you want to avoid doing. So if you are very risk adverse, I don't recommend security research. Maybe you can do bug bounties, and stay completely within scope and all of that. But if you're gonna reach out of scope or anything like that, I don't recommend getting into security research if you can't handle it. Don't take that the wrong way. It's just what I've seen and what I've experienced personally. So to do it or to not do it, right? What does that really mean? It means, should you hack it or should you not, right? Hackers are curious people. We're gonna come across a wide variety of scenarios when we're doing security research, and you have to determine what's smart. So have a lawyer, retain a lawyer, always have a lawyer. If anyone ever comes into your house, if you ever get questioned, and law enforcement gets involved at any point, shut up and just lawyer up and let your lawyer do the talking. Do not talk to law enforcement. They are not your friends in that sense. Especially, if you think that just by having good intention, it's going to keep you safe. That may not be the case. So make sure you have a lawyer on hand, and just do the right thing and know what you're doing before you get into conducting this research. Because if you don't, it can backfire on you. I don't want to see that happen. I've seen it happen before. I've almost had it's almost ended bad for me when I first started doing security research. So just retain that lawyer. All right, the types of research. So there's 3 different types of research. Well, at least I break it into 3 different categories. So you've got for profit, for fun, and accidental, right? So what does that really mean? For profit is bug bounty programs, right? So you could get on a program, you could hack, you could make money. For fun is vulnerability disclosure programs and open source research, right? Looking for 0 days, that kind of thing on open source projects. And then accidental, that's basically just the whoops moment, right? Like, I just found this thing, right? So there's these 3 categories of research. Depending on what you're interested in is obviously going to be the determinant in what you end up going for. Like if you end up going for money, it doesn't really make sense to go do a VDP, right? You don't want to do beg bounties, as Casey Ellis calls them, because it's just embarrassing and it's not a good look for researchers. And I guess we could talk a little bit about that later. Yeah. So there is one other class within the for-profit, which is selling 0 days. People don't like to talk about it. It's a very shady subject. I'm not going to talk about it too much. All I'm going to say is be smart and use your brain. You don't know who it's going to. It could be used by the government to exploit people. You really don't know who these 0 days are going to. So just be careful. All right, for profit. So bug bounty programs. What is a bug bounty program? Simple. You hack, you get paid. That's as simple as it gets, right? Obviously, there's a lot to it. Bug bounty platforms exist to support hackers. So BugCrowd, HackerOne, Integrity, Synac. I will say that Synac is application only. You have to go through the process, yada yada. If I had to recommend one of these platforms, I would say I like BugCrowd personally. They've treated me very well. I've always had good resolve on bugs and adequate attention paid to my vulnerabilities. And if I've had any issues, I've been able to have them resolved very easily. So that's why I recommend BugCrowd, but you can do whatever you want. I won't say anything for or against any other platform. However, I would say that the more important part is how you pick your target, right? That's one of the things I'm asked all the time. Well, John, how do you pick a target? Well, that's a good question, right? It's a loaded question. For one, private programs are great. One of the things people say all the time is, "Oh, I only do private programs because of X," right? Well, private programs can be good and bad. They can be good because you're dealing with a much smaller pool of participants. However, that might also mean that there's a much smaller scope, and that you might be dealing with program managers that are far new than someone in the public space, right? That has dealt with everything under the sun. So it's really going to depend. Obviously, when you find a good program, stick to it, because if you stick to the program and you learn their assets inside and out, you'll find that you're popping bugs more. Now, I don't do bug bounty a ton. I honestly like to do other types of research, as everyone has seen. However, I would say that don't just pick a target because it's got a big scope or a small, a small refined scope on a private program. Pick a program based on your skill set, right? If the enterprise is very e-commerce heavy, and you find that you're really good at doing something like indirect object references, it might be a good program for you, right? Because you might be able to tamper with the cart, tamper with user data, all that kind of stuff, right? Bridge your vulnerability exploitation skills to the program type, and you'll find that you do a lot better. If you're someone that wants to intimately know the tech stack and exploit it in that sense, then I would recommend a small private program. Because obviously there's a limited amount of researchers on the program, and you can really get a feel to get to know the program managers and the different assets. If you're someone trying to tag a quick buck, something with a much larger scope gives you a wider attack surface, right? So you have to compare and contrast these things to figure out what's going to work for you. All right, so for fun, right, we got CVEs and VDPs. So what really is a CVE? So I'm not going to bore you with definitions. I'm just going to tell you how I see a CVE. CVE is basically something that affects an application or a piece of hardware, and is widespread in the sense of they can't just fix it and be done with it, right? Like they have to do a major application update or a major release to all the users and customers that result in a lot of transparency behind it. And that might not just be organization based, that can affect a wide range of organizations. So for example, imagine you have a cross-site scripting vulnerability, right? A cross-site scripting vulnerability within itself is not a 0-day, right? Or a CVE in a sense. However, imagine that that cross-site scripting payload that you found is on a third-party component used by the enterprise, right? So like maybe they're working with a vendor that integrates this component into the web application stack, right? If you found a cross-site scripting on that component, for instance, then it's probably a CVE because it's going to affect any other company that uses that application or that product, right? So that's really how you determine what's a CVE and what's not. And I think it's important to reach out to people if you don't know. If you don't know if something's a CVE or not, there's plenty of security researchers that are willing to help you, and they're not gonna ask for anything from you, right? They're just gonna say, yeah, let me check it out, let me help you figure it out, right? Don't go in it alone. If you need help, obviously reach out to someone that can help you figure out if it's a CVE or not, so you don't waste your time. In addition, with CVEs comes a lot of responsibility and media attention too. So I think people need to realize that when they're researching. It could be a dangerous game depending on what it is. If you're a media adverse, stay away from CVEs because you may or may not get media depending on what type of CVE it is, even if you want it. In addition, you have your vulnerability disclosure programs and your bug bounty programs, right? So as I said before, bug bounty programs are for profit and VDPs are for free, right? So someone that is a VDP was, for instance, the United Nations operated a VDP. So we hacked on them. We knew we weren't going to get money if we had findings that we submitted, and then we did so. All right, so the notification flow for a CVE. This is very important. This is my personal workflow, but you can feel free to use whatever you want. I just find that this works for me the best. So one of the first things I do, right? So let's imagine that you found a remote code execution on a TV, right? And a TV is a piece of hardware that's going to require a lot of work to resolve, right? So when you think about that type of CVE, it's not that easy for them to patch. It's a CVE. So where do you start, right? After you find this remote code execution vulnerability on a TV, let's say. So one of the first things you need to do is you need to contact MITRE and you need to get a CVE ID. In my workflow, I contact MITRE first because I find that having a CVE ID on hand makes things go a lot quicker. So I'll reach out to MITRE, I'll fill out the form, and I'll let them know that I found a CVE. Worst comes worst, let's say something happens throughout this entire cycle and it doesn't end up being a CVE, you don't have to use that ID. They'll release it back into the pool, or they will drop it, and you can let them know. So right after you submit to MITRE, you want to contact the vendor, right? So who is the vendor, right? How do you find the vendor? We'll get a little further into that later. However, I will say that contacting the vendor might be as simple as like reaching out to their security team or something. But ultimately, you don't want to drop the CVE unpatched. It's not considered great. People do it, but it's not a great look. There is a certain timeline that I kind of have in the back of my head for doing something like that. But you want to give a courtesy heads up to the vendor, like, hey, I found this CVE. I have a MITRE ID on the way. This is what it is. This is what it does. How long is it going to take you to fix this? And they'll typically give you a response if things go well. If not, you might have a harder time. But after you contact the vendor, you're going to wait for that MITRE ID, and you're going to wait for that patch. So those two things go together. So once the vendor patches, you got to make sure that you have that CVE ID. And then what you do next is, while you're waiting for the patch and while you're waiting for the MITRE ID, instead of wasting time waiting to receive both of those, right, a patch notification and that MITRE CVE ID, just reach out. If you have media contacts and it's a big enough vulnerability that you think people need to know about, reach out to the media and let them know about it. Give them a heads up. Share some details with them prior. Um, and then when that's all said and done and you have the CVE ID and the patch is done, do the write up. So I always pre-do my write-ups, in a document that I keep on hand. That way it's just an easier flow when I'm ready to release and I'm ready to work with the media. So you'll do the write-up, and then once you do the write-up, that's going to be your reference for MITRE. You need to have references to prove the extent of the CVE, right? The 0 day. So you're going to submit that reference to MITRE after you do the write-up. So I like to use my website because it brings traffic to my website and people can get to know me, follow me, all that kind of stuff, right? You can do it however. There's people that do it on GitHub. I've even seen it done on Twitter, to be honest with you. It depends. So there's a few different options that you have, but at a minimum, you're going to need some form of write-up for this disclosure. If you don't want to do a write-up, which honestly, some people don't. Some people do not want to do write-ups. If you don't want to do one, you can use the vendor patch as your reference. So only the vendor patch. You can also update references at any time by contacting MITRE and letting them know, like, oh, hey, I just migrated my blog and the link isn't going to work anymore, so here's the new link, right? Try not to do that because unless you're going to do it properly, it kind of can break some of the CVE references and media citations and all that kind of stuff, which you may see from time to time. And then once you submit those references to MITRE, drop it, right? Have the media drop the articles that they wrote, drop your write-up to the public, and make impact. Why? But why, right? Impact is important. It's one thing to rack up a bunch of 0 days and vulnerabilities, so on and so forth. And it's another thing to do it with a purpose or do it with a cause. And we'll talk about that in a sec. All right, so reporting the CVE, right? So, back to our initial example, let's say you have a TV remote code execution vulnerability, right? You can hop on a search engine and you can type in CVE report form. You'll see this CVE mitre.org request form here, request CVE IDs. You could click on that and then it'll pull up this page. Now, what is this page? Participating CNAs and then name and scope. So this is very important, and remember this. Please remember this if you can. You have this request form, MITRE CVE request web form, but don't automatically assume that you need to submit to them. Why, right? There are CNAs, and CNAs, I think it stands for Certified Naming Authorities. CNAs are basically organizations that have been vetted to assign CVEs. So for instance, if you find a 0-day vulnerability on Apache, they're a CNA and they can go through this entire process for you, basically. So instead of submitting the MITRE request form, you're cutting out the middleman in a sense, right? Because you have MITRE and then the vendor, and then you have to coordinate the patch and the CVE ID. If they have a CNA, you're cutting out the MITRE request form and you're just dealing with that vendor who's going to patch it and do a publication and a release on it. So it's one workflow for you, which works for and against you. All right, so reporting part 2. So, all right, let's say they don't have a CNA. It's some vendor that no one's really heard of or something like that, or it's not big enough for them to have a CNA. You're going to go through this CVE request form. A lot of times, this can be for companies too, right? Because it might be a big company, but they might not have a CNA. So for the CVE request form, this is what's going to be pulled up, right? So for the request type, you're going to pick report vulnerability request CVE ID. You're going to enter your email address where they could reach you. if I were you, I would definitely allow list these email address CVE request at MITRE and CVE-MITRE.org as safe senders. You don't want that ending up in your spam box, which has happened to people before. And if the vulnerability is extremely critical, like imagine you found a 0-day for Microsoft Exchange, right? And you were just going to disclose it, right? Using a PGP key, you might want to do that, right? You might want to send them an encrypted response. Well, because yeah, you don't want that getting nabbed. That could end up very poorly. But for the most part, you don't really have to. Number of vulnerabilities reported. This is important because let's say you're researching on a company, right? Like through a VDP or something open source, and you pop 3 0-days, which it happens. It really does. You can switch this from 1 to 3 or so on and so forth, even more than 10, I guess, if you're just a rock star or whatever. And it'll populate more forms so you can request more than one at a time. I've requested more than one before. So this is, it's a useful thing to know, right? And there's these little check boxes right here, right? Have you verified whether or not the product is in a CNA covered or is CNA covered, right? So for example, if you're trying to use this form to submit on Apache and you're checking this box, it's not a great look because it's already showing MITRE, hey, yeah, I'm not reading, I don't really care, I'm just clicking boxes, right? Please read the form. You want to make sure that it's not CNA covered. And then you verified that the vulnerability has not already been assigned to CVE. Step number 1, right? When you're doing research, if you find a remote code execution vulnerability or you find sensitive information exposure or path traversal or something that's going to result in some sort of critical exploitation, make sure you're checking that it's not already an outlined issue that you can find publicly, right? Because sometimes that does happen. Vendors won't fix critical issues, and then you're going to try to submit a CVE for something that's probably already been done. Or there might be a CVE for it and it's just not patched yet and you found it in a weird kind of in-between zone. So make sure that you're paying attention to that. In addition, the vulnerability type, right? This little drop down will give you a bunch of different options. Just pick the most relevant one to the vulnerability type. And then for the vendors of the products here, that's going to be who you found the vulnerability on. So for instance, like when I did Keybase, it was Keybase, right? Because that's the actual vendor of the product that I was working on with the team. And then the affected products code base, right? So it's going to have the product and the software versions. So product on the first line, software version on the second line here. So for instance, Keybase client, right? And then it would be the product, and then Keybase, and then version 3 point less than 3 point whatever, or whatever the case may be, right? All right, reporting part 3. Has the vendor confirmed or acknowledged the vulnerability? So you'll see that this says optional. I like to fill it out just because it may help streamline the processes a little bit. So has the vendor confirmed it? Usually I put no because I request ID first. Attack type, it's just going to be a more granular version of the vulnerability. So it might say, I think this one says remote or local or whatever. Impact, right? What can you do with it? Code execution, other info disclosure. You can check multiple of these boxes if you need to. Affected component, right? So this is where if you know what the code looks like for the vulnerability that you're exploiting, you might say something like, oh, because of the view servlet or something like that, right? You might want to throw that in here because that could help MITRE understand the impact. And then the attack vectors, right? So this is just basically explaining how you can do it, right? Like, oh, a threat actor can append 2 dots and a forward slash a couple of times and, start reading files, right? Or something like that. And then suggested description of the vulnerability. So you'll see there's a little I here. This will take you to a guide that teaches you how to do the naming mechanism for different CVEs. I highly recommend reading this because it's great. Obviously, if you've seen CVEs before, you know kind of how they're structured. And once you start doing this, it just kind of rolls off the tip of your tongue, just like so easy. Just you'll get it done in like 30 seconds. But if you're new to it, I definitely recommend reading this little guide, so you can go through how MITRE likes their naming mechanisms, and descriptions of their vulnerabilities, and then discovers credits. So I honestly don't really even know what they do with this, because you don't necessarily get your credits on the CVE itself. That's why I like to use my blog as my reference, because people will know it's me, and then I can put the credits in the write up or whatever, right? Whereas if you just throw it on something like, or if you just use the vendor's description, they might not credit you or something like that. You can ask them to, but everyone's kind of different in how they operate. So that field doesn't really mean much. And then for the references here, obviously, like I was saying, this is going to be using that article or that link, that vulnerability patch release, so on and so forth. All right, reporting part 4. So once you submit that, you get this email that just says, thanks, we're going to review it, plain and simple. And then over here, you're going to get, so once this is all said and done and they verify it, and this is my favorite part, because when I first did this, I was so confused. I was like, huh? It says UCV 2021 23827. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, do I have it? I don't even know. Yes, this is your ID, and they're very blunt about it. So once you get this ID, to submit the reference, you're just going to reply to them, and you're going to say, hey, here's my reference for this CVE. So you reply to this email and you say, here's the reference for that CVE. And then they'll look through it. If anything looks weird to them, they'll clarify with you. And yeah, it'll be good. And then they'll drop it, right? It'll hit Twitter, it'll hit everywhere. All right, CNAs. So let's talk a little bit about CNAs, right? They're going to handle everything, the entire patch to release cycle. But I like to think of the CNA as that tsunami barrier, if done right only. And what I mean by that is, a CNA is either going to be your best friend or your worst nightmare. And I definitely have stories of both. But I would say that when dealing with a CNA, it gets complex, because they might kind of gaff off your vulnerability or your 0 day, because they're trying to control the flow of information and prevent people from being exploited. Like, you have to look at it from their angle, you have to look at it from your angle, you have to look at it from every angle you possibly can, right? Because there's a difference between they're purposefully slowing you down because they don't want to release and look bad, versus, they're actually struggling to fix it or something like that. So try to operate discretion, and just try to be a good person, and think about their perspective before you start to escalate on them or something like that, right? So let me give you a case study of a CNA gone wrong. Apache, as I described earlier, is a CNA. So one of the hackers in our crew, Sakura Samurai, Jackson Henry, and I was there for this, and this is great because I watched him basically carry out this entire cycle. I kept track of his progress to see where he was going with this, and it was really interesting to watch it come to life. So he found a cross-site scripting vulnerability on Apache Velocity, which is used in government sites. I mean, NASA, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? So he submitted it to Apache because they're a CNA. They said they would take care of it. It seemed really well managed at first, and they were like, oh, yeah, can you help us come up with a fix, right? So Jackson actually came up with a patch for the vulnerability. Some of their internal devs argued about it for a little while, But ultimately, they accepted his patch and they fixed it. But when they fixed it, they went dark on him. They didn't assign a CVE ID. They stopped responding to his emails, and he was following up every couple of weeks. Ultimately, he hit that 90-day disclosure point, right? And as I said, I was going to talk about this earlier. The 90-day disclosure point is where you're pretty safe to just drop the 0 day unpatched. But in this instance, it was patched, and they just weren't giving him that CVE ID. So we reached out to Axe Sharma, who's a good friend from Bleeping Computer, and we let him know what was going on, and he wrote an article about it, right? Undisclosed Apache Velocity Cross-Site Scripting Vulnerability Impacts Government Sites. And if you read the article, you'll see just how poorly managed it was. And everyone that knows me at this point knows that I don't care about getting on Twitter and kind of turning up the heat a little bit if I have to, because it brings light and attention to the situation. And when vendors go dark on you, especially if they're CNA and they're supposed to manage this process from you from start to end, you want to make sure you're keeping track of them and you're poking them and you're prodding them. Now, if I was Jackson, and I am a Jackson, but I'm not Jackson Henry, I would have probably dropped on them earlier. However, Jackson managed the process appropriately and very responsibly because he waited to that full 90-day point. However, like I said, I would have turned up the heat much earlier, but I really commend Jackson because he went through the most responsible process that one could possibly go through, which is he gave them the full chance to fix it and to give him the CVE ID number. He communicated multiple times, and he waited a full 90 days, and then he just dropped it. And it was already patched at that point. So, I mean, if they patched it on the second week, I would have dropped it. But that's just me, especially if they're not responding to me. But I operate a little differently, and you should find your own process and what works or does not work for you. So this is an example of what could go wrong with a CNA. And that's why you have to track it very carefully. So snags in the line, right? A bunch of different stuff that could happen in your research process. You could deal with MITRE issues, vendor issues, or media issues. So let me explain the different types of things you might see, right? With MITRE, you might see a speed issue, right? Maybe they're not giving you a CVE ID. Maybe they're saying your vulnerability is not accurate or not correct, or they want you to change the description. There's a difference between a blocker on you and a blocker on them. A blocker on you is something like they want you to prove that it actually is a CVE or something like that and explain it to them more. So go ahead and resolve that as quickly as you can. And then in some instances, there's kind of that snag in the line for speed, right? Like maybe the vendor already fixed it, you're waiting for a CVE ID, and you're not getting one. And feel free to kind of bump it up and talk to them, right? Be a professional, communicate like an adult, and try to get them to give you that CVE ID and let them know that the vendor fixed it and you're just waiting to release the vulnerability to the public. Other snags in the line, right, is with the vendor. Kind of the same thing. The speed of the patch. Are they patching it correctly, right? Are you reviewing the patch to make sure they're patching it correctly? Are they going to release a patch notification? Are they working with you, communicating with you? Like, is the vendor appropriately, taking your impact seriously, right? Are they being speedy about it? Like, make sure you're communicating with these people. It's your 0 day at the end of the day. So if you're not doing your due diligence to try to manage the process like you want to, you're going to get screwed over, and you have to be on top of it. And then media, content related, right? Maybe you were dealing with a media contact who kind of says, hey, wait to drop your write-up because I want to drop my article in conjunction with your write-up or something like that, right? But then maybe last minute they're like, it doesn't really have as much impact as I want, or there's something bigger over here. Respect it, understand it, and just kind of move on. It's a snag that happens from time to time. All right, so talking about that accidental, right? That oops moment, right? The normal workflow gone bad. So what is accidental vulnerability research? How does that happen? So I like to think that probably the most common vulnerabilities that will occur accidentally are business logic flaws, right? So you're utilizing an application or a piece of hardware and something ticks, right? You see something weird. For me, it was with Talkspace. I saw that, there wasn't that user validation. So to me, it was weird. That was kind of my tick right there. It's a business logic flaw because they've implemented this into their flow. And I find that from time to time that will happen. It's a normal workflow just gone bad, and that's where you run into an accidental kind of situation. Other situations are you're bored and you're poking around at a company, right? Maybe you shouldn't be, but you are. Take it with a grain of salt. Do what you can, right? I mean, like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't advise you on this, but I would say that do what's right, do what you can legally, okay? So yeah, that oops moment is something that might happen. And then what do you do? All right. So you just stumbled across a business logic flaw, right? Maybe it's business logic, maybe it's part of the OWASP top 10, maybe it's a network kind of thing, Accidents happen, or hackcidents, as KDM calls them, and I really love that. A hackcident. That's funny. Hackcidents can happen, and especially as you start to research more, your brain will just start to click and you'll start to see like patterns and applications. So if you find a vulnerability, there's a lot of different things you can do, right? So for one, you're going to want to look to see if they have a security.txt on the root of the domain, because a lot of times they put security contact info in a security.txt and it'll tell you who you should be contacting. Now, if they don't have that, check disclose.io, DODB, because you can search through and see if someone has a bug bounty program or a VDP. I'm not going to talk too much about Disclose because Casey's actually giving a presentation on that today. And then the other thing too is check the web application, check their support page, check to see if they have a security contact. Go on their Twitter, see if they have a contact. Like, there's multiple things you can do. Try to stay calm. Don't get frustrated. Definitely stay calm, because remember, you're researching potentially what's out of scope, especially if you don't know if they have a private program or something like that. So you have to be careful. If all else fails, always evaluate the impact, right? Like, if you're talking about a cross-site scripting vulnerability, are you going to go disclose it to CERT, Certified Emergency Response Team, or the local entity for your country? Probably not. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. Probably not. CERT's not going to take you seriously. If you accidentally stumbled upon a vulnerability that allows you to access 8 million user records, you might want to get CERT involved, especially if you don't have permission, because you can be looking at legal ramifications beyond your control, and this is where you have to manage very carefully, and you need to reach out to experts in the field that do security research and say, hey, look, I'm worried, I need some help, right? And that's where community.disclose.io comes in. Pop by, hop on the community board and say, hey, I need a security contact for this company, right? Or this organization, and we'll do our best to help you out. I help volunteer for that. Sick Codes helps do that, and there's a few of us that are more than willing to help you out if you're in a pickle there. So make sure that you're doing your due diligence, and then obviously hop on Google, look for bug bounty programs, VDPs, reach out direct to the company via email support. Hey, do you have a security team? Reach out on Twitter via DM. Hey, do you have a security team? LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. Once you go through all of those steps and all of those means, take it to social media. That's what I always do. It always works for me. Take it to social media, or take it to community.disclose. Take it to both and say, hey, does anyone have a security contact for this company? 9 out of 10 times someone does, or someone knows someone, or friend of a friend, or whatever, and you'll find that you have a much cleaner process going through that. That's what we had to do for India, because even though they had a VDP, it was so sketchy that I wanted to talk to a federal entity to help us disclose it, because it was huge. All right, So here is a gone wrong situation, right, of researching out of scope. I found a business logic flaw. It was poorly managed, right? They had no security. I contacted their team. Their team told me it wasn't a vulnerability, um, even though I could get therapy for free, and just bypass paying for it at all, get their premium program. They said it wasn't a vuln. I said, well, if it's not a vuln, I'm going to publish about it. I published about it. They send me a cease and desist letter, right? I got lucky. I got lucky because I had reporters on my side. Zach Whitaker was there to help me out, and I sent him the C&D, and he wrote about it, and they kind of backed off. But I also took my blog post down, right? Now this was my first kind of research. I might not have taken it down if I knew what I was doing more. However, that could have easily ended with a lawsuit and not with a C&D, right? They could have just taken me straight to court and said, hey, he's hacking us out of scope. You know, he's a criminal, right? And they could have painted that scenario, and I could have ended up going to jail. So you have to think about this kind of thing before you start disclosing, before you start telling people about the vulnerabilities, before you reach out to the companies. Like, know your target audience. And then media contacts, right? So let's talk a little bit about this, right? The meme. I love this meme. I made this meme for this presentation, but yeah, like I've done this before, right? Where you talk to a journalist. I'm like, hey, I know you're really busy, but I have this breach-worthy kind of thing over here, right? And they're like, tell me, I want to know. How do you make friends in the media, right? You should have friends or good media contacts if you're a security researcher. They can't necessarily protect you, but they can give you a lot of visibility, which in turn can protect you in some instances. Obviously, once again, not a lawyer, be careful. But to make media contacts as friends, right? Like journalists as friends, interact with them on various platforms, give them feedback on their articles, follow them, comment on their work, right? Be a subject matter expert. Reach out and say, hey, if you ever need someone to talk about AppSec, that's my expertise. Let me know. I see you write about AppSec a lot, right? So hit me up if you want some comments. And they will from time to time when they need comments, which is kind of how I got my start with meeting different media contacts. And then, you know, if you want to really make impact and have lifelong friends that are journalists, make sure you're giving them valuable research. Readers want a story. So refine your methods to something that's valuable to that type of journalist, right? Because, you know, a journalist that covers cybersecurity politics, they don't care about your Neopets breach. You know what I mean? So you have to know your audience and know what type of journalism that journalist covers. Serious issues in media, right? So when do you go to the media outside of a 0 day? It depends. Think about the impact of the vuln, right? High value business logic flaws can result in good media. Breaches, database breaches are huge. Breaches of PII, privacy issues, and other general issues with a lot of impact. If you don't know, feel free to hit up a journalist and be like, hey, do you care about this privacy issue with this app, right? If it's a big enough app, they might, even though a privacy issue might be smaller. So just, it scales up and down. And then the other thing is no one's going to do it for you, right? The company's not going to help you disclose to the media for the most part. So just cut that out of the question and just have some media contacts on hand. Media when media, right? So the media, you know, like journalists are bogged down with vulnerabilities. So try to understand that target audience and understand what you're giving them, because they don't want to have to take a look at your cross-site scripting vulnerability, right? That's not really going to be a story for them, right? You know, an Apache server status page is not going to be a story to a journalist, unless something crazy happened with it that we don't know about, right? Or something like that. So develop these relationships with these journalists, but make sure that you're understanding why media is important, right? Like, people ask me all the time, why do you care about the media, right? I care about the media because doing responsible research, disclosing 0 days, it's important to protect users. If you're finding, instances of database breaches, like if you're able to breach information and acquire PII, you want the users to be protected. You want them to know about this. That's number one, is to protect society, to protect people. Number two is to change the way hacking is perceived, right? We're perceived as criminals by a lot of people that don't know us. We're not criminals. We're curious, like-minded individuals that like to poke around, right? That have something in our head that just ticks, when we do research, when we hack, when we break in the systems and we break things, right? So redefining our perception in the media is very important, and I think we can do this by reaching out to the media and giving them good stories of good, responsible, and otherwise ethical work, right? All right, so riding the line between black and white, right? Black hat and white hat. So if you can see over here, this is a tweet where I was talking about why I didn't escalate on Ford, about a 0 day that we found. Actually, Rob found it, Regex, and his friend Breaker, and it's a really big one. We're still dealing with it right now. But getting this kind of visibility it's riding the line a little bit. But I didn't disclose the vulnerability, so I feel safe to do so. However, just know that not everyone views this the same, and a lot of people don't like when you do this. It can get you banned from bug bounty programs. It can get you kind of shamed in the industry. However, I think transparency, especially when it involves user data, is important. I don't care. I will die on this hill. I will ride that to the grave, 100%, because protecting users is a priority. I'm not going to drop the vulnerability unpatched, but I'm also not going to let it slide either. So remember that the line between black and white is that intent, right? Having good intent versus bad intent, and being reasonable about the type of vulnerability and what you're doing, right? And then you have to know when to push, right? Sometimes you might have to hop on Twitter and say, my 0 day is not being taken seriously by Google, right? They don't seem to care, right? So maybe I'll tell you what we're starting to find. PII, blah, 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 right? Because that kind of gets traction, gets it picking up. And then they go, oh shit, we don't want this to explode in our face. We should probably communicate with this researcher better. And I've found great success in doing that. And I don't care what anyone says, I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can stay safe and stay legal. And that's why I say redacted is your best friend. Do not drop the vulnerability publicly, especially if it's going to result in threat actor exploitation or acquisition of user data. Your goal is to protect the users, not to let them get exploited. Do not drop the 0 day if it's going to result in user data being exploited. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want, but that's how I operate. In addition, trust no one, right? Don't even trust employees outside of a program if they have one, or outside of the security team. They might burn you. Do not trust random people that want to know more about your vulnerability. They might drop it to the public. You have to be the responsible party for this vuln. Don't give the details to people that don't need to know, because they might drop it or exploit it, and it could backfire on you. Individual versus team, right? Paid lone wolves, group impact. Why not both, right? What's the difference? A lot of bug bounty hunters ride lone wolf because they make more money off of it. But I've found that a lot of impact can be done by rolling with a hacking group, right? Like Sakura, Samurai, we all have different skill sets, and we escalate each other's vulnerabilities, and we work together to work within skill sets that one might operate better than the other. And I think that having friends that you can kind of bounce ideas off of will help you as a hacker. It will help you. And that's the thing, right? Why are black hats so successful? They're successful because they don't gatekeep. They don't say, no, I'm not gonna show you this SSRF. They drop a payload and they explain to you why the SSRF's working, how they used it to escalate all the way to remote code execution, like that kind of stuff, right? And if you're gatekeeping on your friends, you're not doing them a service. And if they're gatekeeping on you, they're probably not great friends. Like, if you want to be a successful hacker, You need to work with people. You need to help each other escalate vulnerabilities, fill in the gaps with different skill sets, and make waves, make impact. You can do it as an individual. It's not impossible. However, just know that a lot of the reason the white hat, quote unquote, right, there's no such thing, community is successful is because they go through the process of or isn't successful, sorry, is because they go through the process of gatekeeping on each other, their own peers, and saying, nah, no, I'll manage this. I don't want anyone looking at my stuff, right? Whereas black hats just share information because their intent is different. If you can have a mentality of having a group of friends that you trust, you can take a $200 bug and make it a $5,000 bug, right? You can take a minimal impact, low 0 day and turn it into a crit. Like, I need you guys to understand that. All right, right? Scope. What is scope, right? Everything is hack the box if your IP says China. Okay, I don't condone that, all right? But I will tell you that scope is kind of a myth in a sense, right? Because threat actors don't care about scope, and if you're a program manager watching this video right now, watching this presentation, make sure you know that threat actors do not care about your scope. So stop limiting researchers to just one domain if you have 800 subdomains on that root domain, right? You're only hurting yourself at the end of the day because threat actors don't care. They don't. Security researchers and hackers with good intent sometimes don't care either. So just think about that, and researchers and hackers, be careful if you're going to research out of scope. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't recommend it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just be careful, right? Best practices. So workflow management stuff I use, Trello, Jira, to just make different tasks for media management, disclosure, write-ups, so on and so forth. And with these timelines, I keep it in my head. It helps me stay organized and helps the team stay organized, because I could go over to Sakura Samurai and say, hey, when are we finishing up this write-up or something, right? Make sure you're using VPNs. Very valuable to do so. Just the CYA, encrypted virtual machines that are that restore to a snapshot when you're done researching. I recommend this even if you're not a threat actor, just to keep yourself safe. And then limited data access, right? Like if you access PII, don't just go grabbing all the PII and looking through everything. Maybe check a few files to check if you think you can do so without causing big problems. But don't store this data on your computer. Don't do it. And shut up. Seriously, shut up. Don't tell people about your vulnerabilities that do not need to know. You will get burned. If not, in a year, 5 years. If not in 5 years, in 5 days. It depends. So just shut your mouth about vulnerabilities. Don't go spreading it. People spread it, right? You tell a friend, your friend says, I won't tell anyone. Then they tell someone. Then they tell someone else. Don't do it. All right. Last but not least, learning the hack. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about this much because I think at this point, if you're watching this video, you're really interested in 0-day research for the most part. So if you need to learn, try Hack Me, Hack the Box, Volnhope, Portswigger Academy. Really great hacking books. There's a million of them. There's a Web Application Hacker's Handbook, Hacker Playbook 1 through 3, Penetration Testing by Georgia Weidman. She's coming out with a new one too. There's a lot of resources out there, so get in there. And then last, YouTube, friends, getting dirty, and just really just getting hands-on experience and trying for yourself, trial and error. And I want to leave you with one final thought. The hardest part of security research is not the actual hacking itself, but learning how to manage all of these processes together and keep yourself safe, keep your friends safe, and give that hacking community a good reputation, right? Because we don't want to look like stingy white hats that are allergic to getting down and dirty, but we also don't want to look like threat actors either. So just be careful and be safe. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation. So thank you for watching. Bye.
All right, we're back live. Brian, take it away.
All righty. Next, we have Casey Ellis. He's the chairman, founder, and CTO of Bug Crowd. And today's going to be talking about an introduction to Disclose.io and the current state of hacker safety. Casey, take it away.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good day, good whatever it might be for you. I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia. It's about 7 a.m. right now, so it's definitely good morning on my side, but great to be chatting with you all. And huge thanks to the Red Team Village and to the Hack Not Crime crew for putting this on. Just watching the lineup come together, to see all the talks so far. This is a subject that I'm just absolutely passionate about. And it's great to see kind of the work being put in to spread the word and get conversation going and have all that sort of thing happen. So thank you so much for having me be a part of that. And thanks for putting it on in the first place. I think it's great. My name is Casey. We've covered that off, some of the details here. I've got the hack persona and the hustle persona. I actually grew up doing security on a technical basis on the offensive side, and then moved across into entrepreneurship and business. Eventually became the founder of Bug Crowd, and the rest is sort of history, I think, to some degree. There, we actually pioneered the crowdsourced security as a service model. So we didn't invent vulnerability disclosure and bug bounty, but we were kind of the first to come out with this idea of putting a platform in the middle to make it all work. So that's really the lens of a lot of what I'm going to talk about. This is not a Bug Crowd talk per se. But a lot of what actually went into Disclose.io came from experience and some of the interactions and friction that I observed and the team observed with Bug Crowd that's now kind of evolved into the things that we're trying to solve with Disclose.io. So let's rock and roll. Obligatory disclaimer. I am not a lawyer. Even if I was, I am not your lawyer. I've seen this come up a few times in talks, and I think that bit, like I often say that kind of tongue in cheek, but it is important to know, like listening to legal counsel from people who are lawyers, I think, is a really valuable thing to do. But if you're in a position where you really feel like you've got something you need to work with, get your own lawyer. That's a really important kind of call out there. I play a lawyer on TV sometimes, so like let's just roll with that. If in doubt, get legal help. So what we're going to go through is a little bit of backstory. Amit did a phenomenal job of covering a bunch of this before. Which is great because that means I can actually spend a bit more time just kind of digging into the project and where we're up to and how people can actually participate and help. And Harley, I think, did a phenomenal job as well on setting the backdrop around what's happening with various laws. But what I'll talk to briefly is how Disclose.io kind of came to be in the first place. What is it? How do I use it? What's new? And then a call to action. I think the thing that I would love out of this talk is for people to kind of understand what we're trying to get done here. To potentially identify ways that you can participate and help out, or at least go out and basically spread the good word. And you'll see why in a second. So this is a lot of content to fit into 30 minutes. I'm going to buzz through these slides. This deck is pretty heavy on links, like the different repos, the different things that we've got going on, and all that sort of stuff, like a directory and how to find your way around the project. It'll be up after this on SlideShare. And I'll be on the Discord as well if anyone wants to reach out and chat. So let's go. So problem statement. This is something that I learned as an entrepreneur. Done a bunch of fundraising and different things like that. So pitching is kind of my native space when it comes to storytelling, and you always try to start with the problem, right? Excuse me. In this case, really the problem is that from the law's perspective, we're here to talk about hacking is not a crime. The whole reason hacking is not a crime as a thing in the first place is the law thinks that hacking is probably a crime. Like CFAA, the Computer Misuse Act, all of the different laws that exist around the place, they, for the better part, don't really have a kind of an idea of good faith. It's like if you're hacking a computer, you're probably a criminal. So let's just start there. But that obviously creates problems for us that are trying to help out, right? From the organizational standpoint, people that want to actually engage that or receive input from that, the problem that creates for them is I need to create a legal exception for finders and hunters, right? The challenge that creates is that for lawyers, we're talking about still a fairly novel and fairly kind of uncharted area of law just in general. And what lawyers tend to do when they're uncertain about stuff is they basically just write a lot of words. You end up with policies and different things that are put out there that are really long. They're really difficult to read. They're full of legalese. There's all of these different things that honestly, you can't actually fault the lawyers for that much. That's sort of their job to do things completely. But the problem for the hackers is that they're probably not lawyers as they're reading this stuff. They might be ESL, English as a second language. And honestly, people rarely actually read the T's and C's fully. In the case of people trying to do proactive vulnerability research, it's usually just getting to the scope and getting going. So, all of those things together, you can see our friend from South Park there, you're going to have a bad time. And honestly, this was something that we observed in the first, probably year of BugCrowd, all of these kind of different things existing as this sort of preeminent state. And then the problems that it creates. Like the biggest one from my perspective is that as a hunter, as a finder, as a security researcher, as a hacker who's trying to do work or trying to submit something that you found, you actually can pretty easily end up in a position where you're creating legal risk for yourself that you maybe didn't even realize was there in the first place. So the question we started asking ourselves, and really what I was noodling on a lot, was like, how do we make it easy to do this well? This is the piece that I think Amit closed off really well in her talk. And if you haven't, if you weren't there for the stream or to watch that live, I do encourage you to go back and take a look. We're not the first to stumble across this issue and try to solve it. Rainforest Puppy as kind of the OG with the RF policy back in 2001, basically trying to codify like what should people do? How should we approach this? How do we make language that people can just pick up and use to be able to set expectation and communicate how to interact? In this conversation between hunters and organizations that are trying to receive their help. BugCrowd and CipherLaw partnered together to create the open source vulnerability disclosure framework in 2014. ISO came out, the DOJ came out with stuff. Amit, as she mentioned before, did a ton of really excellent work, not just zoning in on this issue of safe harbor and legal safety, but also I think actually kind of surfacing the problem, frankly. Like a lot of people have been working on a similar sort of space up to that point, but not a lot of people really cared. And I think Amit was a linchpin in actually driving awareness around this as well. So really what happened is in 2018, I had the idea to basically grab a domain, create a brand around it and start to focus these efforts, create a focal point for people to be able to contribute towards, but then also to be able to use the idea of Disclose.io as a thing that, ultimately becomes a net benefit to companies that implement this type of stuff beyond just, making it easy for them to start a VDP. Which is kind of what this slide's talking about. The idea is, all right, we've put all this work into making language and implementation of this sort of thing as frictionless as we can. In 2018, the difference between then and 2014 when we first started working on this is that the concept of bug bounty programs and vuln disclosure, even the idea of a hacker being potentially a digital locksmith and not just inherently a burglar, that had become more common, more accepted. It had actually become almost perceived as a benefit. And I still feel like we're on that journey. There's a lot of distance to go there, which you probably just heard in John's talk with some of the pitfalls that can pop out. But we're at a point now where neighborhood watch for the internet, I think, is a fairly intuitive concept for the consumer and for really anyone, even people in the boardroom, to understand. And we're in a point in time where, you know, the risk of bad things happening through computers, I think, is fairly obvious as a possibility for basically everyone. So, yeah, the question became, how do we make the adoption of vulnerable disclosure programs with best practice go viral? How can we make this something that's such a obvious and clear thing for people to want to do, that takes over some of the momentum of organizations like Bugcrowd and others that are trying to promote this stuff, but even the hacker community itself trying to get organizations to hear about what we've found. You know, how can we kind of create enough momentum for it to become a snowball that rolls down the hill, right? So really our vision within Disclose.io is a healthy and ubiquitous internet immune system enabled by security, research, reporting, and disclosure. It's the second time I've seen this screen cap of Karen so far. And honestly, like, shout out to her for I think creating a really good touch point for people to actually understand the ability for hackers to be helpful and not just harmful. She actually used the phrase internet immune system quite a bit in that talk. So I'm giving her some props where props are due. So our mission really is to standardize and promote Neighborhood Watch for the internet. The standardization part is important in terms of setting precedent and reducing friction. The promotion part is important for people to actually become aware of the fact that this is a thing they should do in the first place. But then, as I said before, to make it desirable, make it something that the market actually wants to do. Ultimately, if they step into it and say, this is a thing that is just, you know, probably going to be a part of how we do business on the internet in the future anyway, we might as well get ahead of it, right? That's my firm belief around VDP. You know, this idea that, you know, between now and the heat death of the universe, anyone who runs, you know, any kind of IT infrastructure whatsoever is going to have to deal with someone like John or someone else in the researcher community who's found a problem with their stuff. That's a physics issue. It's not really as much an issue of choice, I think, for vendors and people running organizations anymore. And that's becoming more clearly true as more of this type of thing happens. So how do we make that easier? How do we, you know, get ahead of that, like snowball the thing down the hill? But then from the standardization perspective, like, help people do it well, help people actually, you know, put legal protections in place and all of the different things that are needed to make this successful. So really the end game is a virtuous cycle. Like, what I'd love to see is for the you know, the Disclose.io seal to become almost like the green padlock. And I use that analogy deliberately because the green padlock is in the process now of going away. I would love to see that happen, for it to get to the point where, you know, we go through this phase where, you know, folks are looking for this type of thing to feel safe on the internet, but then all of a sudden it becomes so standard and so normalized that we don't really need it anymore. We're a long way from that right now, which is a part of the reason for the initiative in the first place. But that's kind of where I'd see it heading, and where I'd like to get it to. And I think it's a pretty easy kind of vision to kind of glom onto. You know, for folks that ask me the question, like, what is this all about? What are you doing? Which part of this is most important? Like, this is what I try to bring them back to, because it really, I think, captures the essence of what we're trying to get done. So what is Disclose.io? Really, it's you know, a collection of it started off kind of, as that timeline suggested before, as this collection of open source projects, which consolidated into this initiative, this movement. We're now in the process of filing for a 501c3. Like, there's literally, you know, lawyers talking to each other and paperwork flying back and forth as I'm you know, speaking to y'all right now, which is great. I think having it contained and having it be something that can be in a position to get some funding in to you know, get project management happening and all those different things is going to be a really useful tool. But also establishing it as its own thing. Like, I think the policy side of this mission is one that we've worked pretty hard. You know, Bugcrowd's been a significant contributor to this project, but so have many others. And, you know, part of the goal there is to make sure that it's actually seen from the outside as a standalone thing in the way that it actually is. So it's 100% community powered and maintained. It's coordinated via Slack and GitHub. There's about 50 core members in the Slack, 200 contributors or so, and there's 2,300 organizations in the database. The screen cap here is a bunch of people that have contributed. Some of the faces and names you'd recognize from this conference. You know, we get to hang out. You know, what I love almost the most, frankly, about this project is that it just brings me around some of the most intelligent, thoughtful, you know, passionate people in this space, because this is really an enabler and a precursor to a lot of the other stuff that goes on in security research and cybersecurity. So that's who we are. What is it? What do we do, or what have we put together? Really, there's kind of 5 core pillars to it. 3 of them I'm going to speak to today. The other 2 we can talk about offline, or you can follow some links and check it out for yourself. It's the terms, it's the list, it's the seal, it's the community, and there's basically this kind of almost magnet for innovation, I think, in a sense, around how to improve vulnerability disclosure that the project's created. So there's this sort of list of other useful stuff that we're putting together that doesn't necessarily fit into those first 4 categories. I told you I was going to power through this. There's a lot of slides, but hopefully y'all are tracking. So to begin with the terms, after I have a sip of water here, the whole thing, as I said before, is up on GitHub, and people can contribute and consume it in that sort of way. The idea behind the terms, this is really kind of where it all started. It's the boilerplate vulnerability disclosure policy templates. They're created and contributed to by lawyers, program owners, and policymakers. And the thing I think that's most important, which goes to my whole lawyers get verbose when they're nervous comment earlier, is that it's structured to balance legal completeness, brevity, and readability. So the idea is, like, how can someone, as a hunter who doesn't actually, necessarily even understand security reporting, let alone law or potentially English, how can they have a reasonable chance of being able to read through this stuff and get what's going on? Like, how do we solve that problem? It's been pretty amazing with this. I think Jack's going to speak about this in a little bit, where we've seen things like the safe harbor clauses that kind of got focused up into disclosure, picked up by the voting machine manufacturers, by some of the states, in order to get ahead of some of the things that ended up happening in the 2020 election from a cybersecurity vulnerability, but also like a cybersecurity uncertainty standpoint. That was one of the reasons that we were pushing pretty hard on that one. And it was a part of it didn't necessarily solve the problem, but I like to think it helped. And that actually drove adoption of those sorts of clauses into that solution. It's come up in a whole bunch of other places as well. Check the list out. You'll see the programs that are up there with full safe harbor, more often than not, actually have disclose.io language in their briefs, which is pretty neat. And you can see some of the organizations that people work for that have actually contributed to this project. So another little disclaimer there: these aren't endorsements by those organizations of the project. I want to be clear about that. But this is the kind of individual, the kind of contributor that we're in a position at this point to see actually contributing to this stuff. They've got that kind of context that you would get from organizations like these ones. So how do you use it? For finders, what the terms do is they provide an easy reference, an easy kind of thing to point to encourage organizations to start a VDP or to adopt safe harbor if they don't already have it. So if you're talking to an organization, some of the stuff that John just talked about around difficulties when you found something, but there isn't a proactive thing established within an organization to receive that information or to even set a policy around where expectations should sit. If that's not there, you can point them to this, and it gives them a really easy starting point. So I think that's a pretty useful tool for finders and hackers. It's recognizable and clearly, I'm kind of laboring this point now, but it can be understood. That's the goal. And safe harbor honestly amounts to less chilling effect. The whole idea of the potential threat of legal repercussions stymieing security research, or even if something's found incidentally, security reporting, like that's something that we want to just eliminate, and I think that's a good thing. For organizations, it's simple. It makes it easy. This is an otherwise foreign piece of policy creation. So what we're trying to do is to make it more familiar and get people moving, right? It's de-risked by the fact that it's open source, and there's consensus around the output. You can actually see that in the repo, the folk that have come in and contributed to it. That makes people that are creating this policy more comfortable with adopting what we've said, because it's not just Casey the Bush lawyer or other people working on their own variations of this. It's actually a team effort. It's useful for copy pasting or as a foundation, right? So let's move on. The list is another piece. So really what this is a community powered vendor agnostic directory of all known VDPs and bug bounty programs, right? the goal of this is to be able to, basically create a focus point where people can update stuff. They can, as a finder, you can do a pull request and basically, add information that you've discovered around a particular program. Or if you're a vendor and you feel like your information's out of date or people don't know, you can go and update that as well, right? It's all CCA 4.0, so it's open source in that sense. It's done in JSON and CSV for readability and used basically by everyone. So, Bugcrowd actually powers its directory off this, and we've seen other people do that too. I think Hunters use this quite a lot. We've just added search and some other things. And yeah, that's really the goal. Like, how do we create, this idea of, for finders, the ability for them to find the right contacts for an organization. The search that we've just added, thank you to Andrew who put that together and contributed it, has made that a lot more accessible for users of that particular data set. And we've seen usage increase as a byproduct of that. What it does for finders as well is it helps them feel, it helps them make safe decisions. It's not so much about feeling safe. How do you decide whether the security research that you want to do is safe or not? And again, going back to the disclaimer, like, understand the legal concepts around this, consult a lawyer if you feel like you should. But this is this kind of filter for, who is friendly for me to go off and do some work on, and who's, potentially going to be unfriendly. That's really the goal here. The other thing for finders is it encourages them to think about what's happening on the other side. I think empathy in security research, this is another subject that John touched on a lot, is underrated. We're having fundamentally challenging conversations with organizations when we tell them that there's a broken thing, right? So the whole idea of, fostering that empathy, like seeing people missing from that list or various stages of maturity on that list, actually, I think helps people like look at the overall landscape and not just the vulnerability they might be working with at the time. So for organizations, it's a central point, and I mentioned that before. It's a tool for internal conversation, which I think is really powerful. This idea of, hey, like, here are all these other people that are doing this. Maybe we should too. That's a handy thing to have. And really, it does, serve as a single source of truth for vendors to be able to go out and actually establish what their status is when it comes to safe harbor and best practices like CBD. And I'll come back to that in a second because we've just made some improvements there. All right, so now there's the seal. So Amit covered some of this off, so I'll just glance across this. But basically, the core concepts within the Disclosure Safe Harbor language is this idea of permission to hack, which we refer to as full safe harbor, and then permission to, or not permission, more a sense of safety around reporting in the first place, which we refer to as partial. So for an organization to go out and say, okay, we're not going to pursue legal action if you stay within these definitions that we have of what constitutes good faith versus bad faith, you can report to us and feel like you're not going to, get a call from lawyers or get your door kicked in or any of that other stuff. That's the starting point. What's even, I think, more powerful for an organization to do is to actually engage what we call full safe harbor, which is the idea of basically going out and declaring that, again, under those same definitions of good faith, you now, as a security researcher, are authorized in light of things like the CFAA, like anti-hacking laws, and there's lots of other ones around the world, but that's the kind of the granddaddy of them that folk talk about. And probably most relevant to this audience as well. You're exempt under any circumvention laws like DMCA. You're exempt from any violations that you might commit against the acceptable usage policy or terms of service. And there's, in there a general acknowledgement of good faith. So the fact that you're kind of saying that, yeah, we get what you're doing. We think it's good. We don't think you're a criminal. We're actually being proactive about saying that as an organization so that you know where you stand. So the seal for finders, it's recognizable. I think if it's not there, finders are going to want to talk to an organization and say, hey, you should do this. This is a thing that's going to help us. It's going to help, your customers, your peers, like the general internet, understand where you stand when it comes to security. Like, you recognize the fact that it's a team sport and that, transparency is a leading indicator of maturity at this point in the markets. That's a good thing for you to do. Plus, as a finder, it's going to help me feel safe which means I'm going to help you more, right? This whole idea of like transparency turning the security research community from a chilled observer into an active advocate, I think is a really powerful one. And that's what we've seen happen. Like a lot of the the more tenured bug bounty programs and vulnerable disclosure programs, they've got a really positive relationship with the hacker community because they've been saying this for a long time. I actually think that's one of the core reasons for that. So this helps speed that up and it helps make it obvious. For organizations, it's a validated trust mark. It's this idea of, I'm taking part in Neighborhood Watch for the internet. This is a thing that I'm doing. That leads to the ability to actually promote that to peers, to customers, to the security research community, which I just mentioned before. And honestly, I think what I get excited about around this concept, like vulnerability research and VDP is one of the rare things in cybersecurity where you can actually explain it to your grandparents and they'll probably get it, right? Like if you talk about EDR or any one of these other like more technical security controls, they're going to get lost fairly quickly. But this idea of Neighborhood Watch, but for the internet, that's a pretty easy thing to grok. So that translates to greater consumer confidence and actually creates the potential for more sales, more people to actually trust that organization and choose it. I think for security just in general, like we've been sort of waiting for that type of thing for a long time. Actually, Amelie touched on this a little bit in her talk, this idea that traditionally we're an insurance policy. So how do we turn ourselves into a benefit and get all of these other things at the same time? If you put them all together, you can kind of see how this works. Like a company wants to create or update a program. They use the IO terms to help them do that, the disclose IO terms. They update the database. As a result, they're able to use the seal. Another company sees that and thinks, where am I up to with this? Like, this is a thing that seems to be becoming normal. I've been able to understand that more clearly and more quickly now. Go to 10. And that's a shout out to all the folk on this stream that cut their teeth on basic like I did. So, all right, let's talk about new stuff real quick. We're going well here. This is good. I was nervous about time, but I think we're going to track all right. And I'm looking forward to chatting on Discord if anyone wants to dig into any of this stuff. So really what Disclose.io status is an extension of the full safe harbor and partial safe harbor that I just talked about. Like, how do we create a recognizable ladder towards best practice, acknowledging the fact that most people don't do anything in the first place? That's kind of the status quo, right? So at the very bottom, you've got just this kind of core idea of I've deployed a security.txt and I want to point people to the right place if they've found something. At the very top, I think, really the gold standard from my perspective at this point, and this is an open draft that people are, very welcome to weigh in to with their opinions on this. But my point of view is that, full safe harbor with a proactive coordinated vulnerability disclosure timeline and policy, I think that's basically as good as you can get at this point. So how do we create, the ability to mark out where people are on that journey and actually, for them, create this ladder to success. So if as an organization, you only have security.txt, you look at the person on the top of the hill and think, I want to be there. Like, why are they there and I'm here? That actually is a really powerful tool to educate, how things can be, around how things can be improved. Another one which we just dropped, and again, this kind of goes back to the, the other stuff, this sort of almost, as an entrepreneur, I love this, obviously, because I'm just an ideas guy, and that's the kind of thing that switches me on. But this has been a magnet for people that want to find ways to improve the way that we get this all done. Like, how can you decrease the friction for a finder? How can you make safe harbor and kind of legal protections more obvious and all of those different things? So the idea with DNS security.txt is that we make security reporting information more accessible and authoritative. Basically what it is putting the equivalent of the security.txt standard in DNS zone files as a text record. And what that does is makes it more obvious. You don't have to hunt for it in the same way. You might not be looking in a well-known directory on a particular web server, but you're probably going to look at DNS if you're doing security research, so it jumps out at you straight away. The other thing is that, text files and DNS is broadly considered as this kind of authoritative statement on behalf of the company. So if it's pointing to a policy, you can look at that policy and feel more confident that it's legit. So that's the idea there. And this got a shout out before as well. I think when people find something and they need help, or they need, they're concerned, there's fear involved potentially in reporting an issue, or they just can't find the right person. There's a handful of people, of which I'm one, not a handful, a couple of dozen of people that, almost invariably get the phone call when folk are in that position. And I think that's awesome. But what I'd love to do is to be able to share that load out and actually make that process more sustainable. So we've created a community, and really the core focus of that is that if you're in a position where you've got questions around how to do it properly, how to get in touch, like needing help, getting in touch with the right person, any of that sort of stuff, you can basically go on there. There's volunteers like John, myself, Randy, others, who will basically support you in trying to get your information to the right place and guiding you along the way. Like, this is an inherently sketchy thing, I think, for finders to do for the first time, as well as on the recipient side. Now, I mentioned before this idea of having a problem being pointed out as this kind of confronting experience. I think it is just as scary for the people that are finding things and trying to get them to the right place. So the whole idea is, like, how do we bring a community around that and actually support it and help it roll forward with less friction, and ideally less like rough edges, less of the kind of misunderstandings that you hear about a lot. All right, so if you're still with me, awesome, great. We as I said, plowed through a ton of stuff, and I'm just about to finish up here. Look, really what we're looking for, and what I would love to see, I think what everyone who works on the project would love to see is for more involvement. If you want to look at the front end of it, the database link is there. The community, which I just mentioned, you can join at community.disclose.io. If you're in a position where you can start a VDP, or if you've got one that doesn't have these kind of legal provisions that protect researchers in its language, and you're looking for help in actually moving that forward, go check out the terms, because they will help you. And from just a general project standpoint, we're always looking for folk to help out and pitch in from a coding or design or legal standpoint. If you're interested in that sort of thing, hit me up or hit us up rather, because this is a shared mailbox at hello@disclose.io, or via Twitter. And that is the end of that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Casey. Thank you for supporting the Red Team Village and Hacking It's Not a Crime. Amazing presentation. And again, call to action to everybody. Please take a moment and visit the resources that Casey just mentioned right now. And if you have any questions for Casey, he's going to be hanging around in Discord. All the information is in the bottom of the screen. So once again, Casey, thank you again for your time today. We're going to go on a brief break, and then the next presenter will be here in the next few seconds, actually. So we'll be back. All right, welcome back, everybody. And without any further ado, I'll pass it back to Philip.
Hello, welcome everyone. We got a great speaker coming up, keeping on track with the rest of the awesome speakers we've had today. Our next speaker is Kurt Opsell. He is the Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. In addition to representing clients on civil liberties, free speech, and privacy law, Opshel counsels on EFF projects initiatives. He is the lead attorney on the Coders' Rights Project and is representing several companies who are challenging national security laws before joining EFF. He worked at Perkins Coie, where he represented technology clients with respect to intelligence, intellectual property, privacy, defamation, and other online liability matters, including working on Kelly versus Arabsoft, Abriasoft, MGM versus Grokster, and CoStar versus LoopNet for his work responding to government subpoenas. He is proud to be called a rabid dog by the Department of Justice. Prior to Perkins, he was a research fellow to the Professor Pamela Samuelson at UC Berkeley School of Information Management and Systems. He received his law degree from Bolt Hall and undergraduate degree from UC Santa Cruz. He has co-authored Electronic Media and Privacy Law Handbook. In 2007, he was named as the Attorney of the Year by California Lawyer Magazine for his work on O'Grady versus Superior Court appeal. In 2014, he was elected to the Usenex Board of Directors. Thanks, and thanks for joining us today, and look forward to your talk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. A pleasure to be here. What a great lineup of folks we have. So yes, so I'm Kurt Opsahl. I'm with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I'm here to talk to you about vulnerability research and reporting, trying to give some practical advice, things you should do or try to avoid when you are dealing with a vulnerability. But I'll start off with a little bit to tell you about the EFF and the Coders' Rights Project, some of the legal and policy issues that we're trying to achieve through the Coders' Rights Progress. But mostly this is going to be trying to be at least practical tips, so research tips, and good and bad practices for disclosure. So starting out, what is the EFF? Hopefully many of you are familiar with it, but if not, it is a nonprofit organization founded in 1990. So we've been around, this is last year was our 30th anniversary. And since its founding, EFF has been championing things like privacy, free expression, trying to promote innovation. We use tools like impact litigation with our lawyers, policy and grassroots activism. And we have some technologists who try to make freedom enhancing software in order to try and find technical solutions for some of our problems. And one of those projects is the Coders' Rights Project. And this is something that EFF has cared about for a long time, trying to help people who are programming, who are doing research, to be able to do that research and build a safer internet. So a lot of people that we work with are security or encryption researchers. Now they're doing great work. You all know this, you know that by finding vulnerabilities, disclosing, talking about them, this enhances security for everybody. But nevertheless, we have had for many years problems where researchers are facing legal threats, legal challenges that may make it harder to do the work that keeps us all safe. So why do we care about vulnerability disclosure? Well, it's the free flow of information and the uninhibited exchange of ideas that this enhances security research by allowing people to obtain knowledge from other people, try to avoid making that problem or making that mistake in the future. It also enhances the overall security, because if a problem is with one company, it may be with another company, and they can fix it before it spreads. We're also big supporters of free expression, the First Amendment, which protects disclosure about security things, including code. Proof of concept code, for example, is often controversial, but I think it is protected by the First Amendment. Now, there's also a lot of talk about what is responsible disclosure. And the thing is that the responsible disclosure, what is responsible, is very dependent on the circumstances. So, for example, there may be a circumstance where the most responsible thing to do is to give a vendor plenty of time to solve a vulnerability before you disclose that to the public. And another thing, the vulnerability might be so bad and so difficult to solve that it's more appropriate to warn people away from that product because they're at risk Maybe that's a exploit being used in the wild. And so an immediate disclosure is appropriate. So how to do disclosure, what is ultimately responsible is going to be so circumstance dependent that we don't want the law to be policing what that is. So a foundational issue for the coders' rights partners is that code is speech. This is something that EFF helped establish in the 1990s, a critical case there, Bernstein versus the United States. This was dealing with an open source encryption code that was accused of violating some sanctions laws for being published on the internet. Because for a while, at least, there was a notion that you could not export strong crypto. So there were import or export crypto and domestic crypto. And if you put strong crypto on the web, they said, well, maybe you're exporting it. And in that case, I have a quote here from Marilyn Hall Patel. This was an early decision in the case that eventually went up to the appeals court. But I like the language here to just show, like, looking at it like it's just a language, it's a way of communicating. Code is a way of communicating in the same way that other languages are and should be protected by the same rights. So the project goals, we want to protect vulnerability disclosure. We want to make the world safe for pen testing tools. Oftentimes the same tools that are very useful for penetration testing are the tools that could be used by someone acting in bad faith to hack something. And if you try and ban those tools, you'll ultimately make things less secure. Also, proof of concept code can be very useful, even though it can be used in a bad way. We also are trying on the policy level. We want to discourage overly broad anti-hacking laws. There are many anti-hacking laws. They're often quite severe. They have high penalties. And one of the things that really is a tragedy is when the remote chance that someone might be caught up in a anti-hacking law discourages the research, because you don't want to take a 10% chance of going to jail, even though you're 90% likely it's going to be fine. Because the penalties are so severe. Also, there should be a distinction between what is a civil violation and a criminal violation. One of the key issues in this area, currently up before the Supreme Court in a case called Van Buren, is whether or not that violations of, well, in that case, some use policies, another common case is terms of use in EULAs. If you violate them, are you doing unauthorized access and therefore illegally hacking for violating someone's terms, which ordinarily violating a contract is a civil matter. So yeah, you should have criminal intent. You should, before you can be criminally prosecuted, if someone is doing good faith research, that shouldn't be a crime. And the other thing is that many of these penalties are completely out of whack with what is a penalty for something does a similar amount of harm in real life. That, computer trespass versus physical trespass, widely disparate forms of harm. So there's a lot of things in real life where there may be a law that prevents it and you're criminal for doing it, but you're talking about 30 days and small fine. Mostly first offenders won't get jail time. And then if you do something which sort of creates a similar amount of harm, but you're using a computer and you're doing it online, you're looking at 5 years, and it's just a way out of whack. And we're trying to keep those things for not over criminalizing hacking laws. So some practical protections to think about if you're doing vulnerability research. One is you don't want to be a test case. So this is where if there's some uncertainty around the law, you should know it. Be cautious about being the one to establish a test case. Nevertheless, improving security is vital work. It's something that is worth doing. So how do you do that? Well, try and reduce your risk with best practices. Now, unfortunately, not all vendors are ready for vulnerability disclosure. So a lot of this talk is going to be focusing on vulnerability disclosures in a situation where they don't have a bug bounty program. They don't have a structured thing. They haven't gone through and adopted the disclose.io you just heard about, safe harbor provisions, but instead you're encountering somebody in the wild. So what is this talk? What isn't this talk? Well, I'm not trying to give a morality tale or a formulaic approach to disclosure. And one thing, sir, this is definitely not legal advice. EFF does give legal advice, but we're giving the legal advice that is a one-on-one conversation protected by the privilege, not a presentation to the world. So you're starting some security research. What can you do to be better positioned so you can disclose that later? Well, a couple of things to get ahead of the game before you're starting research. Do it on your own equipment, accounts, networks. One of the key aspects of anti-hacking laws are unauthorized access. So if you're hacking on your own machine, you authorized it. You are the one who owns it. You can authorize it. You can avoid a lot of CFAA problems by working on your own equipment. Then, if you're working with somebody else's equipment or service or online service, do you have to agree to their terms of service or their end user license agreement? For example, if you buy something used, you can often get it without having to go through a step where you're agreeing to a terms of service or a EULA. And some of the problems you may occur in finding a vulnerability, if you had to sign up for a service, you had to agree to a license agreement, that gives a angry vendor an avenue of attack to say that you breached that EULA, you breached that contract, and therefore they have some angles to attack you. Also, look for bug bounty programs. Say, like, if there is one, this often gives you what the terms are, how it's going to be. Very valuable information to know beforehand. For example, they might say, totally go ahead and do some research on us, but create a special account to just do it on that account instead of doing it on a regular account. So, I mean, that is something that you can do before doing the research and save yourself some trouble later. Also, consider the optics. Consider how it's going to look, both to the other side and, if necessary, to a prosecutor or a court. Are you going to look like you're a bad actor, or are you going to look like you're a good faith researcher? And while there is a lot of room in the law for things where you might say that, well, technically, this may be a problem, but don't worry about it. That's prosecutorial discretion is going to determine whether they don't worry about it. And so if the prosecutors think you're acting in good faith, they may use that discretion to not prosecute. And if they think you're acting in bad faith, they may use that discretion to start prosecuting. So you find a vulnerability in someone's project. What do you do? Well, first of all, think about what your goals are. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to just fix all the things? You want to find vulnerabilities and get them to be fixed? Do you want to publish and present about it? Do you want to have a talk at a hacker conference like this one, at DEF CON, at Black Hat, maybe get famous, enhance your career because you're known to have successfully done a great hack? Do you want to get paid? Through a bug bounty program, through other means, you want to be able to make this a career. After you figured out your goals, think about a couple of things. So I think Casey actually just hit it upon in the last talk. So I think they're actually good. We have these back to back, but remember that the developers you're talking to are people too. So the computers are machines, software runs on those machines, but the people you're talking to are people. And you're telling them that they made a mistake. They screwed something up. There's a vulnerability in the code that they have made that they need to fix. And so it's inherently something where you want to be sort of sensitive to the human aspect of the person on the other side and hopefully get into a mode where you're working together to fix a problem and they're understanding about how problems happen. But in your interactions with them, if you understand that they're people and react to them like they're people, that will help smooth the path. Also, do your homework. Try and get a little bit more information before you move forward with a disclosure. There's a lot of ways to do that. Like, do they have a submission process to present them with vulnerabilities? So, for example, the disclose.io has a list of many vulnerability disclosure programs and bug bounty programs. Check that out. Other sources, you might, just do Google searches or DuckDuckGo searches to figure out what they have already and what they say about it. Also take a look at some other things, like what is the company's history? Do they have a history of going after security researchers? Or have they never interacted with a security researcher? One of the areas where we have found sort of the most difficulties in vulnerability disclosures are when talking with an industry that is encountering security researchers for the first time. So their CEO said, hey, we need all the toasters to have IP addresses. And they're like, great, we will make internet-enabled toasters. But they, prior to that, have just made regular toasters. And they really have no idea what the security community is or how that somebody might actually take apart their toaster, figure out how it can be remotely controlled, to set a house on fire. And then someone tells them that and they freak out. This is one of the challenges because more and more things are getting internet enabled. Internet of Things has a lot of players that don't have prior experience dealing with the possibility that someone might point out a flaw publicly about their product, and they're really worried about it. So in that case, might be proceed with a little bit more caution. The other thing, you want to find a person to disclose to. So ideally, the person who developed it, someone who really understands it, or maybe the company has a team, a security team, or some other team that responsibility includes security. Getting it to the right person who knows what's going on will be very helpful. If it goes to other teams like the legal team or the PR team, then it's more likely to be looked at through a lens of, are we legally liable? Is this going to be a problem for us legally? Or is this going to be a problem for our public relations? And that can create more tension and difficulty than if you're just talking to the actual coders who worked on the project managers who understand it, can hear what you're saying, and work to deal with it. So ideally, you don't want to just email customer service at the company's name. But sometimes you get stuck. You can't find those things. So this is a great opportunity to try and reach out, to some of your friends in the security community. Do they know somebody there? A friend of a friend can pass along a message, can try and set up a conversation. And if someone, don't know them directly, or you don't know who might know them, LinkedIn can actually be a very useful thing. Search for the company's name on LinkedIn, try and scan through that or search through that to find people with security in their title. And maybe LinkedIn has a feature where you can sort of find out if you have connections. So that may be a way of reaching, or you can just reach out directly through LinkedIn. So only as a last resort do you want to use sort of generic contact points like filling out a customer service online form or emailing to a generic email address. It is a way of contacting them, but it's not a highly effective way of contacting. So once you contact them, you want to make a good first impression. The first that you're hearing from you is setting the stage for how they will be thinking about you for the rest of the interaction. And so you want to come across in a way that is friendly, that is helpful, that is going to not exacerbate tensions, but reduce tensions. So how important is the issue you discovered? If you discovered something that is it like a minor issue, or does it have incredible public safety effects? Is it going to be a big deal or a small deal? Like, so for example, you found a vulnerability in a heart implant. Somebody could die as a result of this. That sounds like it's more of a big deal. Or maybe you found a vulnerability in a game console that would allow someone to cheat in a game. Okay, a medium deal. Some people would care about that, but not quite at the level of somebody dying. And don't oversell it or undersell it. So if you oversell it, that may cause people to freak out. And then if they later found out that it's not as bad as you had said, it creates some mistrust. If you undersell it, maybe they won't take it seriously and they won't try to fix it. So try and be just as straightforward as possible about what it is and what some of the ramifications are. Now, you still may get some resistance. So somebody who has made a heart implant that has a security vulnerability, it's very hard to fix that. Maybe their firmware is requires surgery to change. So they might be in denial and not want to hear there's a problem. But still, you're identifying it, you're being straightforward about it. Don't threaten. So be careful not to have it come across that like the disclosure is a threat. If you don't fix this, I'm going to do this bad thing that's going to harm you by disclosing it to the world and give you bad PR. That sets a bad tone. It's more about, you want to do good for the world. You want to disclose it to make the world a better place. And you want to give them a heads up about it to try and get it fixed ahead of time. Friendly tone, not a threatening one. And also, like, don't make demands on or ultimatums. Oftentimes, that can lead in a very dangerous direction. So, for example, sometimes it comes up where people are thinking, I can get paid for this. This would be great, but they don't have a bug bounty program. Well, that can be dangerous because if you say, I'm going to disclose this to you, but you first have to pay me, or bad things are going to happen or people are exploiting it, some people might interpret that as extortion. They might think that they're being shaken down, and then route this, instead of through a security team trying to fix the problem, to a legal team. They may reach out to prosecutors. That can go in a bad direction. Now, the other thing some people want to do is they can help, right? You understand the problem, you identify the problem, maybe you could help fix it. And of course, you value your time. It's fair to get paid for that work. But if you make it so that like it's contingent on you getting paid, that raises some of these same kind of like, is that a threat? Is that an extortion issues? Another thing is offering to keep quiet in exchange for something, for the money or otherwise. Again, this has been led to the sort of the notion of like, you are saying, unless you pay me, I'm going to say this bad thing about you, and that can lead to a notion of extortion. And also, if you end up signing an NDA or offering to keep quiet, if your plan is to ultimately disclose, to give a talk about it, to use this to enhance your reputation, your career, if you sign something that says you have to keep quiet about it, that really can mess up your plans to use it later, to go ahead and talk about it. So, think about that. There may be times where it is fine to agree that you won't disclose it for a period of time while they fix it. That is often the case in vulnerability disclosures, but for a forever ban may be very limiting, and you'll be regretting it later. And don't say too much too soon. So, especially if you found something like, the crown jewels, you've hacked into KFC and you found their secret herbs and spices. If it happens like in the first conversation, it can really set a bad tone because they could cause some fear or panic on the other side. So, you might want to establish some communications and trust and before sort of revealing how bad it was. And having the relationship first, establishing it, and then escalating to what the situation is can be an easier way for the other side to take it. Now, some of these processes, you might want to contact a lawyer, and that's one of the things that the Coders Rights Project offers. You can reach out to us, and we can either try and help you as lawyers or refer you to lawyers. So there are many things that could come up where you probably would want to speak to a lawyer before disclosing. So if you broke a DRM, then the Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act has some rules that say basically if you break something that protects the copyrighted works, then that can be a violation of the DMCA. You can be held liable, potentially criminally in some cases. There's a lot of noise around that in terms of when some exceptions apply. But that's something that you'd want to talk through with a lawyer. Or if you violated an NDA, so if you at some point had agreed to an NDA and discovered the vulnerability in that process, well, then that may be something you want to talk to a lawyer about before going out with disclosure. If you click through a license, if you signed a EULA or a TOS, again, that's something that you might want to think about while talking through a lawyer. And you may also want to think of, what is your sources? If you got something through a source that may be suspicious or a little weird or shady, you want to think about talking to a lawyer under those circumstances. And another one very commonly comes up is perhaps everything that we find for the research, but you may actually face some blowback from your lawyers. Perhaps this is a client or a client that they want to have, even if they don't have yet, and your employer may have some issues for you if you go ahead and do disclosure. It may be, did you learn some of the things on the job? How do you show that it was separate from your employment work? So these are circumstances that you might want to check it out with a lawyer. So for all of this, we're giving some broad overviews here, but keep in mind that it's not a formula. It's not that one way of disclosure is always the best. And there are many legal issues that can get in trouble, but I think for a lot of the cases, these can be dealt with. And this is also one of the reasons why it is so important and hopefully a very growing phenomenon for companies to try and avoid some of these legal issues by helping out the security researchers and having a good program for vulnerability disclosures that addresses it on the front end. So on getting paid, well, the easiest way is if they already have a bug bounty program. Then you can just submit pursuant to the program, check out if the terms fit with what you're doing and work through it. If they don't have one, probably it's not going to happen, and trying to ask to get one raises some of those extortion issues. But if they go ahead and do that, great, but don't get your hopes up. So don't demand the money if they don't offer it. Another ways of disclosure. So this is an example of somebody who found a vulnerability that would allow someone to post on Mark Zuckerberg's page, or anybody's page really, and disclosed it by posting on the page. So like sort of demonstrating your flaw in a sort of flamboyant manner can create some difficulties with the follow-on conversations. Okay, so you've done your turn, trying to disclose it. Now what do you do when you want to do a talk? And you have to figure out for that, do you want to disclose privately first? We talked a lot about disclosing privately, but it's actually a decision if you're going to be presenting about it. In some cases, in most cases perhaps, you want to disclose it privately to the company to give them a chance to fix it first. But that is a decision to make depending on the severity of it, the fixability of it, something you have to think about. So what's the advantage of disclosing first? Well, they can fix it. It can make the world a better place. But the flip side of that is they know that you're about to do the presentation. It gives them an opportunity to try to stop that presentation, to threaten you with a lawsuit, to file a lawsuit, to muddy the waters to make it more difficult to present. And then there's issues about timing. If your presentation has a fixed time period, the conference that you want to present at is in 90 days, and they say, well, we need 120 days to fix this, then that may be a tension between you and the vendor for the timing. So consider whether you want to do that. And oftentimes you can work that out with them, especially for companies who have some familiarity with security research, understand about hacker conferences and presentations, and it gives them an incentive to do it. Because ultimately, people win the most on these presentations if you can do the presentations, talk about how the problem has been fixed, maybe even have a representative from the company at the conference to talk about what they fixed, and show how security researchers and vendors can work together to solve problems. That can be a win for everybody. So when you're doing a presentation, you may want to promote it, and many people do. It's important to how you present it, how much attention you're bringing to it before the talk. So if you're promoting the talk, but you haven't talked to somebody first, that may be how they first hear about it. And there's sometimes a communication issue that can occur between vendors and the security research community, because vendors, they're worried about bad press. They're worried their product won't sell as much. Can be very tense about this. And in many cases, to bring attention to a talk, there are some provocative or snarky titles or abstracts, pointing out how this vulnerability could lead to all sorts of problems. An example of this was a talk that we helped out people with a long time ago. It was entitled "Free Subway Rides for Life." And it was about some flaws in the Massachusetts Transit Authority's fare payment system. And it's a very provocative title. And people, presumably go to this talk and learn how to get free subway rides for time. Now, the truth was that it was an important vulnerability, but it wasn't an instruction manual. It was just a way of saying, in the language of the security research community, that this is a serious problem that needs to be addressed because you don't want to give people free subway rides for life. Not, we want to show this, but rather we want to prevent this. But it was interpreted, at least initially, by the Transit Authority as this is a how-to session to get people to be riding their transit system for free. And so that communication failure ended up causing some problems that ultimately were resolved, but it was very difficult for a period of time, and ultimately the talk had to be taken off the schedule. So think about that when you're trying to bring attention to it. Bringing attention in a way that is going to be most productive to bring attention to the important issue, but think about also how the person on the other side, the coder, the developer who's made it, is going to react to that attention. Yeah, there we go. I should have had that slide up, but that's the thing. What are you doing with the talk? How provocative it should be? So, proof of concept, very useful things to show how it's not just a theoretical vulnerability, but it actually is a working vulnerability. And that is something, to show someone with good technical ability to understand what it is. So proof of concept, very, very valuable things. But they're dual use. A proof of concept could also be used, or maybe with some modifications and adjustments be used to be able to execute and exploit the vulnerabilities. So most likely, the more likely the audience is to use the information to break the law, the more risk there is. So if this is something that a proof of concept that any script kiddie could download and start exploiting a vulnerability right away, that is going to raise the tensions. If you're putting out a proof of concept that is mostly going to be used by high-level people who are in the field to understand the problem, but would be hard to use to actually exploit, or maybe it's a proof of concept for a problem that has since been fixed, great, that's not going to have the same kind of tensions and problems. So don't do it so that the script kiddies can just sort of run away with it. There are better ways of advancing the art. You can also do live demos. An example, of course, live demos often can be troublesome when you're in a presentation, so you might actually want to make a recording of a demo, but you can show how an exploit works without giving away all the secret sauce of how it works. So to sort of start to wrap it up, I want to point to a couple of resources that people can use. So one is the Coders Rights Project itself, EFF.org/coders. And you can go there, you can get some overviews of some of the legal issues that may face, contact points for us. For a more in-depth guide about some of the legal risks that you may face, we worked with the clinic, the Cyber Clinic at Harvard, to produce a guide for legal issues for security researchers. So there's a link to this at the clinic.cyberharvard.edu. And then if you find yourself in a situation where you might be needing some legal advice on this, you want to talk to a lawyer, reach out at info@eff.org. And then we try to help as many people as we can, but if we can't help you directly, try and provide a referral. EFF's legal services are free, so don't worry about the cost of it. And sometimes we're able to refer to people to other pro bono attorneys, other times low-cost attorneys, but we try and find a situation where people can get some advice. And earlier on in the process, we can advise both on the research stage and the disclosure stage, can often be just a way to avoid a lot of future problems. But also, we've talked to people the day before their talk was about to be given. So, don't ever think that it's too late to reach out if you have a legal question or you're worried about how this will go. So with that, I want to say thank you to everybody for having me on here. And I'm ready to take questions, which I understand will be on the Discord server.
Yes, sir. And thank you again, Kurt. I really appreciate your time and supporting the community, supporting actually not only here, but through the EFF, for many, many years. So thank you so much. And as Kurt mentioned, we're going to be actually handling some of the questions through the Discord server. The information is in the bottom of the screen. We're going to go in a quick break until the next presenter comes in. And once again, Kurt, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we're back live. Philip, take it away.
Thanks, Omar. So it's an honor to announce our next guest. Most of you will know him as CyberSec Stu, but Stuart Peck heads up the cybersecurity strategy for Zero Day Labs. Stuart has over 13 years experience in the information security industry, including delivering threat intelligence, social engineering, incident response projects. He is also an expert on open source intelligence and is regularly asked to deliver talks on the latest attacker trends facing organizations today. Stuart has been featured in leading news sites, including Security Affairs, The State of Security, ZDNet, Bleeping Computer, The Daily Mail, and the Tribe of Hackers Blue Team book. He is a 3-time Black Badge winner for Trace Labs Global OSINT Search Party competition for missing people and volumes of National Child Protection Task Force, using the skills to find missing children and organized criminals globally. Stuart founded the Many Hats Club in 2017, a large community that has organized 2 conferences raising over $30K for profits, hosted CTFs, and a podcast. Welcome, Stuart.
Excellent. What an introduction. Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be introduced by you, Philip, and also an honor to be here today. I'm going to do a talk on why you should build a community. In my infinite wisdom, I thought it would be a really good idea to deliver this talk in using Discord. And actually, it turns out it's possibly not the best medium for delivering a talk. So we'll see how this actually goes. And please bear with me on this. But as Philip said, I'm Stu. You can find me on Twitter under CyberSec Stu, or you can find my community, the Many Hats Club, or you can find one of the projects which I'm about to release, which is Venari, which is an open source intelligence VM, which will be releasing very, very shortly. And we're doing some pretty unique stuff for that. Also, the conference which I run, conferences I ran, which Philip mentioned, Isolation Con and Conint also as well. I do a lot of work in the community and have been for over about 3 years. I've built quite a sizable community and have had quite a lot of experience in kind of running that, and kind of want to impart some of the knowledge on why you probably should run a community, and the many lessons you can learn from the many mistakes that I have made over the years, in hopes that you can actually build your own really good community and all that kind of stuff. And of course, there's obligatory memes of me, and of course there are many of those in this presentation. But what I will say is why we should build a community, and what things should we be trying to do. And I want to talk about some of the things which have happened over the last sort of 3 years, and why a community is quite important and can actually do lots of really kind of good things. And on some of those things that we decided, when we started out 3 years ago, the bit of background about the Many Hats Club is that we've got about, I think we had about 10,000 people, and then one day I kicked 2,500 people from the community. So we're about sort of just under 8,000 at the moment. But, we decided as to start this community, and it was really because Twitter wasn't a really good place to have kind of deep and meaningful conversations. So we kind of went out to, Twitter to ask, what platform should we use? And ultimately we found Discord as our kind of home. And it's not strictly our home, it's just one of the places where we kind of operate as a community, because as we've kind of grown, we've branched out to other areas, and we do lots of other things, and collaborated on many projects. So the one thing that really kind of drove the community is the podcast, and we've had about 103 episodes, guests from everyone from Dave Kennedy, actually Brian and Chloe actually from Hacking Not a Crime have been on it as well. A whole range of people, Troy Hunt, and that really helped us kind of form and build the community out a little bit by bringing people into it and having an opportunity for people to ask questions, those people that may not get an opportunity to speak to on, say, Twitter or whatever it may be, and ask questions and get involved in the podcast. So it was one of the really good building blocks for us. one of the things that I think that really helped, and one of the things I wanted to try and do with this community was to try and use it as a platform to raise money for nonprofits. So last year we decided to do our first kind of virtual conference, and we raised about £10,300 for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, and that was a really, really good, one day, 3-track conference, after parties, all that kind of stuff. And the sole purpose of that was to really knowledge and learning and all that kind of great stuff, but really to raise money. And then we formed up Conint, which was an intelligence focused conference, which again raised about roughly about $19,000, I think it was, for both Trace Labs and the National Child Protection Task Force, which I now volunteer for. We've done things like hosting like multiple CTFs and things like this, and try and build something and try to give something back to the community. We built our own CTF team. We had a sort of hacking CTF team and an OSINT CTF team, and those have been really quite successful. We've actually did quite a lot of when you could go outside and meet people and all that kind of stuff. We hosted like meetups, and we had meetups pretty much all over the world actually. So we had meetups happening in Europe, and we had a few meetups happening in the US and the UK and things like this. So the community was really quite global, and it was quite impressive to see people meeting up at conferences and kind of networking and building their own kind of little communities within communities. And then things like collaborating on tools and releasing a number of tools. But ultimately, it was we kind of started within ourselves, and then we realized that lots of other communities spun off out of our community, which is brilliant. And then we created what we called like a cross community collaboration server, where we brought other communities together so we could share ideas and bounce ideas off each other, and that still exists today. So we kind of brought other communities together and created like a network of communities where we can actually share ideas, and we actually worked on a few projects together and things like this, and actually sort of shared ban lists and things like this, so we could work out people that were particularly trying to disrupt communities. People could be aware of those kind of individuals and stuff like this. So and of course, like being slightly odd, one of the meetups that we had, which was at 44Con, I turned up to the meetup and everyone was wearing a mask of me, which was slightly disturbing. So I guess that's one of those things. But I guess we start the importance of communities, but I guess the point I want to try and think about is why should you build a community, and why should your community exist? And I had a little think about this, because there are lots of communities out there. So there's obviously Hacking Is Not a Crime, there's got the Red Team Village, you've got you've got Trusted Sec community, you've got Dead Pixel Sec, you've got so many communities out there that are doing great things. But you should probably still think about building your own, because there's always a need for a community. There's always a need for you to build something with your people that maybe you start close and you expand it out, but there's always a need to do that. So you just think about why you're building community, and why does that need to exist, and what function is it going to serve? So if you've got your own brand and you've already got a brand, then of course it's quite easy to leverage that. So for example, the Hack the Box community, obviously Hack the Box community is massive, and their Discord community is absolutely huge. But if you're kind of looking at building out your own, you're starting from scratch, you might want to think about some of these questions, like what is your community going to be, and who's it going to be for? It's quite important. Is it going to be for you and your close friends, and you're going to hang out and conduct research, or are you going to build something that's a bit more wider and something a bit more for everyone? It might be you're building out a community to focus on recruiting new people into the industry, or mentoring people, and I've seen that done very well as well, where people that build communities for the sole purpose of mentoring and bringing mentors in to help upskill people, which is a really good thing. And how would your community be different? What is going to make your community stand out a little bit, and why would someone want to join that? What are they going to get from it? So it could be access to tools or collaboration on tools, or it could be they want to you're running a stream and it's just a place for people to hang out and talk after a stream and get involved. There could be a whole range of things that you could do, but it's certainly something worth thinking about. And what will keep people in your community? Some things I'll talk about in a kind of a little bit are it's quite easy once you start a community and get it going, but it's keeping people there and keeping people engaged, which is really difficult. And from my own experience, is you'll get a core set of people that will identify and will stay in that community and be very active, and you'll get people that will lurk and will drop in and drop out. So how do you get more people engaged, and how do you get more people to be active? And this is very much down to the tone and the safe, I won't say the safety factor, but some degree the welcoming factor. How welcoming is your community? Are you gatekeeping too much, or are you open, and do people feel welcome? Because if you're quite new in InfoSec and you join a community, it can be quite daunting. So is it a place where people might not feel welcome, or is it a place where people will feel welcome, and actually how will you keep people in? And then one of the things which I'll talk a little bit about is, do you have time to run this community? Because it is a very time-consuming activity. I didn't realize how time-consuming it actually is until I started doing it. I thought, yeah, I'll just spin up a community and we'll just hang out. And as it grew to quite significant numbers, and we started to do more and more things, it sort of takes more and more of your time up. So actually, it's quite a time-consuming kind of undertaking, and trying to work out whether that's best for you and how much time you have to give to it will actually result in what the output of that community will be in terms of how successful it is. Of course, you could just delegate that to someone else and build a mod team and let them do it all. But ultimately, people will look to you as someone who founded that community as being the person which actually is started it, and it's quite important to do that. So community is quite important. Make sure you check those things off, and kind of think about what is you're trying to do. In terms of platform, when I was looking at different platforms, there are so many platforms to look at, and you need to sort of think about what platform's kind of best for you, because there are so many different choices out there. You could go to Slack, you could go to Discord, or you could look at some of the other things that are out there. There's so many different things. You could start looking at Matrix, Element, or whatever it may be. There are so many different options at your disposal. So thinking about what community is best for you, what's going to serve your community, is quite important. And some of the things to think about is you go for something that's going to be quite easy to use over something that's quite complex. Are you going to go for something that's text-based only, or are you going to have something that's going to include voice or kind of media? Are you going to have something that's self-hosted, or you're going to go for something that's hosted, dedicated platform, or whatever it may be? But make sure it has dark mode. That's obviously quite important. But think about reaching out to the community, your kind of market, and who you're going to speak to, and asking them to see what they might want, because actually that helps build ownership, which is what you want, especially at those kind of early stages. And actually, OffSec, when they were building their community, had this form which they sent to me actually, and they asked their community what platform they wanted to use, and again, that actually helped them decide what platform they were going to build on. So actually going out and reaching out and finding out what survey's best is usually a good thing to do, if that makes sense. So in terms of like pitfalls, it is actually quite hard running a community. So it's not all, I guess also it's not it's not so easy. Sometimes there are challenges. So my first bit of advice is get a good mod team. Get a really good sort of moderator team, or get a core set of people that are going to help you run that community, because it's going to be quite difficult at the early stages, especially when you get quite a few people join. Ensure that you have a decent code of conduct, because us InfoSec people, we love to find those loopholes, and trust me, I have had many conversations with people where they have found ways around our code of conduct, and they always will do, which is fine. There is a kind of responsibility when come to running a community, so and it can take a toll. So make sure you're kind of mentally ready for that, especially as it grows. These things get harder. Well, one kind of challenge that I found in the past is you're not responsible for other people's actions, but ultimately, as the person that leads that community, people will kind of look to you to take some form of responsibility. So be ready for that. And of course, think about it takes a lot of time to get something off the ground. So it does get easier with time, but it does take a little bit of time to get things off the ground. So there are those kind of things to think about. Apparently don't ping everyone, because that actually people don't like that, and I found that in the past as well. In terms of lessons and things that I've learned is kind of running large communities, it does take a lot of your spare time. So be mindful of that. It can be highly frustrating at times as well. So nothing always goes to plan, and people usually will try and disrupt things. So try to be mindful of that. Don't try and take on too much too soon. So I learned that mistake many a times, where we try to take on too many things and too many projects, and pretty much when you take on too many projects, people don't take so well to them. So we try to write like a community book. We try to build like a bunch of tools. We had a research server. We had a whole bunch of other things, and only a few of those things really stuck. So we try to take on too much, and focus is actually quite important in most of these kind of things. If you don't engage people, and you don't engage your community and give them a reason to stay, they will leave. And actually having a reason, back to my earlier point, having a reason for people to stay is actually quite an important thing, because things will drop off after your first 6 months. And so if people aren't feeling engaged or getting the right interaction or the right level of whatever it may be, they will leave, and that's fine. But ultimately, if it keeps happening, then obviously that will affect your community. And automate as much as you can, because we've built our own bots, and they're incredibly useful, but there are obviously bots you can use. But ultimately, if you can, build your own and automate the core functions that you can, so you can free up your time, and also focus on the things like crowd control. Actually quite important. So I'm going to actually do quite well for time here, but as the kind of someone who's founded that community, you kind of set the tone for how that community is kind of run, and people will kind of look for you to how the rest of the community is set out. But there are some kind of benefits, and I'm going to talk about a couple of these before I kind of wrap up. Helping, there's been many cases where we've actually helped people find work. So and actually people directly in the community, through the work they've done in the community, have made those connections. And so many people have been hired or found their first InfoSec job or whatever it may be from the community work that we've done. Those connections have actually happened. And there's like probably about 50 people I know plus that have found their first InfoSec job through the work that we've done and work that the community has done. So, and that's through research. So one of my moderators, for example, we did some research together, and actually that research, once published, actually helped them found their first piece of work in InfoSec. So, these kind of projects that you work on can actually lead very quickly to InfoSec work. You can inspire new communities, or you can inspire people to form their own communities, and that's a great thing. We want people to do that. We want people to kind of be inspired by the work or by the community or whatever it may be to kind of spin up their own. And also helping people join that new wider community as well, in terms of, people that may be developers or people that might be working in infrastructure and looking to get their first job. Actually, by participating and engaging, they'll pick up the skills or get the advice, or and if they're working on their the OSCP, having people in the community can kind of guide them through that process and the preparation they need to do is one of the most common things we find, or people asking what certification they should be doing, and then people getting help and trying to get that. So interview prep, whatever it may be, there's always something. If you've got to drop in that kind of environment, you can really help, right? So it's one of those things which I think is a good thing. It's a positive thing, right? And we should be doing that more. And it's actually, from my own experience, and having done this only for 3 years, but it still feels like a long time. I used to have hair when I started running a community, but it's one of the best things you can do, and if it's done right, can open up a lot of opportunities for everyone. So it's one of those things which I think that we should be doing. So it's actually kind of worked, and I'm quite surprised that Discord actually worked for this. But you should think about setting up a community. It's a great way to collaborate on things. It's a great way to put yourself out there and give back. And highly recommend it. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. It's very difficult. If it's a small community, it's obviously a lot easier. If you're running a community of like 7,000, 8,000, 10,000 plus people, it can be quite chaotic, but it's definitely worthwhile. There are many platforms you can use. Find the one that works for you, or the idea that you have. That again is definitely worth looking into, and think about why your community kind of needs to exist and what purpose it's going to serve. So why does this exist, and why should we be thinking about setting this community up, and how's it going to be slightly different? I have no idea why I used Discord to make this presentation. It doesn't actually make a great presentation tool, but yeah, it kind of worked, but didn't really work. So think about the right medium for you, and think about why your community is going to exist. I guess I'd add to that as well that that this is one of those things where I've seen many communities spin up and kind of disappear because they haven't put the right things in place at the early stages. So learn from my many mistakes about not finding, find the right people quite quickly, make sure you've got the right code of conduct in place, make sure you know what you're trying to do, keep people engaged, and you'll be successful. So I'm going to finish up a little bit early, and I'm quite surprised I went through this, but I've actually built this Discord server, and the plan of this server is actually, you should come and join it just to see if this actually works. So if you are on the chat at some point, you've got the invite for my my community at the top there, and you've got the invite for this server as well. So if you want to jump in here at some point, it should work. And I will be on the Discord server for the Red Team Discord server to answer your questions. So I think I'm going to finish a couple of minutes early because somehow I rattled through that, not realizing I was a bit early. But there you go. It gives my the speaker following me a lot more time to kind of prep and stuff and come into the call. So anyway, so that's me. It's been an honor and a privilege sharing my brief overview of why you should build a community and my experience and my lessons. And I'd just like to thank you all.
Thank you so much, Stu. I really appreciate it. And it was pretty awesome. I don't know if you actually plan for it or not, but a lot of people actually are trying to go into the Discord server right now. As a matter of fact, they just figured out, and
there's people coming in. There you go. See, there you go. There's people coming in. Not wave high. There you go. Yeah. So there you go. You see, it works. This is the plan. It's meta, right? There you go. Anyway, I'm going to stop sharing my screen to protect people's privacy. But there you go. There you go. But yeah, that was the plan.
As well,
very cool.
And in Twitch as well, and you can actually hear it from your side. Anyways, as Stu mentioned, and as you actually know, because it's in the bottom of the screen, please join the conversation in Discord. The Red Team Village Discord server is in the bottom of the screen. Of course, we're sharing the one that Stu just presented as well. So we're gonna go in a break, and our next presenter will be with us in the next few minutes. Thank you again. Thank you, Stu.
Thank you very much.
Right, welcome back. Joseph, take it away.
Hey, everybody, and thanks for joining the Red Team Village and Hacking is Not a Crime HackerCon. And with us today, or right now, the next speaker is Joseph Min. It's my honor and privilege to be able to introduce another Joseph, and specifically Joseph Min. He's been an amazing contributor to the industry. Joseph is an investigative reporter for Reuters. He is the longest serving and most respected mainstream journalist on cybersecurity. He has won 3 Best in Business awards from the Society of American Business Editors and Writers, and has been a finalist for 3 Gerald Loeb Awards. Among some of the books that he has written, and you probably are aware of, are Fatal System Error and Cult of the Dead Cow, which we're showing right now. So without further ado, gives me great privilege to introduce Joseph Min.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Joseph. I appreciate it. I really appreciate the chance to be here. Like, thank the organizers. I find cons like this to be super inspiring and really vital for the community and for growth. And I appreciate everybody who is spending some of this, where I am, beautiful spring day after a year already cooped up inside again for this. So thank you. I want to talk about, well, I'd say, like, I'm here because I've covered this stuff for 20 years, but probably most importantly because of the Cult of the Dead Cow book, which came out almost 2 years ago now, before the collapse of civilization. And that had a lot of mainstream attention, I think largely because with their blessing, I outed all of the core members of CDC, and that happened to include a guy from Texas named Beto O'Rourke, who had just declared for president of the United States. So suddenly we had not only the first credible presidential candidate who'd been a hacker, but somebody who happens to have been an early member of the most influential hacking group in US history. And for that matter, gender integrated it. So that got a lot of mainstream attention. I wanted mainstream attention for the book because I think that technology is playing an increasingly vital and more often dark role in our everyday lives and our societies than ever before. And privacy and security, as you know, is at the heart of the most important decisions about how technology is used. I also wanted to reach newer entrants to InfoSec, people starting out in hacking, so they don't have to go back and read 3 decades of Usenix posts to figure out what the major advances and compromises and mistakes and triumphs have been in the hacking community. I wanted to try and deliver it in a palatable form so people wouldn't mind learning history and they'd be interested in some of the characters. I think that more than ever, hackers are vital to society's development, not only because of the centrality of tech, but because I think the foremost quality of a serious hacker is critical thinking. And we are at some kind of all-time shortage in critical thinking. We have people who believe that the earth is flat. We have people that believe that there are microchips and vaccines that are actually going to save their lives. And hackers, by definition, are critical thinkers because they don't just work within the confines that have been given to them by some system. They try and see what else they can get the system to do. They can see how they can break the system and how to make it better. And that needs to be celebrated. And I also, as I said, I wanted to reach new entrants into hacking and security because, it's gotten professionalized now, and that's probably inevitable and probably largely good. But you lose things when it turns into a sort of a mainstream profession. The old school hackers sort of had to develop their own moral code. And that's for a few reasons. One of them is that in the olden days, when there were modems and you needed to long distance connections in order to download files or connect to a bulletin board, most of them were teenagers and couldn't afford the multi-$100 phone bills that their parents were going to get stuck with. And so they pretty much, to a person, wound up using somebody else's credit card or phone calling card or taking advantage of somebody else's phone line. And it's not great that everybody was a criminal, but it did force them to think about moral consequences and moral decisions. Is it better to steal a little bit from a lot of people? Is it better to steal a lot from a big uncaring corporation? Everybody had to think about this. And you might not be comfortable with where most of them wound up, but they actually put in the work. And I think that turns out to be really important in hacking and security work. Because if you go to like a nice college and work at a nice big company doing nice cybery things, you can wind up sleepwalking into doing things that don't do people any good and that actually harm people. And I think the old school folks and people who paid attention to them or pay attention to them now can save themselves and others a lot of grief by thinking about what the morally right thing to do is for them. Cult of the Dead Cow, I picked them as the core narrative of my book because they go all the way back to those olden days in the mid 80s. Sort of this mini golden era after the movie War Games came out and taught people what they could do with a modem, and before the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act 3 years later took it all away, or at least made it illegal to do what they'd been doing. So that sort of set them up in natural opposition to government, or at least made them think critically about the role of law and government in what they were doing. One way or another, the CDC has hit all the major inflection points of info security in the decades since then, and they led the way in a lot of them. If you've heard of them, or if you'd heard of them before my book, it sort of depends when you came of age, how you heard of them. If you're the same age as they are, you might know them in their sort of initial incarnation of these sort of funny, irreverent, frequently profane text files, which is the Beto O'Rourke era of the group. They did that, and they were sort of like the liberal arts wing of the hacker underground for a while. There were more technically proficient groups like Legion of Doom, Masters of Destruction, who often wound up in jail. CDC avoided that by sort of, by doing more of the writing and more of the community building and less of the criminal plotting, at least in the open. But because they sort of had this sort of cultural presence, they attracted people who were technically proficient, including members of the Loft, the famed Boston hackerspace group that wound up testifying before Congress in 1998 that any one of them could take down the internet in half an hour. The Loft also pioneered responsible disclosure, which remains a vibrant topic. So if you discovered the CDC a little later, in the late 90s, it was probably because they had introduced back orifice and then BO2K, which were Trojans for taking control of a Windows box with remarkable ease. I think it's important to note that was not a unanimous back orifice. The release of back orifice was not an easy call for the Cult of the Dead Cow. There was internal debate about whether it was the right thing to do or not. A lot of people they knew would get hacked because they were throwing out these CDs to the crowd at DEF CON. But their feeling was that Microsoft was a court-certified monopoly at that point. They had suddenly made security a vital interest to tens of millions of people, as opposed to just the enterprise security buyers that Loft was busy advising people about. And there was no security in there. And there was no way to get them to put security in Windows 95 and subsequent editions without serious public attention. So what the CDC decided to do was to have a media circus, and they did that. They, with call and response wrapping from the stage at DEF CON, lots and lots of media interviews. They put a lot of pressure on Microsoft and helped unstick the great cargo ship from Redmond. There are a lot of things that CDC did after that, or its members, that were very important. I mean, in effect, they sort of created the modern InfoSec industry. They founded At Stake, which is one of the earliest boutique hacking as a service companies that went inside big banks, Microsoft and others, and told them what they were doing wrong. Two of the members created Veracode, which is now $1 billion company, but was very early in binary analysis. So customers who couldn't see the source code or could only see third-party audits of source code could actually look at what the binaries were doing inside their machines, which was super important. And Mudge went on to DARPA, where he ran grant making for cybersecurity on offense and defense, and created a fast track so that an individual hacker or a couple of hackers who wanted to work with the government could do so. For our purposes today, the most important thing is that they came up with the term hacktivism, and they worked very hard to get it into the English language. They had a number of definitions over the years, but the one that resonates, I think, the most today was hacking and security work in service of human rights. And that's a really good grounding and frame. Again, as there was a range of people politically inside CDC, as well as, you know, a range of views about how often the law should be followed. But I think it's interesting that how the first target of hacktivism, and that was Chinese government censorship through the Great Firewall and later surveillance, and that really united the CDC because you know, there were people within the CDC who were hippies who hate the U.S. government, and there were people in the CDC that were working for U.S. government intelligence, but nobody liked what the Chinese government was doing to internet users. And so it was kind of a natural initial target for a broader political movement and trying to bring politics towards, you know, the technology industry as a whole. So one of the things they did was they worked on a privacy protecting browser, and that prodded Tor to adopt something similar, which is now how most people use Tor. Oxblood Ruffin, who is sort of the leading proponent of hacktivism within CDC, also had early talks with a guy at the University of Toronto named Ron Diebert, as Ron was forming Citizen Lab. And Citizen Lab has gone on to be, you know, the top watchdog that tracks how governments are misusing technology against their own populations. So they had a very serious impact there. Later, Oxblood's work with Tibetans, protecting them from Chinese malware, would help the Citizen Lab produce the first comprehensive account of an APT, in this case, broad Chinese surveillance of embassies, universities, and dissidents around the world. The next great wave, I guess, of hacktivism was 10 years later, and that was Anonymous. Like the CDC, Anonymous started out as sort of teenage prankster types, and then they had their own sort of development on the fly. For them, like, it was sort of an easy transition from 4chan and, you know, crap posting to well, what really got them mad was Scientology, which had gotten the CDC mad as well. And, you know, Scientology was devoted to censoring sacred texts, and like the CDC, Anonymous doesn't like censorship, and so they did a number of things against the Scientology, a number of real-world protests, and and then I wrote a story in the Financial Times when I was working there that said that a security researcher was going to give a talk at B-Sides, San Francisco, and reveal the people that he said were leaders of Anonymous. And this prompted some of the more proficient hackers within Anonymous to hack the hell out of that guy, out of that guy's company, dump all his files and his emails, and put his social security number on Twitter, which wasn't very nice. And then they went on this amazing spree as LulzSec, where they took requests, and it was like performance art hacking. I remember in particular them getting inside one of Rupert Murdoch's publications websites and posting a false obit of Murdoch himself. This ended with some FBI and UK equivalent investigations, in particular the arrest of one of the core members, and who they then turned against the others. And then things went quiet for a few years. And then there was this third wave, I would say, where two, in particular, Hacking Team and Gamma Group, which both provided surveillance tech, were hacked by an entity calling itself Phineas Fisher, after Fin Fisher spyware that was sold by Gamma Group, supposedly only to, fine upstanding governments, but in fact, to lots of people who are not very nice. Phineas Fisher held themselves out as a public-spirited anarchist, and he, she, they, it dumped files online, and a pretty instructive how-to guide explaining what their process was in getting into both of these companies. What software was they found that was an error, and sort of calling on others to do this themselves. Unlike the leaders of LulzSec, Phineas Fisher has never been identified or arrested, to our knowledge, and it's unclear who or what Phineas Fisher actually is. I go through some of this in my book. It is possible that Phineas Fisher is the lone hacker with amazing skills that they make themselves out to be. It is also possible that Phineas Fisher is a Russian operation. And one of the reasons I say that, Russian intelligence, one of the reasons I say that is that at the same time that Phineas was dumping Hacking Team and Gamma Group tools, which were used primarily by Western authorities, known Russian intelligence was dumping tools from the NSA and CIA, burning them in the middle of this sort of big Cold War going on in cyber espionage. So we don't know. You can have whatever opinion you want. It's worth reading up on, but it points to the murkiness in hacktivism going forward, where there's always going to be the possibility of nation states in hacktivism clothing. Since then, there have been Russian groups that have purported to be hacktivists dumping Ukrainian government files. That's actually Russian intelligence. And in the meantime, more recently, in the last couple of years, there was a hack of a Russian intelligence contractor in Moscow, and those files are dumped by some hacktivist group that had never been heard of before, that I would be surprised if they are unaffiliated with Western intelligence. So it's going to be murky, and that's just part of the way it's going to be going forward. All of which brings us to now, and the biggest run of hacktivism in at least 10 years since the heyday of LulzSec, maybe since the CDC 20 years ago. And in part of it, it's interesting that it builds on sort of certain qualities, lessons from each of the past movements. So in the case of Anonymous itself, there's a gentleman named Aubrey Cottle, who was an early member of Anonymous and an active participant in kind of the online raiding culture, which wasn't particularly political. It had some political parts, but it wasn't the big political stuff that we saw come later, where it was against oppressive regimes and that sort of thing. So Aubrey got mad about QAnon, in particular, not only just spreading lies, but usurping some of the terminology, the methods, and the style of the original Anonymous. So Aubrey didn't like that. And he did support the Black Lives Matter protests of a year ago. So he and other old school nons came back on Twitter, made themselves a much more visible presence, and helped coordinate things like flooding of a Dallas police app that was asking for snitching on protesters. Those apps wound up getting flooded with things like K-pop fan cams, and it was just highly entertaining. More recently, there has been this incredible run. There is an anonymous ally who uses the name Donk Envy. Donk scraped videos from Parler that were shot by the people inside the US Capitol on January 6th. Some of those protesters thought they had deleted those videos, and they hadn't actually been deleted. And because of Donk Envy and Donk's supporters, all of that got archived, handed off to nonprofit media like ProPublica, and to Congress, which used it to impeach Donald Trump for a second time. It actually became an incredibly valuable resource. Somebody else, people unknown, hacked Gab repeatedly, another right-wing network, and archived and preserved private messages and group messages, which are being shared selectively with researchers and the media via distributed denial of secrets, which is kind of a WikiLeaks done better. I forgot to mention earlier that one of the ways that Anonymous pivoted to a more political stance was when WikiLeaks was being less evil. PayPal and some of the other credit card processors stopped taking donations to WikiLeaks, and that struck Anonymous as censorship, et cetera. So they launched denial of service attacks on PayPal and others. So that was, again, sort of censorship, core internet values, freedom of information, helped provoke people who were more interested in hacking and pranking to a greater political stance. Most recently, a hacker in Switzerland, 21-year-old named Tilly Kottmann, hacked or took credit for breaking into a Silicon Valley surveillance tech company called Verkada. Tilly posted videos from inside Verkada, which included jails, medical facilities, big corporations, stuff that not everybody at Verkada should have been looking at, let alone the open internet, and this was exposed. That was pretty dramatic. A lot of companies either cut ties with Verkada or said they would look again. In the meantime, US legal proceedings that were already underway sped up in a big way. Tilly got raided in Switzerland and indicted just a week ago now for previous liberating of proprietary code, allegedly from various big corporations. There wasn't much of a profit motive. In fact, all the US prosecutors could point to were some t-shirts that said things like Cat Girl Hacker and Venture Anti-Capitalist. I believe those are still for sale online. I wrote about this just a couple days ago for Reuters, so you could read up on that. Tilly and allies believe that the indictment was largely about intimidating other hacktivists. And, you know, it certainly made people close to Tilly nervous. Tilly did not have the greatest OPSEC in the world. And, you know, it is quite possible that, in fact, what this indictment will do is teach more people to younger people to be more careful about how they do things should they decide to do things that would not meet with favor by US authorities. I don't actually believe that this is going to stop hacktivism's resurgence. There have been too many huge successes in too short a time. Gab is had to go offline repeatedly. A lot of users of Parler lost faith in the security of the system, understandably. And even Myanmar and officials in Myanmar have been discomfited by Don Kenby's leak, again through distributed denial of secrets, of military contracts with Western businesses. Among other things, Google yanked its services from some of the generals supporting the junta. This has been like a mini golden age already for hacktivism, and you know, even if there are subsequent arrests, you know, one of the things that Topiary, then the public face of Lulzsec, said near the end of their run, you can't arrest an idea, and I think hacktivism is a very powerful idea. I also wanted to talk a little bit about sort of the professionalism of the InfoSec industry. One thing that wasn't around 10 years ago, and certainly wasn't around 20 years ago, were so many different ways for hackers to go straight. The bug bounty platforms and many individual companies offering vulnerability disclosure programs and bug bounties directly are a wonderful resource and a good way to earn money while doing good. But they also buy silence. The bug bounty, the major bug bounty platforms, they have arbitration ways of arbitrating this, but they really do tend to favor the companies that are paying for their services. Even the members of the loft that invented responsible disclosure were well aware of their leverage. And they were about helping the customers of the big companies and the general public more than the big companies. In a way, the cult of the dead cow was part of that leverage. If the loft guys couldn't get a serious response from the likes of Microsoft, then meet my, hairy, uncouth cousin from Texas, the CDC, and they're going to embarrass the hell out of you in the national media. So I think they would look askance at some of these programs now. I think it's interesting that Aubrey Caudill, in addition, the returnee from Anonymous, in addition to continuing to be an activist and use the media and use Twitter and other platforms to agitate for better security policies or what he considers to be more ethical policies, works with my fellow speaker today, John Jackson, and others in following bug bounty platforms. So he's doing both. And I think that's really interesting. It is a legitimate means, but it should not be considered the only means by any stretch to try to affect change. And that's why it's important to try and chart out for yourself what you think is the most ethical thing to do to help the most people. That's all I had to say. I'm going to check the Discord now and see if there are any questions I could briefly answer, and then I will stick around and answer more online while during the next couple of talks. Certainly appreciate everybody who's been watching. Oh, thanks for posting the book cover. Let's see. Any questions on the Discord here?
We don't have any questions in Discord, and also I'm monitoring a few YouTube channels and Twitch channels as well. A lot of kudos, and as a matter of fact, a lot of people actually commenting that the cult of the death cow is still alive.
That's true.
But not a specific question for the. Okay, so Ray Redacted, actually, I just asked a question, and there's a little bit of delay, right? About 40 seconds delay whenever we actually talk, and they can actually ask the questions. But the question is, so what is next from now on?
Well, I mean, I think, even within the CDC, there are lots of differences of opinion about what was good, what was appropriate for activism. They are certainly paying attention to what's happening now. And for large part are pretty excited about it. I think the overtly political activism against Gab and Parler is super interesting. I will say that I think one thing that has also, CDC was very good at using and sometimes abusing the media. I think that's a key component that that Anonymous picked up on. I think we're going to see more of that going forward. And there's some argument these days. Some people think that Facebook and Google and the other big tech powers are so obnoxious that good security, ethical security work can't be done within it. If you happen to believe that, I don't think that's true, because people have been able to do things within it by working back channel with media, with activists, with groups like Amnesty International, with members of Congress. I think that even individuals can make great contributions to, using technology as a moral force for human rights wherever they are, on their own, inside smart startups, nonprofits, big companies, government. There are many more ways to get the job done now than there were in the times of CDC, and CDC and others have paved the way to make that more doable. And I think people will be taking advantage of all those different channels, legal and extra.
And there's another question that came in from Johnny C. That you always say that that there are a little bit of differences of opinion inside of the CDC. Will that go for political positions as well, or how far does that go?
So I think the majority were left leaning, but not everybody was, and within left, there's a pretty big range from mildly liberal to march in the streets every day. So I think that was the range realistically. Like I said, there are people that were working for defense contractors. I think one of the things that's interesting is when the CDC, most of them started to go straight. It was rough for the people before them, people who were in Legion of Doom, who started their own security companies. They tended to work with the FBI, and that got them shunned. And so the compromise that Mudge and some others in CDC took was that they would work with U.S. intelligence, but not law enforcement. They would talk about capabilities and methods, but not individuals. They wouldn't name any names. And I think that's actually sort of gotten mainstream now. I think that's, it's a much bigger universe now and a lot bigger range of opinions. But I think that certainly for the time, that was a pretty reasonable compromise.
Thank you. And I think that, so the last question was, where can we buy the book and where can we find it? We also pasted the link in the Discord server. And by the way, if you don't know what we're talking about, there's a link in the bottom of the screen to join the Discord server, and all the speakers are actually hanging in there. And please feel free to join the conversation. What we're going to be doing is actually we're going to go in a quick break, and then the next speaker will be with us within the next minute or so. Thank you again so much, Joe, for supporting the community, for supporting us, and specifically this event. Thank you again.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Have
Thank
fun,
you,
everyone.
Joe.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And without any further ado, Joseph, please introduce our next speaker.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joseph Milajanowski. I'm with the Red Team Village, and it is my honor and privilege to announce Bo Woods, our next speaker. Here at the Hacking is Not a Crime and Red Team Village Joint Conference, the HackerCon. Bo Woods, what can I say about him? He's a senior advisor with CISA, a cybersecurity innovative fellow with the Atlantic Council, a leader with I Am the Cavalry, which is a grassroots initiative, founder and CEO of Strategos Security, and sits on the board of several nonprofits. His work bridges the gap between the security research and the public policy communities to ensure connected technology that can impact life and safety is worthy of our trust. He formerly served as interpreter in residence with the US FDA and managing principal consultant at Dell SecureWorks. Over the past several years in his capacity, he has consulted with the energy, healthcare, automotive, aviation, rail, and IoT industries, as well as cybersecurity researchers, U.S. and international policymakers. And the White House, Bo is a published author, frequent public speaker, often quoted in media, and is often engaged in public or private speaking venues. He's also integral to a lot of stuff that goes on at DEF CON. So I added that ad hoc. But without further ado, I give you Bo Woods.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here today. I've been looking forward to this conference for a while. Although I got to say, it's kind of intimidating to follow Joe Min and all his talking about the cult of the dead cow. I grew up watching their exploits, and so it's exciting, but also intimidating to be going after him. So I'm gonna, if Joe was talking about some of the ghost of hackers past or hacktivism past or some of our past in this community, I want to talk about some things that are going on right now and kind of bridge the gap to what will happen in the future, I hope, if security researchers can come together and can really help become a more positive, proactive force. So this is Representative Will Hurd and Jim Langevin, and this is me. And I'll bet you're wondering, how did you get here? Well, it's a good question. It's a long story. We'll come back to that. So my first job in security was working at a hospital. And this is usually the part of the presentation where I ask people to spot all the computers they can see in this picture. And, people point out a handful of them. But then, if you look here, there are, 5 to 8 computers just in this one photo taking care of this patient. And then I ask, what's the most important asset that's being protected here? Some people say, patient health records, or some people say the parents' insurance or credit card information that they're using to pay. But really, the asset we're trying to protect here is the patient, this very vulnerable person. And this happens to be a natal intensive care unit. One of my first experiences with hacking was actually a fetal heart monitor. So one of the computers that you see here is connected up to some other systems. And this is how doctors and nurses make sure that they monitor the vital signs of the patient, make sure that they're able to catch any potential issues with the patient that might cause them to have to run in and do some type of life-saving treatment or therapy. And all of the fetal heart monitors were hacked. There was some password stealing malicious software on it that was trying to steal banking passwords, and it just happened to hit some Windows computers because that's the platform that it was targeting. So not trying to harm patients, but it had the effect of knocking offline those fetal heart monitors. And so the manufacturer wouldn't fix it. They wouldn't allow us to fix it So we got permission from the hospital to basically fix it ourselves. And the way we did that is by using the same exploit that the malware used to get into those systems, turn it against the system again. And this time we got in, we dropped the patch, we killed the malware, and we rebooted them. And then the doctors could get back to saving lives. So there's a strong potential that some people in the room today, some people who are watching, might have the opportunity to save lives through security research. And that's what I want to hopefully inspire you all to do today. But I'm going to do it in a slightly different way. I want to tell a couple of stories. I want to tell my own story, which is that at a certain point, I realized that while we're spending literally $1 trillion every 5 years or so in people, product security, the companies that we're trying to protect are still getting hacked. So from a certain lens, it's 100% failure rate and a $1 trillion bill. And that just didn't seem okay to me. So if you recognize the hype cycle, we also have a hype cycle for when we get into security. And so, you have the initial trigger, everybody's super excited to jump in and start doing things and have a lot of fun. You go through this cycle of inflated expectations, the trough of delusionment, and hopefully you can get onto this slope of enlightenment and to the plane of productivity really, really quickly. So this is where I found myself as I dipped into the trough of disillusionment. And I think a lot of people have been there. Our passion became our day job, and our day job left us burnt out, seeking for more. And I realized that the cavalry isn't coming. And in conversations with the people who started the initiative, I Am the Cavalry, I realized that there was a lot that they were doing that really spoke to me. So you've probably all been in this situation. You're sitting around the dinner table with your friends or family, in pre-COVID times, and somebody asks, "Oh, what's the most secure operating system?" Now you've got to figure out an answer without telling people that, you don't like Windows, or, telling them that their MacBook isn't your favorite platform, that, you want them to go to Linux, but then you don't want to be their tech support for Linux. So, how do you answer this question? Different people answer it different ways. And then you probably get the question, which browser is most secure, as we all have. And you have the same kind of dilemma. Which mobile phone is most secure? And, the Windows mobile phone platform, you probably don't have to worry about too much anymore. But again, same types of questions. Well, increasingly, we have to ask which car is most secure. And I know some of the people who are at car makers, and I can't tell the difference between one car and another. And when I ask them, sometimes they can't tell the difference. Which medical device is most secure? And again, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, even if you know the people making the medical devices. Which home IoT product is most secure? And I'm sure you guys get this question all the time from your friends and family. Just finished up a Reddit Ask Me Anything where people were asking this question a lot. The answer is, do we know? Who knows? So now, not only did our passion become our day job, our day job has followed us home. If you're in the market for a new car, or if you go into the hospital, or if you're looking to get a new door lock, an always on internet connected door lock, or something similar for your home, how do you take your capabilities and skills that you use every day and use them when it's more at stake than just financial fraud, or just something that's changeable or a replaceable asset? What happens when it's your family's life and public safety that's on the line? So the I Am the Cavalry problem statement is that our dependence on connected technology is growing faster than our ability to secure it in areas that impact human life, public safety, and national security. And when we founded this initiative, before we founded the initiative, we always kind of thought, surely somebody's working on this. But what we learned is that the cavalry isn't coming, and that it falls to us. And that's in a lot of ways terrifying, because should the responsibility for ensuring human life and public safety fall to some, jerk with a red mohawk standing in front of a DEF CON sign? No, probably not. But it's also empowering, because it means it's our problem to solve. we have the task, and now we go do it. So when we formed I Am a Cavalry, and you can go look at our website to get more information, that was our problem statement. Our mission statement is to ensure connected technologies with the potential to impact public safety and human life are worthy of our trust. And we started with some unconventional means, and I'll go into those in a little bit of detail here. But I want to tell you a story about the first recall for medical devices because of security research. So a lot of people probably know who this is, Jay Radcliffe. He is both a diabetic patient and he's a security researcher himself. And early in the 20 teens, perhaps even before then, he found that his insulin pump had some pretty severe security flaws in it. Some security flaws that, being a security researcher, he knew could be used to do harm, to cause people to go into a diabetic coma, potentially from overdosing or underdosing on insulin. And so he wanted to raise the alarm about this. So he contacted the manufacturer. The manufacturer said, we know what we're doing. We're okay with this. We're okay with our processes. It's not going to be a big deal. So like most security researchers, he did the next best thing, which he thought, next thing in the process of getting these things fixed, which you heard Joe Min talk about it a little bit with Cult of the Dead Cow, is he went on stage at Black Hat and told the world about it so that patients, doctors, and others could defend themselves against potential adversaries and attacks. Now, that, as well as some other security research, caused the FDA to take notice. And one of the interesting things about the way the FDA took notice is that they, instead of saying security researchers are threatening patient safety, they said, we don't quite know what's going on, but we need to investigate. We need to figure out what's happening. So they invited hackers into a room and said, tell us your truths. We understand that you have truths that may be different from the truths that we see, may be different from the truths that medical device makers are telling us. We want to hear your truths from your perspective. And they listened. And we treated them with empathy. We said, okay, if you're willing to listen, we'll sit down and we want to meet you where you are and have these conversations with you in a tone of mutual understanding, mutual respect. And it was a really interesting approach. We're not the first ones to ever sit down and do that. But when we did this with the FDA, they really listened. And we've got a number of ways that we started approaching this. But the key was that we led with empathy. We really started those conversations in an empathetic way, listening rather than talking, explaining our perspectives, giving them some baseline information like what motivates security researchers, what are some of the differences between medical devices and regular computers. And that really helped turn them on. And so when they published their guidance, final guidance for pre-market submissions, which is the gating mechanism by which medical devices get onto the market, it was informed by information that security researchers had given them because of those conversations that we had. And many of you probably know this guy, Billy Rios. The device that he's looking at there is an infusion pump. It's like a digital IV. They're the most common devices in healthcare. And Billy was in the room with us when we had those conversations. So he knew how to get in touch with people at the FDA and at the medical device maker. When he found some issues with this device, he let him know. He said, I'm going to give you a year to fix this. You've got that amount of time to go and do whatever you need to do to get things changed. Unfortunately, another security researcher found the same issues, and they weren't as well connected. They didn't understand the different trade-offs. And so they just published all the information to their blog. And that catalyzed a couple of things. It catalyzed 2 separate security warnings, security letters from the FDA about these. Effectively, it was a medical device recall. It had the weight of of recalling those devices. So the medical device maker basically stopped selling some of the devices that were really old, and with the others, they issued updates to them. So because of Billy's work and because of the work of the other security researchers that came in and led with empathy, we were able to get the FDA to take a step that it had never taken before. When we started, we were told that people will have to die before you get any action out of any of these groups, but we've proved that that was not the case. We also published what we call a Hippocratic Oath for Connected Medical Devices. And this is essentially following the same symbolic spirit of the original Hippocratic Oath, which is doctors take an oath to act in the best interest of their patients, but increasingly that patient care delivery is being done with medical devices. So they should also be built, developed, designed, implemented, maintained with that same spirit. And this has been a really, really powerful and influential document. And in fact, a lot of the information in that was taken up by the FDA and put into their post-market guidance. So this is when a device is already on the market. Medical device makers have to look for any potential safety and effectiveness issues and potentially do a recall or push a software update. And this document basically is a carrot and a stick that incentivizes medical device makers to want to have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure policy. So one of the things that we did is we turned the medical device market on its head and said, all right, everybody's got to have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure policy to accept reports from security researchers who find potential issues. This is from a series of experiments that we've done, a series of simulations that we've done working with doctors. There are some doctors who have given talks at DEF CON about security. With the FDA involved, with medical device makers involved, with healthcare providers involved, where we simulated what would happen if you have a hacked medical device. And what we found is that pretty much what all of us think would happen. But something special also happens, which is doctors are hackers too. They think around the specific problem and go and address the underlying root causes. And so they're able to bring these patients back to life in many cases, which is amazing. But the work that we've done has highlighted to a lot of these medical device makers and to a lot of these healthcare providers and to a lot of these doctors that there's something different in medical devices that they need to start paying attention to. And so some of them are starting to ask questions like, what happens if the medical device has some type of a flaw that adversaries take advantage of? And we're starting to change a lot more than just medical device maker regulation. We're starting to change general practices in hospitals and at medical device makers themselves. This is from, some of you probably recognize this. This is the Biohacking Village Device Lab, which we started in 2017, I believe, maybe 2016. And this was the first ever dedicated space that we had for medical device hacking at DEF CON. And you can see here in this picture, security researchers, the FDA, medical device makers, and people from hospitals all working together towards a common goal of making medical devices safer and more trustworthy. And today, we have, as you see on the right-hand side of your screen, this is the FDA commissioner tweeting out that he wants to see a lot more medical device makers going to DEF CON. And on the left side of your screen, you see some of the medical device makers who have actually come out to DEF CON, who brought devices into hackers' hands and said, find the flaws and let us know in good faith so that we can fix them before adversaries find out. It's an absolute sea change, and I believe it is saving lives every day. Now I want to come back to my congressional drinking buddies. So I want to talk a little bit about the way that public policymakers understand cybersecurity. And I'll say cyber. I can say that because I live inside DC. And if you're a purist, then yes, I'll drink later for saying cyber. So in 1984, the movie War Games came out, and it's one of my favorite movies. The story goes that Ronald Reagan saw the movie, he had a special screening to go see it, and he became obsessed with this idea that some kid in Colorado, or wherever he was located, Oregon, I think, could get on the internet, hack into NORAD, and potentially launch missiles against the Russians. And so he came into a top level meeting with the military one day. He said to one of the generals, he said, "Surely, General, tell me this can't happen." The general, being a good, dutiful general, said, "You know, sir, I don't know, but I'm going to go find out for you." He went away to the Pentagon and talked to whoever the top people were he had to talk to. Came back the next week. He said, "Mr. President, you can't believe how bad it actually is." And so out of this conversation, we got a law called the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, what's now known as the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It's been through several iterations, but it's still the top law that law enforcement uses in the US to prosecute criminal acts or nation state acts of hacking, of breaking into a computer system, exceeding authorization, and doing something potentially harmful. The law hasn't changed a lot in the 30 plus years since, even though technology has changed a lot. And this is the type of things that policymakers are bombarded with. You see on the left, the Economist magazine, cyber war, and everything is about war. And the Talon manual, how to translate international law into cyberspace. And they have to understand it through analogy. And a lot of us understand certain things through analogy in these highly technical domains. I know I certainly do. But with policymakers, sometimes they only have one analogy, and sometimes the only analogy that they have is war. So they think of everything in computers as effectively some type of war. Well, in 2016, as many people here remember, I think it was October, the Mirai botnet broke out, took over IoT devices, webcams, DVRs, a bunch of other things, and caused a major outage of the internet in the US. Twitter was down, Amazon was down, all of the cat pictures on the internet were at risk. And public policymakers collectively lost their mind. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to treat this. A lot of them thought it was nation states. It must be Russia hacking us, going after us. Turns out it was a bunch of kids trying to DDoS a Minecraft server so they could make a little bit more money. And this is the kind of thing that, for the technical folks among us, we deal with this kind of thing every day. But they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, they turned to some of the people in our community to help. Some of the technical experts, some of the people who actually know how some of this stuff works. And we were able to start building bridges, building connections, leading with empathy, getting them a little bit smarter, a little bit better connected. And so when WannaCry happened the following year in 2017, they knew a little bit more. They knew a few more hackers that they could turn to, ask questions of. And so some of us did some congressional briefings or talked to the White House about what was happening. And that significantly evolved some of their thinking. NotPetya, very similar type of conversation. Now it's on everybody's radar, right? Public policymakers know they need to do something. What are they going to do? And you saw a flurry of laws come out. And then enter my friends, my drinking buddies, Representatives Langevin and Hurt. And I invited them out to DEF CON to experience what that event was like. Hey, come sit down with some hackers, see how we think, see how we drink, join us, become part of our party, and learn something, absorb something through osmosis. And to their credit, they took us up on it. They came out, they were good sports, they drank at their first ever talk, and they had a great time. And it was, I think, one of the most influential things that we could have done at that point in time to help nudge forward this policymaking capability. And in fact, Representative Langevin a couple of years later given passion to plea on the floor of the House, talking about what he learned at DEF CON, the motivations of security researchers, talking about what he had experienced, how much he had taken away from those conversations, and advocated strongly in favor of protecting security researchers, acting in good faith, and having more vulnerability disclosure policies out there around the federal government and elsewhere. So we saw a flurry of laws, a flurry of other things that were more technically literate, more aligned with what hackers believe in, care about. In one piece of legislation, for instance, and this one's been re-released as of earlier this week, actually, the Cyber Shield Act calls for an advisory committee. And when the congressional staffer was putting this together, because of some of the relationships I developed with him, he came and said, "Hey, is there anything I should do to make this bill better?" And I said, you talk about having an advisory committee, but in here I see companies and government and academics. What about independent security researchers? He was like, "Oh, I thought they would be covered in companies." I was like, "Nope, there's a difference." So in about a half an hour, we sat down and had this conversation. And this is one of the things that came out of it, is now we have in proposed law that independent cybersecurity researchers need to be a part of the conversation. In January 2020, we brought about 50 hackers to the Capitol, sat them down with 13 congressional offices, and just did a briefing. All of the hackers briefed out what they were concerned about with these congressional staffers, and they listened and they took it away and they developed relationships. And so there's still some of these conversations that are ongoing between the hackers and the members of Congress or the congressional staffers at that level. In fact, in 2020, the Internet of Things Cybersecurity Improvement Act was passed into law. And you see one of my drinking buddies is on this list of members of Congress who sponsored this. And it's part of the conversations that we had out there were around this. Some of the conversations that we had with some of the other staffers and members on this list also paid fruit, paid dividends. And now there's actually laws out there to help protect the US government from vulnerable IoT devices and to allow them to raise the bar defensively. And included in this, by the way, is a provision that those devices have to have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program associated with them. Now, this is a story from just last week. And Joe Min wrote part of this story, or was in the byline for this story. From the White House, I read on the internet that there's going to be an executive order coming from the White House. And some of the ideas in that came directly from security researchers. They're good ideas that we've had in the community for a while, and they're finally being listened to. So the message I want to leave you with is that the cavalry isn't coming. So it falls to you to be the cavalry, to change the world, to make it something much better, because you're not just a security researcher. You can be so much more. We can be the cavalry. I'll leave you with one last quote. Margaret Mead is a cultural anthropologist, and she had a really great line that we loved in forming the cavalry and in everything that we've done. And that is, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So with that, I thank you. If there are any questions, I can answer them live. Otherwise, I'll drop into the Discord chat and we can continue the conversation there.
Thank you, Boo. I really appreciate your time and the call to action here. An amazing presentation. And we're following up with all the conversation in Discord. If you just join us, the link is in the bottom of the screen. And we're going to take a quick break right now to get set for the next speaker. All the speakers are actually hanging out in Discord. Thank you again, Boo. I really appreciate you supporting the event and the community as always. So we'll go in a break right now.
Thank you all.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're now live, and Joseph, if you don't mind introducing our next speaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Omar. So I'd like to thank everybody for attending Hacking is Not a Crime, the HackerCon, a joint presentation from the Red Team Village and Hacking is Not a Crime. Our next speaker is Sean Wright. It gives me a great honor to be able to announce him and his talk. Sean is a lead application security SME at Immersive Labs with an origin as a software developer, primarily focuses on web-based application security with a special interest in TLS related subjects. Experienced in providing technical leadership in relation to application security, as well as engaging with the team to improve the security of systems that they develop. He's passionate to be part of the community and giving back to the community, which he's doing here. And also, if you don't know, he is a proud member of the Beer Farmers. So without further ado, here is Sean Wright. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Amazing event, amazing talks that have been lined up and still to come, as well as those who have given talks, some really interesting topics. So yeah, just a bit about myself. So as mentioned, I was a member of the Beer Farmers. We're just a small group trying to improve security through the community in a fun way. I also do some research, so want to be a hacker. I wouldn't say I'm exceptionally good at it. I try as I can, but I enjoy doing it. And then you can also follow me on Twitter. I'd also like to say a big thanks to all those who've organized the event, as well as all the speakers. So Hacking is Not a Crime, as well as Red Team Village. Thanks for putting this event on. I really enjoy it, and I think it's really worthwhile. So having a look at what this talk's about. So I'm going to cover my kind of perception of responsible disclosure, some of the processes that I've gone through, and as the title suggests, a lot of the frustrations along the way, but then also looking at some of the joys that you can gain out of it. So I think it's important to cover what responsible disclosure is. So this is a bit taken from Wikipedia. I know Wikipedia is probably not always the best source to reference, but I think it does cover what responsible disclosure is. Ultimately, you're looking to disclose the vulnerability in a way that's going to protect the users at the end of the day. That's what I look to responsible disclosure. It's going about it in a responsible, ethical manner. So if you're finding something, you're not just running off to Twitter and suddenly disclosing it. At the same time, I will cover this a bit later. I do think there's a bit of a miss in responsible disclosure, mostly from organizational point of view. So one of the things that you'll see sometimes responsible disclosure refer to as is coordinated disclosure. And that obviously means both sides work to coordinate and release the information about the vulnerability. And often that's not always the case. So this was me when I first found my first vulnerability, and I'm thinking, great, I'm going to go to the company and tell them about it. I'm going to get like thank yous and everyone's going to be happy. And yeah, except for the reality is often very different from that. And I'll go into the details further on the slides, what actually really happens quite often, I found. So I'd like to break this down into the four, you could refer to as frustrations of responsible disclosure, but they're also more likely steps that I follow or I have to go through when I disclose something. So obviously the first one is you find a vulnerability and you're like, great, let's go shout to the board, except for you shouldn't, especially if you're following responsible disclosure. The whole point is trying to get the vulnerability fixed before any information is made public about that vulnerability. So it may be great to get really excited about it. I've been down this road several times. You want to shout from the rooftop and shout to the world that, hey, I found this vulnerability. Look how cool it is. But yeah, you got to be patient. Next one is trying to get contact. And this is sometimes the hardest part. So you find the vulnerability, you know the company. Now you're going to have to try get someone to be able to handle the information that you give them regarding the vulnerability. And this is often very, very difficult. Depending on the companies that you're dealing with, some companies are obviously very great at this, but many times it's very difficult to even find an email address or a simple contact person just to pass on the information and kind of get that foot in the door so you can work with them to deal with the disclosure. So out of this, I've come to some tips that I've seen along the way. So security.txt is a really useful resource. Unfortunately, not many companies are following this. For those who don't know, it's a resource that you would primarily put on your public website, and it's in .wellknown/security.txt, and that should contain all the contact information that anyone that needs to disclose a security vulnerability or incident to your company, they can get in contact with those contact details there. It can be an email address, could be a phone number. So I highly recommend companies look at doing that. The other thing you could do is try to start looking for doing a Google search and look for company plus the word security. You might find they have a security email address or contact section on their website that's maybe not always easy to find. Doing a web search should hopefully help with that. The other thing that you could try is ask on social media. So put out a tweet saying, hey, does anyone know anyone that can get in contact to try disclose something to them? Obviously, don't give them details or don't tweet out details about the vulnerability. Just say a security issue or something like that. This one is actually a tip that was given to me, and I never thought about it. So sometimes you may not even win via the first three methods. Another way is go to something like LinkedIn. LinkedIn's really good because people put their job descriptions down on LinkedIn. So you can try search for the company and find any security folk in that company, even their CISO, and try message them directly if you're not wanting to find in other means. And often that can have really good results, especially if you engaging with managers and higher managers such as CISOs or directors. They would likely try avoid any sort of negative press that comes out of it. So hopefully they'll take on the vulnerability disclosure with the they will hopefully take it on board. The other way that you could do it is also contact their support. So I've gone down this route several times before. Again, you can try email the support. So if they've got like a support email address, or even on social media, they sometimes have like support Twitter accounts. You can try contact those and try to get information, and at least they can then pass on the information and get someone in contact with yourself. And this one, don't do it often. I think I've only done it once, and it actually was really successful. So not getting in contact with reporters to disclose the vulnerability and write up and make it public, but they often have contacts or leverage that they can gain. And in fact, in my case, I worked with a reporter and I actually helped get a vulnerability fixed that was there for several years. So sometimes working with reporters can really help. Obviously, making sure that they don't report about it until the vulnerability is actually fixed. So moving on to the next stage. So you'll often find that this is what happens. You get in contact and then nothing. Or in some cases, as you can see here, you get in contact, you get some sort of initial conversation going, and then it's suddenly silence. And that can be really frustrating because you don't know if they've actually fixed the issue. You don't know where it sits. And yeah, and you really want to start making sure that the issue is fixed. And then at other times, the issue can just magically resolve itself with no contact whatsoever. So I've had this before. You get in touch with the vendor, you let them know about the vulnerability, absolutely no communication back to you, but magically the issue's fixed. And then unfortunately, in some cases, thankfully this is rare, legal cases can arise. We've seen that several times, and some of the talks today kind of touched on this. Thankfully, it's not often that this happens, but it is unfortunate that it happens. And then in even more rare circumstances, physical violence has occurred. There was one case where a researcher actually got physically assaulted at one of the events that they were trying to follow this person to get the disclosure seen to. But as I said, it's not all bad news. Sometimes things can go right. And sometimes the responsible disclosure can actually be an absolute joy to work with. So this was one for me, was an absolute highlight. If you look at that timeline there, in less than 2 weeks, they fixed multiple vulnerabilities. And not only that, they fixed those with coming to myself to vet the fixes. And that's the way I view like an ideal scenario of responsible disclosure working. You get the recognition or the respect, they get to fix it, and their customers or users are protected. And in a short time period, that's like fantastic. That's, to me, such a shining example of what responsible disclosure should be and how it should work. And then obviously, once that's all covered, so they fixed the vulnerability, and they're happy with, also important is work with them to make sure that they're happy, that you're not giving any false information, and then you can disclose the vulnerability and make it public. So I've covered a lot of information in terms of processes that I've been through and scenarios that I've been through. But along the way, I've learned many things. So some of the things I've learned along the way is you're going to have to learn to have a lot of patience. Sometimes these vulnerabilities can take months, sometimes even a year or longer to disclose, depending on the severity of the vulnerability. You probably don't, if it's a very severe vulnerability, it's probably better to not disclose that until it's actually been fixed. But again, that's something you probably need to work with the vendor, and that's something that's going to be a decision you're going to perhaps have to make one day if the vendor doesn't engage with you or simply unwilling to fix it. And along with this, it's very easy to get excited. It's very easy to try give tidbits here and there, or maybe tell your friends or something like that, and then it get leaked out. So I'm not saying be totally secretive about it, but make sure that you don't give information unnecessarily and it can get leaked out. This is also a big one, and I've seen it from the side of a company receiving these, is if you want to get money from a disclosure, join a bug bounty program. Don't expect to get money if you're doing independent security research out of these programs. You may sometimes get it, but don't be the one going and asking for it. We had a scenario where someone was actually kind of, in a sense, blackmailing us, saying they would only give us details about the vulnerability if we paid them. That's not the right way to go about it. Make sure that you're fully aware that you need to give up all the information up front, and hopefully they'll give you something in return, but don't expect it. It can often be discouraging when you're going through a lot of these frustrations. So make sure that you also focus on the positives, and especially at the end. What is it that you're actually doing? Why are you doing it? I'm assuming that if you're not in a bug bounty program, you're doing it for a greater cause. So money shouldn't be your driving factor. Other things, try obtain a CVE. So we saw John earlier today talking about the process of going through a CVE. To me, CVEs are really important for multiple reasons. One, it's something that's associated with your name. And I know there's a constant debate of, you shouldn't have CVEs to boast about and that. And I entirely agree. but there are still something that's official that you can tie to your name. And this is perhaps for me more important. CVEs go into a central database, so the National Vulnerability Database. And while it's not great, it is still better than not having it in there. So information about that vulnerability is now in a resource that is shared across multiple organizations and multiple tools. Multiple tools make good use of that database. So to me, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why you want the CVE. Another thing you want to do is make sure you document and share details about it. Obviously, once it's been fixed and once you do the disclosure, but go into as much detail as you can. The reason being is you want others to learn from this and don't repeat the same mistakes. So it's a really useful learning tool for others to go off and try to search, like, for example, if you find a cross-site scripting vulnerability in a unique way, if it's well documented, then others can learn from that and prevent that same mistake happening again. And to protect yourself, what I try to do as much as possible is document the timeline to show that from my perspective, I've done everything that I can, especially if they're not coming back with any communication. I've done everything that I can to engage with the organization, and I eventually was basically forced no option but to disclose. Of course, do this legally. Make sure you don't step any legal bounds. So this one can always be tricky. Typically, when I'm doing research, I make sure I stick to my own network and devices on my own network. Generally, that's a better way for me to go about it because it's my network. So I generally should be okay. There may be some caveats to that, but also don't go off to organizations' internet-facing service and start delving into that if you don't have authority to do that. If you want to start doing that, look to bug bounty programs again, and that they'll set scopes and that kind of thing that you can do that. Obviously, you disclose with the company and organization that have the vulnerability, work with the company, do that coordinated disclosure, make sure they're happy with your disclosure if they have been engaged with yourself. One of the things I've seen often around vulnerabilities, and it really frustrates me because I've been on the other side where we have to fix a vulnerability and it's not always as simple as it sounds. Have guidelines by all means, so like 90 days or 72 days or whatever, but realize that organizations have a lot of things going on. And this is an excuse, but sometimes also fixes may not be as simple as you think. So as long as the organization's engaging and communicating with you, try to be flexible. Don't just go, oh, it's 90 days. I'm just going to disclose regardless of any sort of arguments from the company. Work with the company. At the end of the day, you're trying to protect the user. So the user should be the one inside, not you or the company. Be polite. There's no need to get nasty, or in some cases, I've already mentioned, blackmail companies and that kind of thing. Being polite means you're the better person, even if they aren't polite themselves. And it just means that you stand the higher ground as well if things do get nasty. And lastly, have fun. Even though I don't do a lot of security research, I do enjoy going down the rabbit hole. It's why we do what we do. Yeah. So that was from a security researcher perspective. Now, from a company perspective, there's a few things that I think organizations can do. And this kind of comes to my point, which I mentioned at the beginning, the coordinated disclosure process. So some of the things companies can do is security.txt. Have that on your website. That's a really useful tool for researchers because that means they can just go to a single location, know who to contact, and get the process underway. You have to realize that these researchers are often doing it on their own time, own resources. They have families, they have friends. So they taking effort to help your organization out. The least you can do is just make things a bit simpler for them. And along with this, have a process. So some of the vulnerabilities that I've disclosed, The reason why they just got ignored is because there was no process for handling them. So my communication just simply got lost. So make sure you have processes for tracking these vulnerabilities that have been disclosed to you. And again, coordinate it. So be respectful, much as you expect the researcher or the reporter to be polite yourself, conduct your organization, so be professional about it. The other thing is be thankful. Thank you can go a long way. I think I can count on the number of fingers on my hands how many times I've actually been thanked for disclosing things. And as I mentioned, researchers spend a lot of their own free time, their own resources doing this. You often pay thousands for the amount of work that they're doing. So the least you can do is just a simple email or something saying, you know what, thank you for bringing this. This is really useful. We appreciate the work that you do. Not just ignore them or even worse, send them legal threats. That's not how you thank someone. And to that, collaboration. Work with the researcher. At the end of the day, it's protecting your users. It's not about you. It's not about the researcher. It's about your users of your systems. So working with your researchers, making sure that it's the fix is in place, appropriately fixed. This is another thing that happens is sometimes you may fix the vulnerability, but it may not be appropriate fix. Get the researcher or the reporter to test the vulnerability fix or review the fix. You may not have sometimes if it's a sensitive internal system, that may not always be quite the case, but maybe float some ideas past them or get your own internal security team to verify the fix. And perhaps most importantly, don't view this as a personal attack. We all make mistakes. No one's perfect. No system's unhackable. There are plenty of vulnerabilities in probably systems that I've written over the years. It's about protecting your users, and someone reporting a vulnerability to your organization isn't about them trying to attack your organization. In fact, it's them trying to help your organization. So don't view this as a personal attack. So besides the successful and joys of disclosure, which don't seem to happen often, why would you bother about this? Well, for me, these are the points that kind of highlight it for me. So it's really important. It's helping the users. It's the right thing to do, both from a technical point of view, you're getting something fixed, as well as morally. You're trying to go about it the right way. You're trying to follow the process. And we've literally in the conference where there's a community called Hacking is Not the Crime, we are trying to change the perception that hackers are bad. Hackers aren't bad. Hackers just do things. There's good and bad hackers. So by following this process, we can hopefully change the perception that all hackers are bad. And that kind of goes towards the positive relationships, building relationships with companies. Perhaps one of the reasons why I think it's a personal attack because of this misconception. Oh, they're just hackers. They're bad people. Without realizing that these are people trying to help and have the best intentions at play. And also, as we've seen recently, 0 days are becoming increasingly targeted. From our view, I could be entirely wrong, but just the beginning of the year, we've seen many 0 days. We've got the Exchange service. There's a recent iOS vulnerability in WebKit. Attackers are starting to use 0 days more and more. So trying to make sure that these things are fixed before any information gets out just helps users at the end of the day. And then it can also be rewarding. So not maybe monetary wise, but it's something that you can include on your resume. So one day, if you're looking for a pen testing job, and then you can go, great, look at all these vulnerabilities I found, and someone can actually go through the details. So from a technical point of view, they can see that you're great from a technical point of view, but also not just from a technical point of view, but from a personal point of view. How do you work with organizations? How do you work with other people? That's also really important. It's a soft skill that you can then demonstrate via such as the things that I said, your disclosure process. And finally, as I mentioned, it helps with the message that we're trying to create. Trying to forge this notion that not all hackers are bad, that we are trying to do the right thing, that we are trying to improve things for organizations. And lastly, make sure you have fun, and go out there and find more vulnerabilities and protect the users. And yeah, thanks for listening, and thanks for everyone putting this event on. It was fantastic.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you everybody for joining as well. Thank you for your support for both Hacking Is Not a Crime and of course the community. We're going to go in a quick break. Please follow the conversation in Discord. The link is in the bottom of the screen, as well as all the links to the websites, of course, and the schedule in the description, both in YouTube and in Twitch. So once again, Sean, thank you again for your time today, and thank you for collaborating with us. And again, we're going to go in a break. Thanks. All right.
Hello, everybody.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Jack Cable. Jack Cable is an American computer security researcher, software developer, and a student. He is best known for his participation in bug bounty programs, including placing first in the U.S. Department of Defense Hack the Air Force Challenge. And without further ado, I give you Jack Cable. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the intro. So we can go ahead and get started then. Welcome to my talk, the year of the Vulnerability Disclosure Policy. Today I'll be talking about what made 2020 such a great year for vulnerability disclosure policies, and as a result, a great year for hackers, what this means for the future of security research. Vulnerability disclosure policies are one of my favorite topics to talk about, so I hope this can help you see what's so great about them as well. Great, so to start, what is a vulnerability disclosure policy, also known as a VDP? A vulnerability disclosure policy is essentially a see something, say something for digital systems. It gives authorization to the public to test and report vulnerabilities in organizations' assets. So a VDP has 4 key parts, which I've listed out here. First, the VDP should clearly define the scope that's allowed for testing. Ideally, this is the organization's entire online presence, but it doesn't have to start out that way. An organization can start with just a few assets and slowly expand out as they get comfortable receiving reports and addressing them. Second, the VDP should authorize testing with what's called a legal safe harbor. This is a piece of legal language that states that the tester is authorized to test the organization's systems under relevant anti-hacking laws. The safe harbor commits that the organization will not bring legal claims against hackers for accidental good faith violations of the policy. This is probably one of the more important components of a VDP, and I'll dive in a little into what exactly you should be looking for in a safe harbor policy so that you can stay in scope and stay within the law as well. And I couldn't mention safe harbors without first mentioning the fantastic work of Meet Elzari and Disclose.io. Amit's a lawyer and academic researcher who you should really be following, who popularized the idea of a safe harbor via her hashtag Legal Bug Bounty Project. I hope you saw her talk earlier today. And she also partnered with Disclosed.io, which I think many of you should know from Casey's talk, to introduce standardized language for safe harbors, VDPs, and bug bounties. So giant kudos to the work of Amit, Casey, and many others who made this happen. Third, a VDP should not restrict disclosure after a set time frame. We commonly see this with bug bounties. Some statement of the form do not disclose vulnerability without prior written permission or an NDA on the report themselves. And while this can be okay for a bug bounty, especially if the bug bounty is private, the crucial component of a VDP is that they should not restrict disclosure beyond a set time frame. This is usually, say, a 90-day window. This way, hackers have the ability to disclose the vulnerability once a set time frame has passed or once the vulnerability has been patched. And the reason that this is so important is because when a company has a VDP, they're essentially getting free work from hackers. So it's unreasonable for them to expect that hackers should do this work for free and not be able to talk about it afterwards. This allows VDPs to serve as a transparency role where organizations can better demonstrate their security to the public. And likewise, the public can then judge organizations based on their security posture, hopefully leading to better security for everyone. So lastly, a VDP should be open to the public. If it's a see something, say something policy, it doesn't make sense if only certain people can say something. Vulnerabilities are out there whether an organization likes it or not, and people will be looking for and finding these vulnerabilities. Restricting who can report to a VDP only has the role of restricting the people who already know about vulnerabilities from not being able to report them to the company. So whenever a company starts a VDP, it should be open to anyone in the world because vulnerabilities are out there and people are already aware of them, whether the company likes it or not. So going back to the idea of a safe harbor, which is, like I said, probably the most important component of the VDP, just because as we've seen with a lot of these talks today, security research can often run in with the law. So I'd say that when you're looking at a safe harbor policy, it sometimes looks like a wall of text. And that's because, of course, it's impossible to avoid some of the legalese. But here I've bolded kind of the two main parts that you should be looking for in a safe harbor. First, you should ask yourself, does the safe harbor authorize access to testing covered under the policy? So is it explicitly saying that your work in this program is authorized under relevant anti-hacking laws like the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act and the DMCA? So it should say that. And second, the policy should promise not to pursue legal action in response to activities in accordance with the program's policies. And ideally, it allows good faith accidental violations of the policy. So these two things combined, and I'm drawing here from the disclosed.io terms, which you can see below, are what makes a safe harbor. So a program should really have both of these. We'll see that many programs do not, and this is something we can keep working to improve. But you should know that these are the gold standard for when it comes to vulnerability disclosure policy authorizing security research. You should look to make sure that it actually authorizes it under relevant laws, and then it commits not to take legal action for accidental good faith violations of policies. Okay, so next let's look at some common, say, complaints that people have about VDPs. And a common reaction I've seen in the community is that VDPs seem to be essentially just bug bounties without the cash reward. So a lot of hackers seem to look down upon companies for having a VDP when they could be paying bug bounties. Are they just trying to get people to work for them for free? So I want to make the point that VDPs and bug bounties are really complementary, and a bug bounty is not necessarily a replacement for a VDP. A VDP should be open to anyone, while bug bounty can be public or private. Further, like we've seen, a VDP should not restrict disclosure, while a bug bounty may. So unless an organization's bug bounty is doing both of these things, and that's completely public and doesn't restrict disclosure past a set time frame, the bug bounty is missing crucial aspects in a VDP. As a result, every organization needs to have a VDP. Every organization needs some channel where a member of the public can report a vulnerability that they've discovered in an authorized manner and is allowed to disclose it after a set time frame. A bug bounty is a bonus on top of that, but not every organization needs to have a bug bounty, especially if they're just starting out their security lifecycle. So the moral of the story really is don't fault a company for having a VDP. They're taking a proactive first step in improving their security with transparency, and this should be celebrated. If a company even has a VDP, they're in the minority of companies overall, and we can hope that this one day is all companies, but we should really celebrate any company that launches a VDP and engages with the security community to do better. So now on to some myths that I've seen on the organization side. And a lot of this I've seen, especially in government, where agencies are perhaps a little slower than normal to adopt the newest and standard trends in the security community. So one common refrain that organizations often have is that by opening the door up to hackers, it'll become impossible to distinguish between good faith and bad faith activity. They worry that essentially by opening up this door, as they see it, bad hackers will be able to get in as well. But by looking at vulnerability disclosure policies, we see that this just isn't true. And the reason for this is that a VDP clearly states what kind of activity is and is not allowed. If an adversary is exploiting a vulnerability and they say exfiltrate thousands of records on users, that's very clearly against the terms of the policy. So as a result, a program owner can tell if someone is or is not complying with the rules of the policy and still address malicious adversaries. A VDP only makes an organization safer because good faith actors will give them the ability to patch vulnerabilities before adversaries can exploit them. So what some agencies try to do in response to this is restrict their scope to say only vetted hackers. So maybe it's only hackers from certain countries, maybe it's only hackers that they've done a background check on. And while this can be okay for bug bounties where it's private and you're paying those people, this is problematic for the VDP for reasons that I mentioned before, because restricting access to your VDP won't stop adversaries from exploiting your systems since they're already going to be going and doing it anyways. Instead, you're just restricting the ability of good hackers to help you out. So lastly, organizations sometimes think that they should wait to start a VDP, thinking that, hey, maybe we're not just ready for this. But I think that really it's never too early to start thinking about security. The reality is that people are already out there testing their systems and discovering vulnerabilities. At minimum, every organization needs to have a public channel for reporting vulnerabilities that people have already found. Organizations should invest the resources to start a VDP now so that they can get familiar with receiving and addressing these vulnerability reports. And again, adversaries are not waiting for a VDP to start testing, so we might as well let the good hackers help now. Okay, so now that we've established the baseline of what a VDP is, let's look at what happened in 2020. And it really was, in some ways, a viral year for vulnerability disclosure policies, no pun intended. At the start of 2020, according to disclose.io data, we had 880 known VDPs, 308 of those had full or partial safe harbors. Fast forward now to the end of 2020, we have 2,286 known VDPs, and 382 of those have full or partial safe harbors. So I think that the safe harbor number might be a little below just because we don't have the data on all of it. It probably should be higher. But in either case, the story that this tells is that organizations are rapidly adopting VDPs, almost tripling the amount of known VDPs in just 1 year. So this is very quickly becoming an industry standard. Organizations are becoming more proactive about their security. And as a result of engaging hackers, they're becoming more secure overall. So what led to this rise in VDPs? I want to look at two case studies in particular about VDP adoption. So the first one is that of the federal government, where CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, played a large role in requiring every federal agency to start a VDP. And the second case study is in the elections world, where both private companies and state governments launched vulnerability disclosure policies to improve the security of their election systems ahead of the 2020 election. So let's start with CISA. So if you're unfamiliar, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, aka CISA, is the primary federal entity responsible for coordinating the security of critical infrastructure in the United States. Full disclosure, I previously worked for CISA and think that you should too. It's a great place to work. As part of this, CISA has the ability to require federal, civilian, executive branch agencies to take certain actions to improve their security posture. And this process is known as a binding operational directive. So one directive in particular that's relevant here is the Binding Operational Directive 2001, which was published last year and requires federal agencies to establish a vulnerability disclosure policy. What's amazing about this is that with one signature, hundreds of federal agencies now are establishing VDPs. So what does this directive entail? Primarily, it requires that these federal, civilian, and executive branch agencies establish a vulnerability disclosure policy within 6 months of the directive, which happened to be just a few weeks ago. It very much follows the requirements I talked about earlier in what makes a VDP, in that they clearly define scope, they authorize testing via legal safe harbor, they don't restrict public disclosure after a set time frame, and they're open to the public. So the way that this directive is structured, organizations can start small by including just a few assets and over time expand to eventually include all of the organization's systems. So as a result of this directive, we see that now every, or at least in theory, every federal, civilian, and executive branch agency should have a vulnerability disclosure policy. Of course, not all of them have complied just yet, but mostly all of them have. You can visit this link to see a list of all of them. And this is now hundreds of vulnerability disclosure policies out there. Basically, every federal agency now, you can go and hack and report a vulnerability to them just because of one directive that's published. So this is really a huge, huge advancement, and massive kudos to everyone who made this happen. Shout out to Cameron Dixon at CISA. So go take a look at that list and hack on pretty much every federal government system you can think of, whether it's the IRS, CISA itself, the Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, anyone you can think of is on that list. You can find their VDP, and they authorize testing. So that's a really great advancement. So the second case study I want to go into is with elections. And when you look at elections and their relationship with the security community, it's clear that historically this has been really, really strained. So we've seen this with several lawsuits over the years, and notably at the DEF CON voting village, where voting vendors and hackers have often squared off. So you have headlines like these highlighting how there's tensions flaring at the voting village. You have on one end vendors and states saying that DEF CON just isn't a realistic environment, that the equipment's out of date, and that hackers are just trying to draw attention to these theoretical vulnerabilities that just aren't exploitable in the real world. So it was hard for a lot of people to see a middle ground where hackers and election vendors could start working together, because of course the truth is somewhere in the middle. You can always do a better job in more accurately portraying the risks of these systems, but at the same time, we don't want to bury this. We want to be able to talk about it in the public, acknowledge that there's flaws in these systems, and work with the vendors to get better. So this was just, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And what's really remarkable is that if you fast forward to now, we really saw amazing improvement in how election vendors and hackers can interact. So 6 major voting vendors, some of them are listed here, together with the ITISAC. And for those of you who like long acronyms, that's the Technology Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So it's essentially a group that brings together different industry organizations. So they got together here and started thinking about how they could better approach the hacker community. And I've served on an advisory council with the ITISAC here to help advise these voting vendors about how to better interface with hackers. And one of the results that came out of this is that 4 vendors have since put out vulnerability disclosure policies, which by and large follow the guidelines that I set out earlier. So they authorize testing under relevant laws, they define their scope, one of the major areas is that they're open to the public. So a lot of the vendors say would ideally want to authorize who's testing these programs, but we saw before that policies really need to be open to the public. So I think that's a big win for the security community. And lastly, they don't restrict how you can disclose a vulnerability past a set time frame. So in addition to these voting vendors, several states entered the fray, with Ohio being the first to launch a vulnerability disclosure policy for their election systems, Iowa following shortly after. So all of these are really large advancements, the first time that hackers are being invited to hack election systems and work with both states and vendors to help make them better. So I think this is really tremendous. In just a few years, we go from having hackers and vendors not talking to each other at all to going to active collaboration where vendors, states are openly inviting hackers to poke around on their systems. So of course, there's still room to go. One of the big difficulties with voting equipment is that it can be difficult to get your hands on if you're a hacker. So I'd love to see a model where vendors go beyond their policies right now, most of which just cover digital assets, and proactively give hackers access to the latest equipment to test in some form like the voting village. Okay, so recognizing time, I want to talk a little bit about when VDPs don't go exactly as well as we would have liked. So I want to talk a little bit about votes because this is an important case study for how security research can be treated wrongly. And I want to emphasize that this is very much the exception rather than the rule, and that the vast majority of VDPs and bug bounties are productive. But with the case of Votes, who's an online voting vendor, we saw them resorting to tactics of voting vendors from, say, a decade ago, even though they had an active bug bounty which had a safe harbor. What happened is that a University of Michigan student was looking at their bug bounty program, and Votes ended up reporting that student for whatever reason to the state of West Virginia, who in turn reported the student to the FBI. And it's unlikely that anything really came out of this, but still likely caused a tremendous amount of unnecessary emotional and financial costs to the student. Votes' reasoning was that the student was testing a live system instead of the test system that they'd established. But the kicker here is that Votes changed their safe harbor after the fact to make the student's actions look out of scope. And again, I want to emphasize across thousands of VDPs and bug bounties, Votes is only one of a handful of cases where it's turned this poorly. But this just goes to show that there are some bad actors out there who want to frame security research as a bad thing. So we need to have some caution as a security community to make sure that these actors aren't allowed to prey on security researchers. And when it does happen, we stand up for them. So one of the things that came out of this was that Votes filed a brief to the Supreme Court in the case Van Buren versus the United States, which Harley talked about earlier. If you missed that talk, the case is essentially looking into whether a terms of service violation should be a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So Votes' argument was that it should be, because how else would they be able to report good faith hackers to the law if they didn't have more flexibility? And of course, Votes is standing on the wrong side of history here. We ended up writing with Disclose.io a response letter to Votes, which ended up with over 50 signatures, including the Congressman Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, was featured in Bo's talk. And in the letter, we refuted Votes' points, argued that security research was vital to security to the public interest, and that the scope of CFAA must be narrowed to better protect security researchers. And I bring this up to show that Votes is indeed an outlier, but the security community is on the side of hackers here. And you really have to speak up if vendor acts like Vote does, attempting to go after good faith security research. So someone said that every talk has to feature one of these memes with the Ever Given ship. So here's mine. So you have Votes on one end trying to push back against productive reform to anti-hacking legislation and rising adoptions of VDPs, but ultimately they don't have much power if the security community unites and stands up to them. Okay, so what does all of this mean? So first, we're seeing a huge increase in VDPs, and I think that this is really great for overall security. We're seeing that companies are increasingly willing to be more transparent with their security, and it would really be a mistake if we didn't capitalize on this to really take advantage of the fact that we can now differentiate organizations based on their security. So if an organization doesn't have a VDP at all, then they're actively negligent in addressing their security. A company that does have a VDP and is open to external feedback is much better in my mind, and I would much more happily use their products. So a core part of these beliefs is that a VDP and the public response, it's not so much what is found, but how a company responds to it. So everyone has vulnerabilities, and the first step to getting rid of them is acknowledging that they're there. So what matters is how the organization responds to it. And we need to start using VDPs as a forcing function here to shine a light on companies' security and how they're responding to security reports so that we can urge them to do better. Lastly, some recommendations. So if you're an organization, go ahead and start a VDP. There's really nothing to lose by getting free insight to improve the security of your organization. And if you're a hacker, don't be afraid to go out and reach out to an organization to help them start a VDP. I've done this a number of times, for instance, with some of the election vendors, and it's led to really great outcomes. They want to know how to make things work. Disclosed.io is a great place to point to for a model of how to do this correctly. And lastly, organizations should start small, perhaps with just a few assets to get familiar with handling vulnerability reports and build your way up as you get more familiar. Okay, and then for the hackers, go ahead and hack on VDPs. Disclosed.io has a fantastic search feature to look through all of the existing VDPs. I'm sure you can find that, say, a small company or government agency would really value your help. So VDPs are just the first step in improving an organization's security posture, and we as a community can help organizations to do better. So with that, I'm happy to take questions here or in Discord if you have them. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack. And we're taking the questions offline in Discord just because of the logistics. We actually are streaming pretty much everywhere right now. So for those of you that are listening in, and of course, the Discord information is in the bottom of the screen, as always. And once again, thank you so much, Jack, for supporting the event and for supporting the community. Amazing presentation.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We're going to go in a quick break until we get set for the next presentation. So we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joseph Malajanowski with the Red Team Village, and with me is Chloe
Almost there. Almost there.
Miss Doggy.
Very close.
Miss
Miss
Doggy.
Doggy. Thank you.
Did I say it right?
Yes, you said it right. I know it's hard.
She is a chief strategist for Point 3 Security. She's an international keynote speaker who's spoken at such events like Texas Cyber Summit and others. She's a co-founder and board member of Women in Security. She's a founding board member of We Are Hackers, and she's a co-founder and board member of Hacking Is Not a Crime. She's also a SC Magazine honoree, Business Insider, one of the 50 power players of cybersecurity, Cybersecurity Advocate of the Year in WSC, and Cybersecurity Women of the Year in Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. It's my honor and privilege to announce Chloe.
Wow. Thanks, Joseph. You did some thorough research about me. Like, people, that was not a bio that I have. That's something he actually researched. Thank you, Joseph. I am so honored and touched. So I will see you at Grayhat this year and anywhere else you tell me to go. All right, let's get started on this. First of all, thanks you guys for tuning in to HackerCon. This conference means so much to the community, and I know especially for Red Team Village, also for Hacking Is Not a Crime, and every single speaker that you have heard today are all individuals that behind scenes are working endlessly to try to change the circumstances that the hacker community is facing every single moment. This talk has changed a little bit because we basically have talked a lot about vulnerability disclosure. We've talked a lot about legislation and also how to talk with the press. So we're going to talk about a different element here today, but I want to first, this whole talk is about Hacking Is Not a Crime and what our mission is and what we do. So you guys can have a little bit of an idea what we do. All right. So first of all, Hacking Is Not a Crime is an organization that's completely dedicated to every single hacker out there who's ever been scared to disclose. And I know that's pretty much all of us. To all the hackers who've been prosecuted for trying to do something good or doing their job, and to all the people who are in the fight to bring rights for hackers. And of course, you. I mean, you're here. I don't really need to tell you guys who I am because you just heard, but feel free to follow me on Twitter and Instagram. My DMs are always open. So even if you have questions after this event or you want to get involved, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Like literally my DMs are always open. But let's first talk about what is Hacking Is Not a Crime. And I think the best way to tell you guys is actually the true story of how it came about. And it's going to be from a different perspective, of course, than my co-founder, because we came together in a different time of trying to form something that you see today. So first things first is, what is Hacking Is Not a Crime? Well, how it came about on forming Hacking Is Not a Crime, it was that there was already something existing. But the thing was that last year at RSA conference, I gave a talk about hacker rights. And in it, I broke it down by public perception. And the key players of it are organizations, there are the media. And media, by the way, means marketing and press, and also legislation. And in order for us to ever get rights as hackers, we had to work with those players, but we overall need to change public perception of who we are because they don't know who we are. We kind of stay in our own community and we don't go outside our community. So no one really knows what we look like, what we talk like. And that's a huge problem for us because public perception keeps us away from having anything changed. So I created a petition that was based around the talk that I gave at RSA conference, which is that link right there. Feel free to sign it if you like. But after that, I also wanted to take an action because I'm not just that person who's like, okay, I'll just write about something and then move on. I'm actually someone who's like, once I talk about it, I'm committed to it. Like I want to take action. And I really was looking around to see who would be a good pal, I guess, in some ways, a good pal to help me bring this vision to life. Because the reality is that after starting other organizations by myself, I have to admit it's a lot of work. Having someone who does it with you is so much easier because you both can task each other different things and you're able to move a lot faster in many ways. And so what happened was that I came across something on Twitter. hacking is not a crime. I'm like, what is this? Is this an organization already existing? Who is this person? And so I reached out because I saw that they had these stickers and I kept seeing them pop up at conferences. I think the first time I saw it was at DEF CON. And I was like, who are these people? And so I basically sent a message trying to like connect and see if there's a possibility of some sort of synergy that we could work together. Now the thing was that I didn't know who I was actually talking to. It turned out it was Brian. If you see in the highlighted section, it's like, by the way, this is Brian. I'm like, wait, Brian runs this? I had no idea. What does he do? And I remember that immediately we scheduled a call and we got a call and I started sharing everything. He was starting to share things and it just flowed so well in ways where like we helped each other out. There's areas that like he's really good at and there's areas that I'm not good at, but it's always kind of like a really good balance. And it's really cool to work with Brian too, because if you're hearing that is my puppy. The reality is that Brian, if you see in this photo with the hacking is not a crime mugshot, he was someone who created these stickers to basically put all over, have people have like a little guerrilla marketing style and post it everywhere, because the reality is that we need to draw attention to this. And the stickers do help because it leaves us with a question like, what do you mean hacking's not a crime? I thought hacking is a crime. And it starts a conversation. And that's what those stickers do. They're a conversation starter. Anyway, so Brian and I, we came together and we're like, let's take further action than just the sticker front. Let's change the dynamics. And the best way how to do that is to create a community movement, a grassrooted movement. And this is when we had to, kind of ask some people to join us. And to be honest, the whole thing about Hack is Not a Crime was that the whole overall goal was to bring a one place or one-stop shop where hackers in the community and people that are trying to become hackers would be able to go to and find out all the organizations, the resources out there, and people that are advocating for things to change. Because we didn't want to create something that other organizations do. Instead, we want to help voice them and push out their agendas, because to be honest, they're on missions and we need to support them. And the best way to support organizations is to collaborate with other organizations. So overall, hacking is not a crime is the same idea, whether you take stickers for guerrilla marketing to have a conversation starter, but it's also to push out advocacy and to challenge people's public perception of who we are. And that's what this talk is going to be about, is hacking is not a crime and why we're so focused on changing public perception. But I do want to also acknowledge one enormous group of people, and that's our advocates. When we came together, we realized that there's no way we're going to be able to have a grassroots efforts unless we also, kind of tag our friends with it. And that's when things magically started happening. We got our advocates involved because they also want to see a change. They've been at certain points of giving talks or at their work or when they're talking to the press that they've always wanted things to change. Because our legislation is like really out of date. It's back in the 80s, as now you guys know. And that's not going to be okay anymore. So Hacking is Not a Crime is a grassroots movement that's like working with the community and outside the community to bring rights for hackers and change public's perception of what is a hacker. And how we do that is we work directly with the press to update them about the terminology and the imagery. And we also do it to change overall the public perception of how everyday people see us, because I kid you not, anytime that we say that we're a hacker to someone who's not in the hacker community or space, their jaw drops a little bit, or they might take a step back. They might try to get out of a conversation because they're officially awkward. But the reality is they don't know who we are. And so the only way that we're going to change that is by working with organizations, by working with people to push for a change, and also to partner with the entire community to go outside our comfort zone so then we can change things from the bottom up. And it's really important for also Hacking is Not a Crime to exist, because we need a place like this. We need a place where every single hacker knows it's your go-to place to find out the resources that are out there for you. Because a lot of the times when we first get into it, we don't know about the resources that exist. We don't know about the legislation that exists. We don't really know too much. We just work on our skill set. And that's a huge problem because we might end up having ramifications down the road. So having a one-stop shop of where everything is located, the organizations that help, the resources out there for you to know of, that's super important for us to all be on the same page as a community as a whole. So let's go further about why hacking is not a crime is needed. Because the public still doesn't know the difference between a hacker versus attacker. And it's one of those infuriating things because it's not just the public, it's even within our own industry. They don't know the difference. And the whole thing is it's all about intent. If it's a bad intent, then you know that's an attacker. If it's a good intent, then you know it's a hacker. And the reality is that we still see in the press today, they don't know the difference. The public doesn't know the difference. Your legislators have absolutely no idea that there's a difference at all. And that's a huge problem, as we have heard already from other talks. And it's this concept of not knowing how we can work with the public and changing the perceptions of the hacker community. It's a huge problem because we keep seeing situations like we saw with Coalfire earlier today on the panel with Gary and Justin facing basically 7 years of prison for doing their job that they were getting paid to do, a legal job. And it shouldn't be that way. We should never have to fear when we're trying to protect and serve. And if they want us to protect and serve, we need to have protection too, because we have families, because we're doing this because we care about the world we live in. And why not protect us too? Because the current landscape still to this day, because of public perception, is that 94% of Forbes Global 2000 still don't have a vulnerability disclosure policy. And hackers still to this day do not report vulnerabilities. And there's a statistic from HackerOne that 1 out of 4 hackers will not report a vulnerability. And if they do, it's usually ignored or dismissed because usually you try to find the contact information. And that becomes like a huge problem because then you're like, I don't know who to contact. And that sets you up for a real problem because then you send a message to like a DM on social media. And what ends up happening when you send a message on social media, marketing gets that. Marketing sometimes doesn't have conversations with tech, with your engineers or your security team. And so they might ignore it or they'll send it to their PR and legal team. And the next thing you know is that they're handing you a lawsuit. And that's a problem. The laws right now do not protect you. They protect companies. They protect your local areas, your counties, your state. The laws do not protect you when you're trying to protect and serve. And this is a problem because we're still seeing our colleagues, our friends, our family members getting prosecuted because of this. And this should not be occurring anymore. And to be honest, it's also the reason why we still have bad actors out there. If we're not going to be having any protection provided for us, and we have the skill sets and we need to make a living, of course, that might be a situation where people will end up going into the dark side of things. But the current landscape, what you need to know is how did we get here in the first place? So bear with me. There's some things that you're going to learn about how your brain conceives things and how human behavior works. First things first is to able to influence public society. It's the media, organizations, and legislations. They work together to change our environment, to shape our environment. And if we're going to have any rights at all, you have to work with all three because they work together at the end of the day. So if we want to change how the public perceives us, we have to work with the media. We have to work with organizations to try to get them to have vulnerability disclosure policies. But we also need organizations to take a stand with the hacker community. We need them to also push for legislation as well, because our legislators, they don't really know too much about us at all. They don't know about our security community. They don't know about InfoSec majority of the time. And that's a problem, because that's the reason why we still have legislation that is ridiculously out of date. And it affects us so much because they don't know us. So we have to change the public perception. And that is what Hacking is Not a Crime does. Because the reality is that socially constructed beliefs exist. And what these beliefs do, it makes us basically believe in how the world works and functions. For example, if I open a book, or if I read something in the news, or I watch a movie, and I keep seeing hackers being perceived as attackers, I'm going to believe that hackers are criminals, that what they're doing is a criminal activity. I'm going to believe that, because that is how the world works and functions, because I grew up seeing that imagery, those terminology, since I was young. And it's these socially constructed beliefs that holds back our society, because it makes us believe in stereotypes and it feeds prejudice. And the only way that you can conquer that is to acknowledge that socially constructed beliefs can be false. And we don't actually all have answers at all. And that's something that we need to be aware of. Because the reality is that socially constructed beliefs really do stem from the media and your community, but a lot from media. That's press, that's print, that is seen in movies, that's like seen in TV, it's seen in advertisement, even in marketing gimmicks that we see in our own space. The reality is socially constructed beliefs are the reason why we're held back. And you also do see this. For example, when you search like criminal hackers versus ethical hackers, you get the exact same imagery. This dark hooded figure in a basement, you might see like a mask on them, a ski mask. And it's great for some of us to be like, oh, it's okay, that's just how things are. But the reality is that this imagery is holding you and I back from getting rights, because it's already letting us know that hackers are criminals. Just by these images alone, public sees it, and then immediately it reinforces those socially constructed beliefs. Same with terminology, using the term hacker when they should be using the term attacker. And this is an ongoing problem. So the results of the media, I want you also to know, is that it does impact legislation organizations, because socially constructed beliefs are a human belief. It's a human behavior of how we figure out how to survive the world and how the world works around us. And the media really does feed that a lot. And the media does impact our legislation and organizations as well. So overall takeaway from all the talks that you've heard about legislation is that laws prevent good hacking the same way they prevent attackers. And we really do need good hacking in many ways. Because the reality is the current situation that we're in, it is feeding a problem that has never been fixed. Aaron Swartz's case is one of those reminders that even since then, legislation hasn't been changed yet. That the public still perceives us as these criminals. In reality, that's not who we are. And what happened to Aaron Swartz is one of those cases where it really takes you back. It makes you take a step back and realize that something's got to change. This cannot keep occurring. And that's one of the reasons why you have all these organizations that have spoken earlier. You have EFF, you have I'm the Cavalry, you have Disclose.io. These all exist because they want to prevent situations from occurring in our community that are horrible. And the only way that we're going to be able to fix that is working with the media. Because like I said, socially constructed beliefs are the reason why we are stuck in this place in the first place. You can say it's legislation, you can say it's organizations, but it's public perception. And the best way how to challenge public perception is working with the media, because it feeds directly to your socially constructed beliefs. And that is what Hacking is Not a Crime is trying to do so hard right now. Because what we do, as our advocates do, and what you can do too, is that we call out when they have the terms wrong. We call out when they use the imagery that is incorrect, that don't represent who we are. Because if we don't correct them, and by the way, be kind, respectful, and have empathy, because the reality is most of the time they don't know that they are doing something wrong. Because most of the time, journalists don't know there's a difference between an attacker and a hacker, because the public doesn't know, right? So a journalist, a great journalist, wants to know the right terms. So correcting them in a kind way, letting them know that that's a wrong term to use, that's how we start changing the way that people perceive us. When we start having the news report saying attackers versus hackers, that helps us. When they report us saving the day as a hacker instead of security researcher, that helps us. So we do call it out on Twitter. And always, if you are going to do this, please be kind. Once again, they do not know better most of the time. And tag Hack Not Crime, and we can try to help out the situation. But we also call it out on marketing. Whenever we see marketing kind of like using the hacker community in a negative light, we correct them on that too, because it's also within our own industry, we still have boosts of like the dark hooded figure, and that's not correct anymore. So we need to correct them. We also do at Heck is Not a Crime is that we do give kudos when they get it right on Twitter. And this is something that you can do too as part of the community. And you could do that as being an advocate, because we always could use more advocates. And we do send letters to copy desk. This is one that we sent to New York Times a while ago, trying to tell them that please use the correct verbiage, because it does impact us in the end. We also provide comments to the press. And whenever we do give kudos to agencies that are following news in the right terminology. It's just important that if they don't do so, to also state like, hey, once again, we're your friends, and you just kind of threw us under a bus. So it's good to have these comments. It's important that we stand out and we are strong about what we say, but also have understanding that people sometimes don't know that there's a difference between a hacker and attacker. But what we also do is share your stories, because the only way that we're going to not just challenge the media and how it's really influencing public perception of who we are, it's also challenging stereotypes. And those stereotypes, the best way how to do it is tell it by a personal story. Sharing your personal story is how you get people to rewire the way that they would behave when they run on a stereotype. For example, we have this project that you can be part of. It's called the Hacker Stories Project. Basically, people in the hacker community, they record a video of who they are, why they got into this space, and what are the issues that they're facing. Because the reality is that the public needs to see who we look like. And please do this without a hoodie too. But the reality is, by showing who we are, what we look like, and our story, the next time that they read something in the news, or the next time that they meet a hacker, they're not going to take that step back and get scared. Instead, they're going to be like, oh, you're one of the good guys. And that's what we need to do, is challenge public perception. And the best way is through stories. By telling your personal story and people seeing your face too, it's something that means a lot. That's the only research that's out there on how we could challenge stereotypes at this time. And that's what's needed. I would play this video, but we don't have time for that. But if you want to participate in this, go to Hacking is Not a Crime, and there is a hacker story section in there. It's super easy to do. Just record a video of yourself talking about why you're a hacker, why you enjoy it, and what are the issues that you have faced. And we would love to work with you and share that around. Because the reality is that by challenging the socially constructed beliefs, by storytelling, by reminding the press that hackers and attackers are different, Imagine a world where all the Forbes Global 2000 have vulnerability disclosure policies, that 100% of us do report vulnerabilities because we don't have to be afraid anymore to serve and protect. We have protection. And that the laws encourage good hacking so we can reduce the number of malicious attackers, not malicious hackers there, malicious attackers. And then we don't have any more prosecuting of hackers. Now I write ethical hackers because people need to understand by saying hackers, we do mean ethical. Ethical in front is just something that we probably need to start dropping, you guys. But summary overall is that please do get involved. Visit hackingisnotacrime.org, become an advocate with us. We love working with people and trying to get the message out there. And also, if you want to do is record a video, participate in the Hacker Stories Project, because I guarantee you, stories like that help us in so many ways for people to see what we look like, so they don't have the imagery of the masked hooded figure in the basement and it's dark anymore. They have an actual face, which is in the light, and talking about why they do what they do and what it means to them to be a hacker and what are the issues that they face because of it. Also, work with the media and keep them informed is something that we do all the time, and feel free to join us, or if you want to tag us or DM us saying, hey, we came across this post that really it impacts our community in a negative light. Can you please react? We'll do that too. It's okay if you don't want to speak out. We're here to help you out. So just DM us with that. And remember that, once again, the public doesn't know the difference between an attacker and a hacker, and it's up to us and to work with organizations, media, and also with legislators to change the way that people perceive us. So please have empathy and please be kind to one another. And last but not least, I want you to know that right now, you might have doubt that things will change because we haven't seen too much change, I guess, since the 80s. But the reality is that right now is a time to get involved. By sitting on the sidelines, that's not doing anything for anyone. We have to come together, and the change really does start with you and me, and you have that ability to change someone's mind of who we are by having those conversations, by participating, by sharing. We need to work together, because that's the only way that we're going to push for rights, is by coming together as a community, as we already are. So thank you guys so much for existing. Thank you for seeing my talk. And if you have any questions, I'm going to be in Discord. And yeah, and if you feel uncomfortable writing in Discord, it's okay. My DMs are always open. So I'm always here for you guys. And thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Chloe. And as Chloe mentioned, it's extremely easy to get in touch with her. You got the contact information, and the website is super simple, hackingisnotacrime.org. And with that, we're going to go in a quick break, and we're going to get set for the next speaker. Thank you again.
everybody, and thanks for joining us. With me, I have Jennifer Jin and Marcus Carey from Tribe of Hackers. Jennifer Jin is a senior product marketing manager at Mio, and she is a publisher and author of Tribe of Hackers. And along with her, I have Marcus Carey, pretty famous in our field. He is the founder and CEO of ThreatCare. He is a hacker who helps organize, build, measure, and maintain cybersecurity programs. He was former U.S. Navy in cryptology, and he is also author of Tribe of Hackers. And without further ado, I give you Jennifer Jen and Marcus Carey.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name's Jennifer, and I'm with Marcus, and today we are going to talk about hacking publishing. So specifically, we wanted to give this talk to encourage anyone to not be afraid of getting their ideas out there. We believe that anyone who has something to share can turn it into a book. And we are going to talk about how Tribe of Hackers came to be, the journey that it went through, and where it is today. And we'll walk you through everything that we had to go through to self-publish the book and eventually get it published under Wiley. So without further ado, let's begin. All right, so why do we want to write a book? I believe, so the journey for Tribe of Hackers for me started when I first joined ThreatCare in 2018, I believe, or no, 2018, something like that. It's been so long, but I remember it was the first week of my work ever. It was my first week ever, and so Marcus took me aside and he just said, I want to write a book. And I did not know what to think of it at the time. I was just going to go along with whatever. I was like, yep, Marcus is the CEO. I'm just going to do whatever he tells me to do. So that's kind of my my first kind of exposure to Tribe of Hackers. But Marcus, why don't you talk about how you came up with that?
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I do remember this. I think you came on in 2018. It's pretty much after I read the book, and we'll get into all that stuff in a little bit in a second ago. But why write a book? I think that there's a couple of bullets that we're going to hit in a second regarding to this. But pretty much, I think writing a book is an opportunity to leave it all on the field per se, because when you're gone, I think you should leave behind stuff that people can use, and you gotta leave more. You gotta leave some kind of legacy behind. You know, so you're gonna leave something with your kids and all that stuff. But I think in our sector and our industry, there's definitely an opportunity to leave it all on the field and contribute to our new field. Our field is only 30 years old at the maximum. I probably believe. As a cybersecurity industry is about 30 years old. So it's a relatively new field. And, why not leave something behind for the people that are coming up after us? And another thing I do believe that everyone has a book in them as well. Everybody has a book in them. And I know like everybody, and we talk about this all the time, we talk about superpowers and what is your superpower? And I believe that if you just have to understand what your superpower is. Sometimes you don't know what it is. Sometimes people have to tell you what your superpower is. But a really good way to identify what your superpower is if people keep on asking you the same questions and all that stuff. And that actually has a lot to do with why the book exists today, because I get a load of questions, and I ask the most questions too. I like to consider myself the best question asker ever. And what do you think about this, Jen? The no new ideas under the sun are one of my favorite sayings.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think especially since like how you said, people ask you the same questions all the time. And so it's kind of a signal that if people are always searching for the same answer, or they're asking the same questions and they're not able to find it, is that a sign for you to help, a larger group of people find that answer more easily? So if everyone's having the same problem, it's like, well, what are you trying to solve? It's kind of like starting a company, but a lot smaller in scale. You're just kind of putting your ideas out in a book. But basically, it's a good idea to, I think within ThreatCare, at least, it was kind of like our mission to help as many people as possible. So I think that's also like a major factor in why we wanted to start the Tribe of Hackers series.
And next slide, where we have this book. This book is pretty awesome. So after I read this book, I think we might have hired Jen to ThreatCare right after this, and she started off as communications, but she quickly moved up the ladder and was doing all kind of stuff. So Jen's a beast, and basically, I knew I wanted to write a book, something like this, and because I read the book and it was good for me from a business perspective, like a lot of business leaders and things in that book, and what's cool about it is that I learned a lot about business, but man, there should be a cybersecurity version of this book. And the previous slide said there's no new idea under the sun. People get inspiration from all kind of sorts of things all the time, and don't worry about if you feel like you're copying somebody. You don't want to rip somebody IP off or rip their intellectual property off, but it's okay to be inspired by other people's work. And the more you read, the more you learn, you'll be able to turn similar things to your own piece of art.
Totally. Okay.
So this is funny. This is funny. Jen, do you remember when I gave you the book proposal?
Yes. So I remember sitting in the backyard of the ThreatCare house on the little wooden bench, and I remember going through the book proposal. And at that time, I was still very skeptical, and I was asking Marcus questions like, "Oh, so what is this? Who is this book for? Like, what are we trying to do with this book? Like, how is it going to be different?" And so we had to ask ourselves and make sure we were confident in all of these answers before we could kind of move forward with the project. And so before anyone kind of goes on this book publishing journey, it's really good to think about the following kind of checklist, just to make sure you know exactly where you are and where you fit into the space, so that there will be an audience for you once you do publish.
And a little bit the backstory is at this point I'm running a company. I was like, man, there needs to be a book on this. And like what I did is I created a book proposal, and because my English is terrible, I usually get somebody at my company to review my chicken scratch, and so good feedback. But unfortunately, the proposal I did wasn't accepted by anyone. But I think it was a good proposal. But a lot of publishers will say their cop out is we don't accept unsolicited materials and whatnot. And one gave me feedback and said they didn't think I could do the book. It would require too much coordination. I said, well, what I'll do is I'll get people that work with me, some of my team, to help coordinate, because basically they said that there was, there's no way you're going to be able to coordinate all these people, all these interviews, and get them into a book. There's no way that you're going to do that. We've tried this before. It doesn't work. So then I was like, okay, I got somebody that can coordinate this. And so enter Jen, enter Jen.
Yeah, challenge accepted, pretty much. All right, so we're going to introduce a website here called Readsy. For those of you who don't know, you can just head over to readsy.com, and their website is amazing. They're built entirely for self-publishers, and we use this website a lot on our self-publishing journey. But if you do want to see their complete guide on how to write a really intentional and thoughtful book proposal, we do really recommend going to this website. And I think Marcus told me that every time someone asks him how to write a book proposal, he sends them to this website as well.
Absolutely. And what's really cool about that, if you don't have time to read TLDR, go down and there's a really good YouTube video that's going to show you, it's going to break it down to you. It's an author. And these are the 7 steps. I mean, you can see the 7 steps that a proposal has. I did that originally. My sample chapter, funny enough, was the first chapter in Tribal Hackers. The sample chapter was me answering the questions. And actually, I might have got some more in there, but I definitely think it was probably, I did this. I said the marketing plan was, to do podcasts and go on Twitter and promote it. From a corporate perspective, we could promote it, and no publisher accepted it. So key moment here. If just you do all the right stuff, you're still not accepted. Don't stop there.
Yeah, and I want to also mention something. So when we were talking about the target audience and the marketing plan and competitive titles, it's really important to just be convicted and confident in who your book is for. So like Marcus mentioned, you might be rejected by every person that you reach out to, by every publishing company. But if you know at the bottom of your heart that this book is written for a specific purpose, just keep going. Like, don't let any of that stop you, because we were really confident that Tribe of Hackers is going to help people who are just starting out in the industry, or people who are still learning or on their path. And we want to encourage more people to join the cybersecurity community. And that was like our mantra, that I just remember thinking that over and over in my head, like, this is what we're doing it for. And kind of just reinforcing that just helped both of us like push it, like keep going, and eventually self-publish it. So don't worry if you're rejected.
Yeah, keep on going. Like Jen said, this is and the reason why I'm really happy to do this talk today and share this information is because a lot of people want to know how's it done. And so we're going to give you 3 different things here. We're going to talk about how you self-publish with help, because of course, since I was a CEO of a company, I could say, hey, we're allocating a budget for this. So we did it.
Yeah.
So some of y'all won't have a budget. So we actually had talked about, I've actually self-published a couple of children's books. It's going to be at the end. We're going to go over that, and we're also going to go on like working with contractors, because some of you might be able to have the finances. Some of you may have your own means to pay for that. So we're going to go through all of it, and we're going to go through a little bit about working with a publisher like Wiley. All right.
Cool. So first up, we're going to talk about contractors and self-publishing. So this is the exact route that the original Tribe of Hackers book went through. So like I mentioned, Reedsy is a really, really great website for people who are interested in self-publishing. You can hire freelancers directly from their site. So you'll see you can hire editors, designers, publicists, etc. And so at this stage in the timeline, I had a giant Word document of everyone's interviews. So the answers to the questions. And I had done very light editing. It wasn't great, but I knew it needed that professional editor to go through and make sure all of the commas were in the right place, the grammar, the sentence structure, because this was going to be a book. And if I'm going to put my name on it, it got to be a good book. So I wanted to have a lot of eyes over it. So I went on the Reedsy website, and specifically we hired an editor / proofreader, and then we also hired a designer. So the first contractor that I hired was Sarah. She was really great to work with. And basically you write a brief of what the project entails. So I talked a little bit about Tribe of Hackers, the state of the Word document, when we wanted the final product to be completed. And you can see here that they reply with their scope of work. They are very upfront about their costs. So she projected that it would be $1,425 for up to 95,000 words. Additional words would be 1.5 cents per word. So everything is like laid out for you. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but editing is different than proofreading. So editing is when you go in and do very intense like grammar and sentence structure, kind of making it all perfect. And then proofreading is just a very light pass through. It's kind of like the final step before you hand it off to the next stage. So we kind of needed both, because at that time I was just copy pasting people's answers into a Word document.
And the combination of that, and so as you know, the project went like, we came up with questions, we sent all those questions out to the contributors. Shout out to all the contributors that made this happen. With the contributors, I mean, there would be terms that Jen maybe didn't understand. She's working at a cybersecurity company, and that's all our vernacular. But sometimes there will be acronyms or stuff like that. So we kind of had to go over all that stuff a couple of times, when on the intake. And then when you give it to somebody that, doesn't, outside, there's like this contractor, like, what does this even mean? So it's like, we have this whole different language in cybersecurity.
Yeah, that's funny that you mentioned that, because I know even for the books published with Wiley, there were, acronyms that I did not understand and acronyms that the editor did not understand. And then I would have to ask Marcus, like, oh, did this person mean this, or did they mean something else? And so just making sure that you kind of have like that attention for detail is super important. We have a special case since we're publishing other people's answers. So that might not apply if you're writing your own book, obviously, but if you have special terms or industry specific terms, it's always good to make sure that people are on the same page. But yeah, so this is Sarah, and you'll see here, this is like our final cost for her editing and proofreading work. Okay, and the next slide is our designer that we hired. So Adam Hay, he's actually from the UK, I believe. And we gave him a brief, just like we gave Sarah, and we said we want, to the tribe of mentors, that was our inspiration, and we sent him a couple examples of the style that we wanted it to be in. And we also had to make sure that he knew he was designing the inside of the book as well. So the chapter header with the headshot of the person, their name, their biography. So there's all of these pieces that needed to be designed, including the cover and the back page or the back cover. So it's a lot, but we worked really closely with Adam. And then eventually it came out to around 2,000 pounds, which I think is 3,000 US dollars total for all of the work. And so it's actually a lot of work, because there were so many pages in the first Tribe of Hackers, and he had this huge Adobe InDesign file and had to make all these tweaks whenever I picked out something. But working with him was also really, really awesome. So definitely Reedsy has a really great marketplace for freelancers there.
And he's a great designer too. We had a good pleasure working with him. Talked to him. He was very chuffed, as they say, when he saw that he created. And the first book, of course, was #1 on Amazon. So
yeah,
it had a nice run at being #1 book in cybersecurity and all kind of other categories.
Yep.
So shout out to Adam.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so obviously we went through Amazon, Kindle, direct publishing for those who do know about us. But before that, I was actually considering a couple of different self-publishing routes. So there are a lot of different companies out there that let you self-publish, and there's different types of self-publishing, like print on demand, or you can print a whole bunch right now and warehouse them and sell them yourself. For the situation that we were in, I think print on demand was definitely a really big factor because we didn't want to necessarily house the books. And Amazon has such a big network of printers. So we decided to go through Kindle Direct Publishing, or KDP. So anyone with an Amazon account can go through KDP. And inside, once you click sign in, they take you step by step, and they'll say, what size is your book going to be, like the dimensions, how many inches, and then they'll like have very specific specifications and requirements where you can upload your files. You can upload your Word document, your cover design, your author information. Everything is in the portal. And so finally you can view the preview, the digital preview of it, and then they'll also send you a physical copy preview, like just one book. So once that one book came, and we saw that, oh, maybe the cover needs to be adjusted here, or if there's any tweaks, you make that in the KDP dashboard, and then you publish it. And it's literally just a click of a button after taking all those steps. It's a scary click of a button, but everything is in here. And it's really cool because with the Amazon network, so if you're ordering a book in like Washington or something, even though we were in Austin, they would actually print the book locally at in a Washington facility, and then they would get that book. So I would also like to mention a con of that is that when they use local printers, the quality is not as consistent. So there could be some people who get books with like the ink is like too thick, or the pages are so and so. Like you'll notice like these little tiny issues that might come up, but that's just how it is with how they're distributed printer network.
And I think most publishers are using the same, the same distribution channels that we use, to be honest with you, because that's just the way the industry has changed, where most of the publishers are doing print on demand as well, to be honest with you, because nobody wants to have that inventory. Nobody wants to have all those books sitting in a warehouse. If I was like, you don't know, I mean, even though we were confident and we thought it was dope, you never know if it's going to sell or not.
Yep. And that was it. With the click of a button, we had our Tribe of Hackers book live on Amazon, and it is a really weird feeling seeing something that you created on an Amazon page. But this is our cover design. So a little story on this graphic with the hand. So I actually found this somewhere on the internet, and I hunted down the original graphic design artist, and I emailed her and I pleaded. I was like, we're trying to write this amazing book and do amazing things, and this is our mission. Could we please use your graphic design on our cover? And so, obviously if you're going to use someone else's graphic, please ask for permission and pay them. So we did pay for the right to use this design on our cover and on the stickers. And so shout out to this designer, because this is where it all started.
Yeah, the cover was dope. It's OG. Thanks to all the day ones that bought the OG version.
Awesome. So now we're going to talk a little bit about working with actual publishers. This was kind of our journey after we self-published the book.
Yeah, so the book went absolutely viral. We did an RSA booth, and in the booth one of the things where we were given a giveaway of the book. That was crazy. People absolutely was dying, loving the book. People was dying to get it. That was a great interaction with people. And while I was there, funny enough, Adam Shostak, who is a pretty popular hacker guy, security professional, used to work for Microsoft. I think he's doing his own thing now. But he wrote while he produced the Microsoft threat hunting book, I believe. And he walked up to the booth and he said, "Hey man, you self-published." And he's like, "I can introduce you to the acquisitions person at Wiley." And I'm like, "All right, cool." And he gave me, I don't know, he gave me the information somehow, and I hit up and I followed up on it. funny enough, and I'll talk about this in a second, is actually by this time I had another person that in my network that reached out and gave me introduced me to an agent, because remember the whole thing is like most publishers, they, even if you submit it to their submission process, they can still like ghost you, or oh, we're not select. It's kind of crazy working with publishers. But Wiley's been fantastic, and Wiley, funny enough, has actually produced a couple of more books from the Tribe of Hackers contributors as well. Tanya, She Hacks Purple. She just got a book out by Wiley. That was a result of being Tribe of Hackers. My man Phil Wiley, he just got a book out, and the books are doing freaking amazing too, by the way. And so working with, it's funny how that works, is like the community keeps on looking. Adam looked out for me, got us with Wiley by some people being in Tribe of Hackers books. That got them into the door to do books as well. So it's pretty cool that's been happening, and yeah, that's why shout out to Wiley for getting a relationship with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So O'Reilly, they're big time are looking for content producers. Content being they're looking for people to do training. If you have any skills and you want to do training, O'Reilly is really looking for people, and they're looking for people to do books. They're really looking up. No starch. They're legends in the game. This is their submission process. So if you're watching this, pause it, go to the site. But remember, do that book proposal, and then that book proposal is good enough to send to any of them. Plus the book proposal, even if you have to submit a form, that book proposal that we recommended from Reezy, well, you'll have all the information that you need to put in any form.
Mm-hmm.
And Elsevier, they also put up posts. These are the 4 people I mentioned here are the most likely to publish your book from a publisher standpoint. There are other publishers out there, other training type people, but if you want to get published by like an official publisher, these are the 4 best to try to. And they have a submission process. A good way again is using your network and seeing if you have somebody in your network. We talk about that. We're going to talk about that a lot to come. But yeah, that was cool. Getting an agent. This piece was super funny. I always encourage people to ask questions. I ask so many questions, and I just ask questions even on Twitter. I ask a lot of questions. Sometimes I ask questions that aren't necessarily for me, but I'm from the South. I'm from Texas, so we always have these country sayings. This is a country saying: "A closed mouth won't get fed." That means if you don't ask for something, you're not going to get something. So I just asked one day on Twitter, "Hey, I need a literary agent." But this was after I published the book, and the book is going viral. And it's like, "Hey, I need a literary agent." And then somebody said, "Oh, here's my somebody DM'd me their literary agent." So like, this is dope. So basically, and I tell people a lot about this. So even though you get rejected and all that stuff, if you work on stuff by your own, this is books, this is life in general. What I've noticed is if you put in some work, doors will start opening for you. All right, people are gonna start helping you out, and you're gonna get opportunities by doing, even if it's jacked up, even it don't have to be the best looking thing in the world, but sometimes if you're if you're moving in the right direction, then if I would have said I wanted a literary agent, 5 years ago, probably nobody would have said something. But after you have a viral book that's trending and people are doing, and it's popular, ask the same question, and you get more results. So never be afraid to ask questions. It's my rant over.
Oh, cool. So now we're going to talk about marketing the book. So people who have heard of Tribe of Hackers may have heard about it through a wide variety of channels, but we'll talk about how we got the book there.
This is true. This is there's another country saying. Sometimes it's better be lucky than good. You got to put the stuff out there, and sometimes you don't know if it's going to go viral. You don't know if some of the steps you're going to take. A famous marketing saying, the most famous marketing saying is, half my marketing is working. I just don't know which half. So marketing is always a gamble.
Yeah, and I work in marketing, so I can definitely relate to that. So when you're thinking about publishing your book, before everything is going to go live, think of creative ways to leverage your existing network. So obviously, when I worked at Grayhat, I had zero network. Grayhat was my first, what I call my first big girl job, my first actual job into like my step into my career. But I did know that Marcus had a huge network. And it was funny because all these people that I was interviewing and emailing, I did not know a single person in the book. And Marcus would come up to my desk and he'd be like, "Oh, that he's really famous," or like, "Oh, this is a really important person." And then I'd be like, "Oh, okay, wow, that's cool." So I was thinking of all these different ways I could leverage Marcus's network because as we were doing this book together, I'm like, well, Marcus's network is essentially now my network. So these are some questions that you can think about. What is the cost to read your book? So this is very interesting because when Tribe of Hackers was first launched, I think Marcus called me either the night before or the morning of, and he said, "Let's give out the PDF for free." And at that point, we had been working on it for a couple months. We hired all the contractors. It was done. It was like I had the full book, and then I just remember being on the phone, and I was like, "Oh, okay." But I believe that Marcus had a really good reason, and he told me, reminded me of like the mission, right? Like we want to share knowledge, and we want to help people who are scared or intimidated by cybersecurity to know that there are real human beings here, and that anyone can do it if they want to. And so we made the quote unquote cost to read the very first book PDF for free, and it was only just an email. I think all we wanted was an email subscription to the Threatcare newsletter, and you can get the whole book. So
what was funny about that is we had people sending us violent emails or communicating with us violently via every social media opportunity. I mean, multiple different ways complaining about that.
Yes. Yeah. So I think about that sometimes still to this day, but I remember posting.
They were complaining because we asked for their email address.
Yeah. They're like, "Oh, sell my soul with my email? No way. Like, you can keep your book." I don't know. They were saying some crazy things, and I was like, okay, well, I think for those people who were like really, really upset, I ended up just sending it to them. Like I just sent them the file because I kind of wanted to just, get on their good side. If they can find value from the book, then my job here is done. So, no hard feelings there. But there were a couple haters in the early days for sure.
There's haters now.
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about the haters. Is the moral to the story. Do not worry about the haters. Even if you solve some crazy disease tomorrow, people still hate on you.
And I agree. I think the mentality that I had throughout that was those haters or like the negative comments, they actually encouraged me to work even harder and to prove them wrong. And I know Marcus's personality, he doesn't ever really get salty or he doesn't ever let the haters get to him. And I really admire that about him. So whenever there were people like saying negative things, we would just try to be nice to them. Like we would be even nicer to the haters, and it would kind of like disarm them, and they'd be like, what, like, why are you being so nice to me after that like ugly worded email? And so that's kind of like how that changed a lot about how I saw haters online. Just kind of like tangentially dived into a life lesson there. But going back to the pre-launch checklist, what value does your book provide, and why should anyone recommend your book to other people? Obviously, like our book is just a collection of stories and experiences from other people. And it's, you know, as Marcus mentioned, people were asking him these same questions over and over again at conferences, and condensing all of that down while asking a lot of great cybersecurity professionals. That was the value that we wanted to provide. And, you know, we wanted to make that accessible to everyone. And very lastly, what will you do to get people excited for the launch? So we, you know, hyped it up. We had, you know, tweets about like, we had quotes from the book tweeted out. We did a preview of like the table of contents. This was a little bit after, but we sent free copies to a lot of different organizations. So think of different ways, like think outside of the box to get people excited about your book and like different ways other than just reading the book itself.
Yeah, and also I want to encourage you, like, don't worry so much about people. Like, it's easy to get wrapped up into worrying about how stuff is going to look. Like even like on the left here, you see that we give these you know these books away. Chris Sanders is an amazing dude doing amazing work, and so I'm not a. Sometimes I've been accused of talking about the good stuff that I do. From people are, why are you doing good stuff, or why are you talking about it? And I'll tell you why I do it. And I tell you why you should do it too. We need more people talking about doing good stuff. And you know, the world has enough negative news and all that stuff already. You know, so we need people doing good works and just talking about the things they did. I'm just talking about, hey, look, this is what we just did, right? We did this thing. I'm not going on and saying I'm better than you and all this other stuff. So that's the end of that rant.
No, I totally agree. There's a difference from like bragging, like humble bragging, and spreading the good because you think it could do good for other people as well. All right, so next for marketing your book, that was the checklist of things to think about before you launch. Now we want to think about how to engage readers after they finish reading your book. So this was a lot of things. This was not even, we're barely scratching the surface of all the things that happened, but when Tribe of Hackers came out, we could not even imagine the things that would make it go viral. So for example, the contributors, whenever they received their author copy, they all posted a picture about it either on their Twitter or their LinkedIn. And we didn't even ask them to do that, but people started doing it and they saw other people doing it. And then everyone was like, oh, wow, like, what is this book? And then it caused all of their followers to check out the book and recommend it to other people. So that was very specific to this type of book because it is a collection of contributors. But think about different ways where you can get your readers excited or create some sort of like social media challenge to where if you post a book, a picture of your book that you just ordered, then you could get entered into some sort of competition or anything like that. The second thing was each reader wanted to get signatures from each contributor. So it was almost like a high school yearbook to where they wanted a signature from every hacker in the Tribe of Hackers list. And so whenever they went to different conferences, people would say, oh, I'm bringing my Tribe of Hackers book with me. And then they would see someone and they'd be like, oh, can you sign my Tribe of Hackers book? And that is something that I did not see coming either, but I just saw that go viral on Twitter and it was really awesome to see. And it was a really good conversation starter too. And then lastly, the Tribe of Hackers Summit. So just to keep the momentum going, we did host a summit in May 2019, and we invited the speakers who were from the book to talk about anything that they were passionate about, It could literally have been any topic. And you can actually find the entire summit on YouTube. And for the summit itself, we even designed a shirt called "This is what a hacker looks like." And that kind of goes along with the theme of this conference. So anyone could be a hacker, like anyone could put on this shirt and they would be considered a hacker. And a hacker is not a malicious actor at all. So we kind of wanted to, with this shirt, break that stereotype and just let people know that, we're all human, and that goes in line with the mission of Tribe of Hackers as well. All right. Oh, Marcus, I think you're muted.
Yeah. So one of the things is like if you can combine, sometimes if you can combine those things that you're passionate about with helping people out, that's what I try to figure out as far as big picture. Like how do you do a project that can help people around you? And actually, the whole thing about my company that Turker and the company that we always are trying to help people. My personal mission, if anybody knows me, is like I want to be a blessing to everybody that I interact with. And I was like, that was the mission of Threat Care too, is how do we help everybody out? And that's what I like when you help, when you do good stuff happen to you. Some people call it karma. Some people say the universe or whatever you say it is. Consistently do good stuff. And by doing that, by doing the company and operating the company, we were able to raise from the proceeds. We were able to raise thousands of dollars for charities that wouldn't have been able to get that money. We had interns. We had three high school students intern for the whole summer, or 8 weeks or something like that. It was an 8 week. We sponsored hackathons. These were our interns. Three of them were high school students. One of them was a college student. But sponsoring hackathons, hiring the kids from the hackathons, and doing things of that nature. So we literally, small company, but we kind of put our money where our mouth is as far as helping out and doing good. And that was a great experience working with Jen and other awesome people at ThreatCare. And so putting all that stuff and it's funny I think that about people when people hate on things that you do, I think that's sometimes is called where people don't believe people can do stuff just to be good. People think you have to have some ulterior motive, and that's what basically behind the scenes we're just trying to help people out.
Yeah,
it was so funny.
Yeah, I remember the first couple of months when Tribe of Hackers was self-published and selling on Amazon. We picked, I think it was each different month, the proceeds of that we would donate to a different charity. And the employees of ThreatCare at that time got to pick which charities they wanted the proceeds to go to. And so at that time, I still am volunteering for a nonprofit called Rainforest Partnership. And the proceeds from Tribe of Hackers got to be donated to another organization that I was involved in. And so it was just really awesome to see like those two parts of my life kind of colliding together. Like cybersecurity doesn't really have anything to do with rainforests necessarily, but it was just so cool to be able to kind of combine those and see like how something like this could have a positive effect elsewhere that you would never think of.
That's awesome. Happy about the Rainforest Project. Shout out to the Rainforest Project.
Yeah.
All right. So one of the things about doing working with Wiley and working with official publishers was being able to be a part of the Humble Bundle. That's actually something that we hope. So whenever you see a Humble Bundle, we're gonna plug Tribal Hackers. You see Tribal Hackers in the Humble Bundle, that's going to go to some amazing charities, and we're still trying to do good. And even what's cool about Tribal Hackers, I sold ThreatCare back in a while, and before we released all the books, I had sold Threat Care. So Threat Care was sold in the middle of all this. And what's cool about that is that Jen and I still are collaborating on the books. Of course, you see us collaborating for a talk. It's awesome to have good people that are doing good things. And even when I was hiring at Threat Care, one of the things I always look for is people that were volunteering for other stuff, people that were selfless, and not just being about not being 100% focused on themselves. So that's one of the qualities. So anyway, like I said, Humble Bundle, they're doing great work, and I'm glad that our books are part of that program. So we're still able to give and help out through the Humble Bundle program. All right, so self-publishing. So what I did, and this is going to be like, so during the pandemic, I did two books. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, I self-published 2 books, and this is a lot of stuff. I learned a lot from Jen, and basically, what I did is I was like, all right, cool. Let me. At first, I wanted to do a kids book. I've always had this. Remember, I say you got to leave it all on the field. So now I'm a published author. Got 4 books under a real publisher. I have an agent that's still. What the cool thing about an agent is, the agent just will pitch any idea you have. It's pretty dope, and it's nothing special except they know how to. They can pitch your concept to anybody. So I'll be doing more books as well, because I do have an agent, and the agent can go can pitch other books to any publisher right now, and that's pretty cool. But but everything that you come up with is not going to get published. And I've sent stuff to my agent, and my agent is like, well, it'll take this long, because they know. So I want to do a children's book, and they said, oh, we love the concept, and my agent, the publisher, Wiley, I can call him directly, and all children's books aren't that popular, and from an economic standpoint, we've tried children's books for technology, it doesn't work. So I'm like, oh, okay, and then I went to the agent. Here's my book proposal. I did everything right. I have an awesome write-up. No, well, it takes too long for it. It would, if even if I got this children's book published, it would be a year and a half before it come out. And if Jen, you know me, can I wait a year and a half for something? So I was like, let me try to do it myself. And so what I end up doing is I end up next slide. So this is funny, because information wants to be free is something we hear all the time in the open source community, in the cybersecurity community, the hacker community. This is a popular saying. But when I think of information is free, I think information wants to be out of my head. Like I said, I want to leave it all on the field. That's my mantra. I encourage all of y'all to, if you have an idea, if you think somebody needs to, if you're confident that you need to get it out your head, because that information, it wants to be free out of my head. Next slide. So this is funny. So I couldn't find, when I was growing up, I was talented at drawing, and I still think I'm kind of a creative. How are my creative skills, Jen?
I think they're better than mine. They're absolutely amazing. Actually, Marcus designed the slides, not me.
So, but this guy, this is a beast of a man here. This guy does children's books with PowerPoint. he and I'm like, wow, this dude did it with PowerPoint. And I have the Adobe Creative Cloud thing, account. And I know from the process of working with a publisher, well, they use Adobe Creative Cloud. But this dude, he did everything, and he did a children's book in PowerPoint. And you can even do a children's book in a Google Docs. And I'm like, wow, you can actually do this stuff. So the bar to being able to publish your information is low. So you just have to get out there and get it done. So after, I mean, I swear, I looked at this thing, like this guy can do it with PowerPoint. I go on Amazon, I see his book, I'm like, this is crazy. So I'm gonna do a children, I gotta get these children's books done because one of the questions, and next slide, Jen, this book was done because my superpower was, I mean, just by luck, my son's a developer, but my son's been coding since he's like 11. And he, when he's 15, he had like 4 or 5 apps in the iPhone store. He started working full time for Rapid7 when he was 17, which is a cybersecurity company y'all know of. And so people always ask me, how did your son know how to do this? Blah, 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 blah. How did you teach your son this? And I was like, well, I taught him how to solve problems with code when he was young. So I was like, I want to create a book that allows somebody to have the conversation to get their kids thinking how code works. So I did this book, and that's an example of like the process that I said. I want to leave it all on the field. I mean, if people keep on asking me this must be a superpower that I have that I need to share. And I was like, okay, cool. I have to do this book. I had this book in my mind for like a year, and I tried to get with illustrators and stuff like that, and to me they made it too complicated for me to work with. So I ended up illustrating the whole thing myself. I bought an illustration like that for like $300, and I just drew everything in Photoshop myself. So and I ended up designing the books and all that stuff. But having the confidence of seeing what Jen did, and by being able to get those resources together, and like since you're working with these people and talking to Jen even would explain stuff to me like, well, we have to read it because we would have to do these redesigns because I kept on getting more people to contribute. And she's like, oh, that's adding pages. We have to draw the cover. So we went through all this stuff.
Adding pages made the spine thicker, so we would have to redesign the graphic to match the dimensions.
So I learned all this stuff. Jen taught me all this stuff. So she's a master researcher, and then it's like, okay, cool. And so by the time I was like, all right, I know everything. I knew everything about doing it, but I just didn't physically do it myself as far as drawing and stuff and all that. So figured it out. So next slide. And this is another thing that I wanted to, people ask me all the time, how do I keep my kids safe online? And so again, like people are asking you these questions all the time. Like my man, Phil Wiley, he did the book on how to become a penetration tester, because that's part of his life is he's always helping people become pen testers. So put your superpower, put what you do and put it into a blog, a YouTube channel, get that content out, leave it all on the field. You know what I'm saying? Like so my motto, and this is my other motto, I want to be blessing everybody that I interact with. And the other one is I want to dang it. It just slipped me. I'm getting old. It'll come back. But next slide.
Oh, I think. Yep, that's how to find us.
That's the last slide. So
Yep.
so that's Jennifer Jen is her real name. I call her Jen all the time. I forgot to put your Twitter handle there. Forgive me, Jen.
No worries. It's just the same. It's Jen_Jen. Yeah.
All right, cool. But yeah, so that's cool. And like I said, keep it strong network. Even though me and Jen don't work together anymore, we're still able to collaborate, and we'll be friends forever. Possibly work together in the future. Who knows? But just keep that network tight, and just be a blessing to everybody, and then they're going to be a blessing right back. Thanks, Jen, for everything you've done with this series.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both for presenting. It was awesome. We did have a couple questions if you have a few minutes to answer.
Yes, I'd love to.
Okay. One of them was, if you were to do it again, and you should, which you obviously are, what would you do differently? Each one of you.
Is there some kind of crazy mistake that we made, Jen?
Crazy mistake. I don't think there was a crazy mistake necessarily. I think one thing that I wish I did differently, if I could do it over, was engaging with the book contributors more. I think, especially in the beginning, it was like this weird project that no one had ever heard of. And we asked, Marcus's network, like, hey, can you answer like these 12 questions for us and just like send it back to us, and we'll potentially put you in a book. I wish I had engaged with the contributors more, even for the other Tribe of Hackers books, just to let them know, like, hey, this is the step that we're on. Like, we're going to edit your text now. Like, is it okay if we shorten the sentence to this part, and kind of keep them more in contact, because the process is very long and drawn out over a period of time. And so I think keeping up to date with 50 different people, it gets really hard if it's all like one giant email thread. So that's something I would do differently. But other than that, I think everything else went really smoothly.
Yeah, I think that, and also shout out to my man Ray Redacted. Check out the Tribal Hackers podcast. We have a Tribal Hackers podcast where Ray's running that. I want to produce more content related to Tribal Hackers, and the books and other stuff. We do have podcasts. I think there's an opportunity to do so many things. We have a nice following of people that really love what we're doing and love the brand. Look for more events and things of that nature. So I don't think we're done. I don't think we're done yet. But I wish we would have been able to do more already though.
That's awesome. Omar, do you have any questions on Twitch or YouTube that you want to?
We not on Twitch and YouTube, but we have another question that came in at the Discord server, and the question actually is more specifically about logistics on the book related to Kindle compatible. Johnny C is asking, how hard was it to make it Kindle compatible? In his case, actually, he has some, unfortunately, experience with technical books actually not rendering well, or just rendering as a PDF in Kindle. Was that something that you had to do special, especially in Amazon, of course, to make it compatible with Kindle?
That is a great question. So I think if you try to buy Tribe of Hackers on Kindle, it is going to be rendered similarly to a PDF or as a PDF. And the reason why is because each chapter's header, or the beginning of each chapter, is specifically formatted to show the name of the contributor, their headshot, their social, and their bio. And with Kindle compatible books, usually it's just text. And if there are pictures, it would just be, it would be like a single column. So it'd be like text paragraph, picture, and then a text paragraph following. But since our chapter headers were so specifically formatted, we had to go the PDF route. And this is also why it took so long to work with the designer as well, since everything had to look perfect for every single chapter. So that is something to consider if you are publishing a book that is graphic or picture heavy. If you want to make it more easy for Kindle readers, just put the image after a paragraph and don't try to align it next to a paragraph, if that makes sense.
Alrighty. And Ray wants to mention that season 2 premieres in 9 days.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, everyone can follow the Tribal Hackers podcast, tohpodcast.com. and 2H Podcast on Twitter.
Cool. And if you guys have some time after this, maybe you can hang out in our Discord and answer some questions, follow on conversations.
Yes, we would love to. Thank
And
you
thank
so much
you
for
both.
having us.
Yes, thank you both for presenting and being part of Hacking is Not a Crime.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, thanks for having us. Shout out to everybody that's doing this. Shout out to everybody supporting the Travel Hackers movement. Appreciate all y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chloe, for doing all the book clubs for us.
Thank you, Chloe.
Anytime I push out your book, every time someone's like, what's your best book in InfoSec? I'm like, have you heard of this series called Tribe of Hackers?
I love it.
You should read all of them and collect them.
I love it.
Awesome. So, well, thank you again to everybody, not only you, Marcus and Jen, but everybody represented here. This was a very successful event. We had a lot of fun. I hope that everybody actually watching, had as much fun as we did. Even backstage, it was a really successful event. Please keep the momentum, right? Go to hackingisnotacrime.org. Please call for actions for every single presentation that we had here today. Had a call to actions for all of us, whether you're a security researcher, just learning InfoSec or cybersecurity right now, or actually just have a passion and very well recognized in the industry. Let's actually get into the bandwagon here and support all these actually efforts. From I Am the Calvary to Disclose.io. So many different presentations here. We definitely had an honor of having an amazing lineup of speakers. And actually, to be honest, thank you, Chloe. You did a lot of the work, behind the scenes.
Oh, thanks for bringing this also to life. Like, I'm not a streamer, but you are. So, like, you had the hardest job, in my opinion. I just had to go up to people like, hey, would you like to give a talk?
Not at all. Now you actually suck as a streamer. I'm quite the opposite of a streamer. Brian, as well, you as well. Thank you so much for the support and putting this together as well.
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and all the speakers for speaking, and all of our advocates around the globe supporting our cause. Omar, Joseph, thanks so much for your help.
Glad we could be part of it.
Awesome.
Hey, congratulations, Brian.
Thanks, Marcus. Means a lot. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, bro.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, that concludes the conference today. Again, please keep in touch, keep the momentum going, join the Discord server, and I see you on the next one.